Hello guys, it is Shivam here. Welcome to our brand new video. So in our today's video, I'm going to simply teach you how the booking app works with two real projects. So the two real projects will be, so the first one is event booking app and the second will be Barber booking app. So these two apps will help you to simply learn how to handle a user authentication, payment processing, booking management and many more. So do not forget to hit that like and subscribe button and show your support by hitting that subscribe button so that you won't miss out on any of the upcoming videos we upload on this channel. Now let's get started. So before we move forward, let me show you the complete event booking app that you will simply make it from the scratch with the help of Flutter and Firebase, and how the app will look alike at the end of this video. So here you can see that it is an onboarding page, or you can say a sign up page, and here I have simply added some of the graphics in the sign up page with a text like unlock the future of event booking app. So this is the some title that I have simply shown in the sign up page so that the user can simply interact that it is a event booking app. And here I've written discover, book and experience unforgettable moments effortlessly. So this is just a, you can say, a simple sentence to attract the user's point of view. And here you can see the button name sign in with Google. So here on this video I'm also going to teach you how to simply sign in with Google. And here you can see one more text name admin panel. So I will show you admin panel later. First I'm going to show the user side of the app. So first I'm going to simply sign in with Google, and we can click on continue button, and I will simply use one of my Google account to simply sign up in the app, and will directly move to the home page, or you can say the user side of the app. You can see that the message registered successfully, and we have directly moved to the home page. And here at the top you can see that this app simply get the current location of an user. So we have used a geolocation and geolocator. So I thought that we need to use something extra on this app that I have didn't taught ever in any of my series. So that's why I have simply shown this current location thing, so that the user can simply show the current city where they are using this app. Yeah, so here it simply shows the current location. So don't think that I'm in San Francisco. We are just using an emulator, that's why it shows our current location San Francisco here. And it simply write hello Shivam Gupta, and here it will simply show the username that the user have simply used to sign up. And the main function of making this event app is that, for an example, we are going to show the events in this app that simply present in our location. Like if the events is like 100 or 200 kilometer away, then that doesn't make any sense to simply show that events to that user. So that's why I have simply used some advanced feature. So it will simply show the all the events that going to happen in their locality or your location. And here you can see that it simply shows a different upcoming events with a date, the event name, a location where it going to held, the price of a ticket. And you can see that I've also added some of the categories like music, clothing, festival, food. So these are the some categories, and the user can simply click to these categories and can directly see all the events related to that. So now, yeah, so here you can see a search bar. Now for an example, if I will simply write FAS, then it will simply show me all the events that start from FAS. So this is a advanced search feature that I have simply integrated on this event booking app. Now here let's move to the and select any of the events. So here I will simply select some event like Honey Sing concert, and here it will directly move to the detail page. And here you can see the image, the date that the event going to held. So here you can see that I have added some lorem ipsum text, though I have added a admin panel in it so that the admin can simply add like more things about event that going to held over here. Yeah, So now the user can also select the number of tickets from here. So they can simply increase the number of tickets they want to simply book, and the amount will also increase as the number of tickets going to increase. So now when I'll simply tap to this book now button, we have integrate a Stripe payment gateway in this app so that the user can simply pay through the Stripe. And here I need to simply add a card number, though it is on the test mode, but if you want you can switch it in the live mode and can use the app. So I will simply use a test card number and a CVC code, and will simply pay the amount. And here you can see that payment is successful, and now we can simply, yeah, you can see that it simply shows that payment successful. And now here you can see we have added a bottom navigation bar and a book now page. So in the book now page you can see all the bookings that you have done for this app. So here you can see that it simply shows me the ticket that I have simply booked by using this app for the 3 users, the amount that I have paid, the event that going to held. So it simply shows the date over here with a event name, the location and the image. And here you can see that there is one more option which is of profile. So in the profile option you can simply see that the user can simply see their image, the email, the name, the contact us option, log out and delete account. So through the logout they can simply log out and can simply move to the sign up page. Now let me show you about the admin panel. So here we need to simply enter the username and the password, which is just a unique username that only the admin knows. So this will simply make the admin panel more secure. So I'll simply enter the username, which is a Peter, and will simply enter the password 123456. Yeah, so this is the unique username and the password, and we directly move to the home admin page. And here you can see that we have added like a 3 option that we can simply handle through the admin panel. So first we can simply upload an event. So here you can see that the the admin can simply enter the event name, can upload the image, ticket price, event location. They can simply select the category as I have shown you in the home page, and they can simply select a date from here, and also the time. They can simply select the time when that event going to held and the event detail. So these are all the things. Now in the event tickets they can simply see all the tickets that the user have booked, and they can simply check that which user have bought how many tickets. So when we'll tap to event tickets, you can see that these are the 2 tickets that I've already shown in the user side, and it has been shown in the admin panel too. Yeah, now there is a last option which is a manage profile, so that you can simply manage a different so this is a complete event booking app with the admin panel and with a Flutter and the Firebase. And we are going to make this app completely from the scratch. So you can follow along with me and can simply code with me. And if you have any questions or any query, the comment box are simply open for you. You can simply write your questions of the problem if you are facing. And if you need a source code for this app, I will simply provide a source code link in the description box. You can simply get it from there. Now let's move to the code. Now let's move to our event booking app, and here you can simply move to the leaf folder, and here we'll simply create a new folder name pages here, and inside the pages folder I will create a new file which will be simply home.dart. And here first I'm going to make the home page of our event booking app. So first I'm going to import the package by using material.dart, and will write a stateful widget name which will be simply home. Yeah, now here first I'm going to create the UI of our event booking app. Then I will show you how to connect a backend by using a Firebase and make a complete app so that the user can simply book a different events according to their location. Now here I will write a scaffold, now a body, a container, a child and a column and a children. Yeah. Now here on this container widget, I'm going to show the color for our home screen. So in this container, I'm going to show the mixture of three colors. Basically, you can say the gradient color. If you followed my last video, I think so, last to last video, where I have shown you the use of three colors by using a linear gradient. So here I will simply write a decoration, not over here in the container. So we'll write a decoration box decoration. So we'll pass a gradient and we'll write a linear gradient. Now in this linear gradient, here you can see the colors. Now here I can simply add a multiple color. So first I'm going to use a customized color code which simply starts from 0xFF. Now I will write my color code name, which is E3E, and we'll write 6FF, something like this. So this is the first color code, and the second color code will be like color, we'll write 0xFF, F1, F3, FF. Yeah. Now the last color will be simply a white. So we'll write color and we'll write colors dot white. Yeah. Now the first color should be start from top left and end in a bottom right. So here we need to simply pass a begin and end. So here begin alignment dot top left and will end on alignment dot top, not top, bottom right, something like this. Now here, once we have created this container, or you can say a background color of this screen, let me show you the code that I'm writing in home.dart file. So I'll simply move to the main.dart and we'll write a home here. So this is like this. Now we can simply remove this debug banner. So we can simply pass debug show check mode banner to false. And here we'll move to the home.dart. Now here, after this, first I'm going to show the location, like my current address in the app at the top. So it will simply show me the all the events according to the location that have been shown in the app. So here I will use a text widget, and here I will first write my address. So here I will write something like, so this is not my current address, I am writing some random address. Yeah. Something like this. Now you can see the color, but you can see that the color is only filling that much space how much the text widget is, but I need to use this color at the complete screen. So I will simply pass a width and will pass media query dot of context dot size dot width, dot width. Yeah. And here after this I will simply pass a style, now a text style, now a color, colors dot black, and will pass a font size, will pass up to 25.0, and font weight will be simply 500. So we'll write font weight dot w 500. Yeah, I think so the text font size is too much, let's keep it up to 20. And here I need to bring something over here. So you already know the cross axis alignment dot start, something like this. Now we can pass a margin, not let pass a margin, because a margin will create a problem. As you know, the margin gives a space outside the container and padding gives a space inside the container, but we need to provide a space from inside the container. So we'll pass a padding edge insert dot only from the top. Let's pass it up to 50. Yeah. Now after this, here I need to simply use a row widget because I need to show a location mark, or you can say location icon. So we'll wrap up with a row widget, and here I need to simply pass an icon. We'll pass an icon, we'll write icons dot location on outlined, on outlined, something like this. So here you can see the location icon. Now we can provide some space from the left position. So we'll write left 20.0. So this is a current location of our app, like where I'm using the app. Now after this, once we have done, we need to use a text widget here again, because Now I'm thinking that I will simply use the username that have been signed up in the app. Now I'm using the word sign up. So keep in mind that we are going to use authentication in this app, but as in all my series I used to like use a mail authentication, but I try to use like Google authentication, Apple authentication on this app. So this will be something different for the users or viewers who are seeing this, like they will simply can use a more authentication in the app. Now here I will simply paste a text widget, and here I will simply write a hello, and I will write my name like Shiva. Yeah, so here you can see my name. Now let's pass a height, so we'll pass a size box height which will be simply 30.0. Let's keep it up to 20, and let's increase our font size up to 25, and let's do font width dot bold. Yeah, something like this. So here you can see my name, which is hello Shivam. Now after the name is shown, I want to simply show that how much events are currently in my location that have been shown over here. So here I will again use a text widget, and will simply pass a text like there are 20 events. We'll use a slash n to change the line around your location, something like this. Now we can simply change a color of this thing, I mean the text color. So we'll simply change the color, like we'll use a color and we'll pass 0xff, and we'll write 6351EC. Yeah, so this is the color we are going to use. So here you can see the color of this text widget. Now I will simply pass a space, and will pass a space up to 10.0. Yeah, so now you can see the location of where I'm using the app, my name like hello and my name, and the events that currently in my location. Now after this I need to show the search bar over here. Now the search bar will simply help me like to search any of the events that I'm looking for. Now to show to show a search bar, you already know that we need to use a text field. Now first I'm going to use a container, then a text field. So we'll write a container. Yeah, now we'll provide a width media query dot of context dot size dot width. Now we'll pass a decoration, a box decoration. We'll pass a color, which will be simply colors dot white. Yeah, now after this, here first I'm going to show a search icon. Now to do that I need to simply pass a child, a text field. Now in this text field, first I'm going to show the suffix icon of an search bar. Yeah, so we'll write a decoration, input decoration. Now in this input decoration I need to pass a suffix icon. We'll pass a suffix icon, icons dot search. So we'll write icons dot search. Icons dot search, and let's pass it outline, something like this. So here you can see our container text field. Now here let's do one thing, let's pass a space from the right position to. So we'll simply pass a right 20.0. Let's pass the space again. So we'll copy this size box, we'll paste it over here. Let's pass it to 20. Yeah, now it's look good, I guess. We can do one thing, let's pass a full stop over here. Yeah, now here you can see this line. Now if you have followed my old series, you already know the reason why it have been shown in this text field and how to remove that. Now if you don't know, then here let's move to the input decoration, and we'll pass border, input border dot none. So let's pass a comma over here. We'll pass input border dot none, something like this. Now it will simply remove this line. Now here I need to simply show some text like search your favorite location or search your location or search your favorite event, not location, sorry, search your favorite event. So I will write search your event, just search your event. So here I need to simply pass a hint text, and here inside the input decoration we'll write hint text, and we'll simply write a hint text like search a location. Yeah, so here you can see the text search a location. We can pass a padding edge insert dot only from the left 10.0. Yeah, now here I need to simply use a border radius. So I will simply pass a border radius dot circular, and let's pass it up to 10. Yeah, so here you can see the our text field has been created. Now the user can simply search any event like Mumbai. Let's give it Mumbai. Yeah, so they can simply get all the events that have been happening on that city. Now we can do like up to 20. It's up to your choice, like how beautiful you can make. Yeah, so in this event app, I have think something unique, like to add some categories. So for an example, there are some audience who want to see the music event. There are some audience who want to see a clothing event, a festival event, or a food event. So I'm thinking to add these four categories now. But if you want, you can add some more categories in the app. But here I will simply show some categories over here in the form of list view, so that the user can simply scroll and can see all the categories over here. Now to show these categories, I need to use a list view that I've told you now. So I will simply write a list view. Yeah, so we'll write a list view. Now we need to write a children. Now in this children, I need to simply write like a container. Now in this container, I need to simply use a child, a column, a children. Now here I need to simply use the image. So here you can see that I have used this 4 image according to the categories that I'm going to show. But if you want to use the image, then simply create an images folder or any name of the folder that you want, and you can simply paste the images in that folder. Now to use that image, we need to go to the perspec.ml file, and let's move down, and here in the assets you will simply need to call your folder name. I mean the images folder name where we have saved all the images. Do not forget to do that, because if you skip this process, you can't simply read the image in the app. So here I need to use the image. So we'll write image.asset and we'll use images, and here I need to simply paste our image file name. So what is our image file name over here, which is I think so musical. So we'll write musical and we'll write .png. Now I simply pass the height up to 30, width 30, and a fit boxfit.cover. Okay, something like this. Now after this, I need to simply do one thing. I need to simply use a text widget here again, and we'll write music. Yeah, now a text style. So yeah, style, we'll use a style, correct, text style. We'll pass a color, and we'll pass colors dot black, and a font size which will be simply 20.0. Now let's hot restart the app again. So you will see that there is some error because we have used a list view over here. So a list view is something like, if you didn't tell a list view to use this much space, he will simply use a space according to his wish. So we need to tell the list view that how much space he need to take to show the categories over here. So to handle this, I need to simply wrap up a list view with an container, or yeah, and we'll use a height up to 50, something like this. But let's do up to 150, 120. Let's keep it up to 120. So here you can see our first container. Now I want to show the list view in the form of horizontal direction. So I will simply use a scroll axis, scroll, sorry, I think so. Yeah, it was right. Scroll direction axis dot horizontal, axis dot horizontal. Yeah, something like this. Now we can pass a space, so we'll pass a size box height. Let's keep it up to 20.0. Yeah, now here we need to simply pass a decoration, a box decoration, a color, which will be simply colors dot white. So this is our first category, which is a music. Let's provide some more space so that it look good. We'll pass a padding edge insert dot from the all. Let's keep it up to 10. Yeah, so let's decrease a size up to 80. Yeah, or let's pass it up to 100, and let's give a width up to 100. Yeah, something like this. Now we can simply center this by using main axis alignment dot center, something like this. Now it is in the complete center and it's also look good. Now we can simply use a border radius, so we'll use a border radius dot circular 10. Yeah, so this is our first category, which is a music. Now if you want, you can simply pass a elevation, so write material widget, will pass a elevation up to 3.0. Now we need to also pass a border radius. Now the reason for passing an elevation to this widget is because it will simply show me that what current category is being selected. Or let's do one thing, let's show all the categories like this only, because it will look good. And we'll use a material widget again, we'll paste it over here, and here I need to simply change our image file name. So first I'm going to show the t-shirt. Now the second category name, which will be clothing. Now you will think that this is event app, then how clothing come here? According to the event app is a fashion show, like a different clothing you can wear and you can simply take part in a fashion event. Yeah, now we'll write 150, or let's keep it up to 130. Yeah, so first one is music, second one is clothing. We'll pass a size box width up to 30.0. Yeah, that's it is okay, I guess. Let's pass up to 130 here too, it will look good. Yeah, clothing. And let's pass the size box again, and our second file name, which will be simply a confetti. We'll pass confetti.png, and the text name will be simply festival. Yeah, so this is our third one, and the last one will be what? Last one will be food, so we'll write food. So for food I need to simply pass a dish, so we'll write dish, and here I need to simply pass food. So this is a food event, this is a festival event, a different festivals, and a clothing event. By mean clothing I mean a fashion show, so a fashion event and a music event. So these are the four categories that I'm going to show. Now here you will see that once I provide a material widget, it's simply stuck like from a bottom and it's didn't look good. Now to handle this case, I need to simply use one thing. We can simply wrap up with a container, and here I need to simply pass a margin edge insert dot only from the bottom 10.0. You can do like this, or if you want you can pass up to 5. It's up to your choice to make it like more user friendly and it will look good, something like this. Again wrap up with a container and we'll paste it over here, something like this. Yeah, now it's look good. Now we can simply scroll at different categories of the event and can go to that event and can simply enjoy. Yeah, now after this we'll show a upcoming event list below this categories. Now we'll use a text widget here again, and here I will simply use a upcoming COMING upcoming events. Yeah, now Here I need to again use a text style. We'll use a style text style color. Will pass color dot black. Now font size which will be 22.0 and font weight will be, let's keep it bold. Yeah, so it's easy peasy lemon squeezy. We'll pass the size box height 20.0. Now we can use a row. Now in this row we can use like copy and we'll paste it over here. We'll write see all. Now let's decrease our font size up to 18 and let's do up to 500. Now to give a maximum space between these two widgets, in the row widget we'll use main axis alignment dot space between, something like this, and it will give a maximum space between these two text widgets. Yeah, now one more thing, if you are making this app professionally and you want me to do like some more thing to make this app really more attractive and beautiful, you will see that the categories have been cut from the right side. So it doesn't look good when the user is simply scrolling these categories like so. The reason behind this, we need to do one thing, we need to simply remove a padding from here. Yeah, now after this I can do one thing, I can simply pass a margin from here. So we'll write margin as insert dot only from the right, which will be 20.0. Yeah, it's not a search allocation, it is search event. Yeah, sorry for that. So yeah, now it's look good. Now let's do the same case here. So we'll write a padding edge insert dot only from the right, which will be simply 20.0. Yeah, now it's look good. Yeah, so make a app in that way, like you can give your simply 100% and make this app really amazing, so that if any of the user who are using your app can simply say what an app you have developed. Yeah, now here we'll write a container, and here after this we can use a decoration, a box decoration here again. Now here I'm going to show the upcoming events. So I will use a width, which will be simply media query dot of context dot size dot width. Now to show the event image, something over here, let me paste some image in the images folder of party and anything. Yeah, so I have pasted one image not images over here, which is event. So here I need to simply pass a child, and here I will use image dot asset, and here I will again use images folder name and an image file name, which is event dot jpg, something like this. Now after this I need to simply, as you can see the event image, now you can pass a margin as insert dot only from the right, which will be 20.0. You can pass a space, size box height 30.0. Yeah, something like this. Let's keep it up to 20, and let's keep the height up to 200, and the width will be simply media query dot of context dot size dot width, and it will be fit box fit dot cover. Yeah, something like this. Now after this, once we have shown the image, I want to show the upcoming event date over here. Now here you can see that there is a property where we need to overlap one image over the another. Now to whenever you want to overlap one widget over the another, use a stack widget, right? So here I will do one thing. In this container I will simply wrap up our image widget with a widget name stack. So first I am writing column, then we'll rename to stack, something like this. Now once we have shown image.asset, I want to show the container. So first we have shown this widget. Now over this widget I need to overlap one more widget. Now so that's why I'm passing a container, and we'll write a decoration. We'll pass a decoration color, which will be simply colors dot white. Yeah. Now after this we'll do one thing. We'll pass a text widget here again. So we'll write a child, a text widget, and a text widget will write August, and we'll write, sorry, we'll write 24. So we'll use a /n over here, something like this. So here you can see this container. We can use a style and text style again. So I'll copy this style and text style. We'll paste it over here, something like this. Let's save this. So here you can see August. We'll pass 18. Yeah, so now it's look good. We can pass a width up to 50, and we can center this by using a center widget, something like this. We can pass a margin, edge insert dot only, from the left 10.0 and from the top 10.0. Yeah, so this is a event date, something like this. Now it's look good, I guess. Yeah, pass text align dot center, yeah, it's okay. We can pass border radius dot circular. Let's keep it up to 10. Yeah, so here you can see our event date. Now if you want, you can provide a border radius to this image too. So don't wrap up with a container and try a border radius. You can try with an image.asset. You will get to know what the problem you will face, because it won't work. You need to simply use a clip react widget, and here you need to write a clip react. Now we need to simply pass a border radius. We'll pass a border radius dot circular. Let's keep it up to 10 over here. Yeah, so it's now look good. Now once we have shown the image, image of our event, a date when the event will be going to held. Now we need to show the event name. So here I'm going to copy this text widget here again. Now what I'm going to do is that we'll paste it over here. We'll write a event name. So let's write tell me one hero name or singer name. Dua Lipa. Yeah, Dua Lipa concert. I hope that spelling is correct. Yeah, Dua Lipa concert 24. Let's pass the size box height 5.0, something like this. So once we have shown the event name, we need to show the price, because nothing is free on this world rather than my course. After this we'll use a text widget. So we'll copy this text widget again and we'll paste it over here, and we need to use the color. So I will copy this color code and we'll paste it something over here. Yeah, and we'll use a $sign. We'll tell that let's keep the $50. I think so it's okay for this concert, or if you want you can show the price over here. So to do that I need to simply use a row widget here again, and let's cut this text widget and we'll paste it over here. We will use main axis alignment dot space between. Yeah, something like this, but we need to use a padding, edge insert dot only from the right, which will be 20.0. Yeah, so here it is. Now we can show the location where the event is going to held. Now here to show that event I need to use a row widget here again, and we need to use a children. We need to use an icon. Now the icon will be icons dot, like we can use a location on outlined, something like this, and let's keep it location on. Yeah, now we need to write a a text widget here again. So we'll copy this text widget, we'll paste it over here, we'll rename the text widget to like let's keep it Mumbai and bring the Dua Lipa to India. Yeah, so here you can see Mumbai, and let's keep it 22, and rather than bold we'll keep it W500 and we'll write India. So yeah, so now it's look good, and here you can see the first event that we have added in our event app. Now once we have done all this, we need to show a backbone of our app. You know the backbone of the main app has, which is a bottom navigation bar. So yeah, we need to show the home icon, booking icon, and a profile icon. So these are the three icons we can show in the app. So if you want, you can also add a wallet option in this app. Like you can simply store a money in your wallet and can use them in the app. Now to do that, first I need to add a bottom navigation bar. Now let's move to the Perspec YAML, and here I need to add one dependency which name as curved bottom navigation bar. So how to get a package? So let's move to the where perf dev. Yeah, so let's move to the perf dev, and here you can see this is a perf dev website, and here you can see a curved navigation bar package that we have searched. Now you need to simply copy this package and we'll simply paste it something over here in the dependencies. Now you can remove this version and rerun this. Now the reason you already know that why I've removed this version, because if you are using any old version of Flutter, don't need to worry, simply remove this version and the Flutter version you are using, the package will take the version accordingly. Yeah. Now after this, let's move to the pages folder and we'll create a new file name which will be simply bottom name dot. Now we'll again import the package by using material.dart. We'll create a stateful widget name which will be simply bottom name. Yeah. Now we need to write a scaffold, a body, a container, I think so we don't need to write this much thing over here in the bottom name. So here on this bottom name.dart file, I want to show all the pages that I want to show in the bottom navigation bar. Now to show all that pages, let's move to the pages folder and let's create all that image page name. Yeah, you can see that. Yeah. Now after this, we'll simply write our first page name, which is booking.dart, where we are going to show all the bookings. So we'll write material.dart. We'll write a stateful widget name, which will be simply booking. Yeah. Now a pages folder will create another one. Let's keep it profile. So we'll write profile.dart, and here we'll again import the package by using material.dart again, and we'll write a stateful widget name which will be simply profile, something like this. So here it is. Yeah. Now we need to move to the bottom name, and here I need to simply first create a list and late a list. Now on this channel I have started one series named Python. Now being a Flutter developer, you will think that why need to learn a Python, but the Python code and the code that we are using in this Dart file is almost same. I mean to say the logic, the operators, the list and everything. So if you want to know a lots of things regarding a coding, you can simply follow the Python series, because by following that series, it will really help you to code in a Flutter 2, because the coding language is almost same in all the languages. It is just that it has a difference of scripting and everything, but the main purpose, or you can say a basic, is almost same. So I will suggest everyone to follow that Python series, because that will going to help you a lot in this Flutter apps too. Yeah, now we'll write a list and we'll create a list and we'll write a widget. Now in this widget I'm going to write a list name which is simply a pages. Now here I will write a list again, and we need to show the home page, and we'll write a home, something like this. Now let's call this dart file and a booking one. So we'll write late again, a booking, and we'll write booking, and the fourth one was profile. Profile. So we'll write profile, we'll write profile and a profile, something like this. So here it is done. Now in this init state I am going to call all that pages, and we'll write a home page is not, sorry, why I'm writing a home page. Home is equals to home. Yeah, same for the booking. We'll write booking is equals to booking, and a profile which will be a simple, something like this. Now we'll write a pages, and in this pages list I'm going to store all the file name. So first one we are going to store is a home. Yeah, so not, I think so, I'm okay. Yeah, home. First I'm going to show the home, then a booking, then I want to show the profile page. So I'm writing profile, something like this. After this I need to use a scaffold, so I've already used a scaffold. Now in this here I need to simply show the bottom navigation bar. So we'll write bottom navigation bar, but not in a body. We'll write bottom navigation bar, and we'll use a curved navigation bar, something like this. Now in this items is in the form the list, so I'm going to show all the icons that I want to show in the bottom navigation bar. So yeah, now in this curve navigation bar I want to show the height which will be up to 65, and a background color which will be a color code. So we'll write color 0x ff, or let's keep it white. I think so white will be okay. Yeah, and the color will be simply colors dot black, and animation duration, and we'll read the duration up to milliseconds, 500. Now in the items I'm going to paste all that items that I want to show. Yeah, so I'm going to first show the icon of an home page. So we'll write icons dot home, we'll write an outline, something like this. Now we'll write a color which will be simply colors dot white. Yeah, something like this. Now the second one is a booking, so we'll write icons dot we'll write booking, sorry, not booking, it will be, I think so, book. Now we'll pass a color, and we'll pass colors dot white. Now here I need to simply pass a third icon which will be profile, so we'll write icons dot profile. Yeah, and now in the profile, sorry, not profile, we need to pass a person, and we'll write person outline. Yeah, something like this. Now we need to pass a color which will be simply colors dot white, and here I need to simply pass a body, and in the body I need to do one thing. I need to pass a pages list and a current tab index. Now the reason, sorry, current tab index, I wrote current tab index but I didn't pass till now. Now do not forget to pass a current tab index, because current tab index will simply keep a track like which icon you have tapped, and it will simply move the user, or you can say navigate a user to that specific page. So here we need to pass a current tab index. Now after this, once we have done all this thing, the main thing still left is an on tap function. Otherwise it will be like a human body without any soul. Yeah, so here it is done. Now after this I will do one thing. We need to pass an int and index, and here I need to do one thing. I will pass a set state and will write current tab index is equals to index. Yeah, something like this. Here it is done. Now hot restart the app. Let's call a bottom nav from here. So we'll write bottom nav. Yeah, that's all good. Now you can see the navigation bar, and I can simply navigate to a different pages and can use this navigation. Yeah, if you want, you can pass the size of an icon to 30, and let's pass this to all the other icons, something like this. So here it is, and you can simply navigate to a different icons. Now let's move to the pages folder, and we'll simply create a new file which will be simply like detail page dot dot. Now we'll simply import first package by using import material dot dart, and we'll write a stateful widget name which will be simply like an detail page. Yeah, so we'll write a detail page. Now we'll write a scaffold, a body, a container, a child, and a column. Container, child, and a column, and a children, right? So here it is done. Now here you can see the detail page. Now you can't see the detail page. Let me code. So first I want to show the image of the concert. So basically I'm going to show this image in the top of our detail page. So for that I need to simply get an image. So first I will use image.asset and will write images, and will use the image file name which will be simply event.jpg. Now I want to use a complete width of the screen for this image. So here I will simply use a width which will be media query dot of context dot size dot width, so that it can use a complete width of the screen, I mean the image. Now to fit it, we'll simply pass fit box fit dot cover. So we'll write fit box fit dot cover. Now let's move to the main.dart file, and let me call this page so that I can show you what all code I'm writing there. Yeah, so here it is, and here you can see the detail page, and here you can see the image. Now if you want, you can set the height of an image by using the height like up to media query if you want. So we'll pass media query dot of context dot size dot height divide by 2, something like this, or let's keep it up to 3. It's up to your choice, like how much width you want to pass for the image. So here you can see the image. Now once the user move to the detail page, I want to show the back arrow over here so that they can click to this back arrow and directly move back to the home page. So here you can see that there is a widget, and we need to overlap one widget over the another. So if you know the last part, so if you followed my last part, then you know that we need to use a stack widget over here. So we'll use a stack widget, not over here. Here we'll wrap up our image with a stack widget. So we'll write wrap widget, and we'll write a stack, and stack is a children property. So we'll write children because we can store a multiple widgets over here. Yeah, so here it is done. Now after this, we need to do one thing. We need to show the icon that I have just told you now. So to show that icon, I will use a container first. Now a decoration which will be a box decoration. Now the color which will be simply colors.white. And now in the container I need to simply show the child icon which will be back arrow. So we'll write icons dot back arrow back new, I think so, yeah, arrow back new iOS outline, and the color will be simply black. So we'll pass colors dot black, and here in the container we need to pass like, so here you can see the back arrow, but we need to pass the margin. So we'll write margin edge inset dot only from the top, which will be 20.0, and let's pass it from the left, which will be simply 30.0. So here you can see the top arrow. Let's pass 40 from the top, and let's pass some more padding. which will be simply 5, and here we need to pass a border radius. So we'll pass border radius dot circular, will pass up to 30, or if you want you can give some more padding, so let's pass it up to 8. Yeah, so here you can see a back arrow, something like this. Now you can center it. I think so it's already in the center. No, don't pass a center, it's already in the center. Now we need to simply wrap up the container with a gesture detector, and in the gesture detector we need to pass an on tab, and in the on tab I need to simply pop out from this page to the home page. So to pop it out we need to use navigator dot pop, and we need to simply pop out from this page. So navigator dot pop context. So here it is done. Now after this I want to show like a event name over here, and the location and the date when the event going to held. So for that, first I'm thinking that let's increase the height of an event up to 2. Yeah, I mean the image height, and we can simply pass like one thing we need to do, like we need to wrap up with a column widget over here, and in the column widget I will do one thing. I will pass an container. In the container will pass a width which will be media query dot of context dot size dot width. Yeah, so here it is now. Yeah, so here it is now. If you want to move the icon over here, you already know that cross axis alignment dot start, something like this. Now after this we need to write a decoration, a box decoration. Now the color which will be simply colors dot black, and will pass up to 45. Yeah, or I think so black 45, it's okay. Now we can do one thing, we can pass a child, again a column over here in the container. Now we need to pass a children. Now I need to write a text widget and the event name over here. So we'll write a event name. I think so it was Dua Lipa concert. So we'll write Dua Lipa concert. Yeah. So here it is, and we need to pass a style, a text style, color which will be colors dot white, a font size which will be 25.0, and we need to pass font weight, and it will be simply font weight dot bold, something like this. So now here you can see the text, but I need to bring the text over here. So here in the cross we can simply pass a main also. So we'll write main axis alignment dot space between. So it won't work over here, because the reason is that we haven't passed like how much space this column should take. So to help that, we need to simply wrap up with a container, and we'll simply pass this case and we'll paste it over here. So now it's going to work. So here you can see that because the column don't know that how much space I have. So in the space between, he can't take a guess how much space I should have between this arrow and this container. So if we provide the height and the width to the column, we can tell that this much space is there and take a space accordingly. So I think so you get to know why we have wrap up the column widget with the container. Now here it is done. After this we need to simply provide cross axis alignment dot start. So here you can see the text. Now we can pass a padding edge inset dot only from the left, which will be 20.0. Yeah. Now after this concert name, I want to first show the date of an concert when it is going to held. So for that I need to simply use a row widget, now a children and a icon. Now the icon will be icons dot, and we'll use a calendar icon. So calendar, we'll use calendar month, and let's keep it colors dot white. So here you can see the calendar icon. Now we need to show the date. So I will copy this text widget again here, and we'll simply paste it over here, and we'll simply write the date over here. So let's keep the date 31st December 2024. Yeah, now we can simply remove this font weight dot bold, and we can decrease our font size up to 20, and let's keep up to white and give a different shade, 34, or let's keep it 70, something like this. I think so it's okay. Or if you want, you can give like this too. Yeah, I think so it's okay. And let's decrease it up to 18 or 19. Yeah, so here it is done. Now we can pass a size box which will be simply a width, and will pass a width up to 5.0. So we can give a space like up to 10. After this, I need to simply show the location of an event that going to held. So we'll copy this and we'll simply paste it over here, and we'll write icons dot location on, location on outlined. Yeah, so here you can see the location, and we can pass a location like Mumbai, India. Mumbai, India. Yeah, so here you can see the location and a date. Now if you don't want to show the December completely, you can simply show that in the short form, so it will look good. Yeah, now after this we can simply pass the size box width over here, and we'll pass it up to 30, something like this, or let's keep it up to 20, and we can pass a space from the bottom. So we'll use a size box again, and we'll pass the height up to 10.0. Yeah, so here it is. Let's keep it up to 20. So here it is, and I guess now it's look good, and you can see the concert name and the concert date when it is going to held, and the location. Now once it is done, I want to show the like about event. Like we can simply show about event text over here, and a short event like a detail that the admin can simply add, so that they can user can know that what going to happen on this event. So here we need to simply write a text like about event. So we'll write about event, not over here, sorry. Let's write it outside the stack widget, and we'll simply change up to colors dot black, something like this. So here you can see, now we need to again use a cross axis alignment dot start. Yeah, something like this. Now after this, I need to simply pass the size box. We'll pass the height up to 20.0, and we can wrap up with a padding, and we'll write edge insert dot only from the left, which will be simply 20.0. So here you can see the event, about event. Now let me add a detail. So though I don't know how that Dua Lipa concert will be, I'm just writing a random text over here. So I will use a lorem ipsum text. So after this, let me copy this padding and text widget again, and we'll paste this. Yeah, so here you can see I have added a random text, and here we can show the event, like what really event and how the event going to head. So here it is done. Now after this, once it is done, we need to show the ticket, and like first the user can simply select the amount of ticket they need to buy. So for that I need to do one thing, like we can use a row widget over here, and in the row widget I am going to copy this text widget again, and will simply paste it over here. We'll remove this text from here, and here on this text widget I will simply write like ticket, like tickets quantity, tickets, tickets quantity. So not tickets quantity, we need to write a number of tickets. So we'll write number of tickets over here, and we'll simply show the text something like this. Now we can show in a black color, and here we'll again do 20, and we'll do up to bold, something like this. So here it is, we can show like this. Now we need to simply wrap up with a padding widget, we need to write dot only from the left, which will be 20.0. Now we need to pass. So oops, there is a mistake. Like I was recording a video, but I don't know how the recording stops, and I was simply coding over here and writing a code, and you can see that I have wrote like how to select a number of tickets and how to show the amount and a book now button, but I don't know how the recording stops. So I will revise all the things that I have wrote over here. So here you can see that I have wrote a text number tickets. So number of tickets have been shown over here, and this is a container that we have created over here so that the user can simply choose a number of tickets that they want to book. Now once it is done, they can simply see the amount. So we have added a padding, and in our row widget we have added the amount, and here I have shown the book now button. Now the book now button is not done, so I need to give some styling to this book now button. So for that I need to simply write first a border radius, and here I will write border radius dot circular 10, something like this. Now let me run this project so that I can show you what all code I'm writing over here. Yeah, so here it is done. Now here you can see the border radius we have provided to this container. Now let's provide some padding, but before that I think so rather than padding we can add a height to this container. Let's keep it up to 60. I think so 60 will be okay, or let's keep it up to 50. So here you can see the book now button. Now here we have passed the width. I will decrease the width up to 20 and will pass the padding like from here. So dot only from left, which will be simply 10.0, and will pass 10.0 from the right, which will be 10.0. Let pass 20 from the left. So here it is, and here you can see the amount and the book now button. So this is our detail page, and we have made a complete UI for our detail page. Now let's move to our login page, or you can say a sign up page. That will be one of the most important thing for this event booking app. Then we are going to connect a Firebase with this app, and we'll add a complete backend to this app. Now before that I want to tell you that in this sign up page I am thinking to add a sign up with Google, because I have added like mail authentication in many of the apps before on this channel. So you can follow that series, as I've told you many times that that series will help you to get to know lots of things regarding the Flutter and Firebase. So you can follow a complete playlist link of all the apps in the comment box. Now let's move to this series, and here in the pages folder I will simply create a new file which will be simply signup.dart. Now first we are going to import the package by using material.dart, and we'll write a stateful widget name which will be simply a sign up. Yeah, something like this, and we'll write sign up. Yeah. So here you can see a sign up text. Now here I will simply use a scaffold, and we'll use a scaffold body container child column and a children. Yeah, something like this. So here on this sign up page, first I'm going to pass the background color. So we'll use a background color, and we'll pass colors.white. Yeah, now here you can see that I have pasted one image in the images folder, and this onboarding image we are going to show in our sign up page. So I'm going to use this image by using image.asset. Now I will write images, which is our image folder name, and now the image file name, so which will be simply onboarding.dart, something like this. Yeah, so here you can see the image, but let me show you the code I'm writing the sign up page. So let's call a sign up page from here, and I think so why I wrote dart.png, sorry for that. Yeah, so here you can see the image. Now once the image have been shown, I want to show the text like in the onboarding page, which will be unlock the future of event booking app. So here I will use a text widget, not over here inside a column widget. So we'll use a text widget. So let's move to the home and we'll copy this text widget from here, and we'll use this text widget on this column widget, something like this. Now we'll rename the text to, we'll write unlock the future of event booking app. So we'll show this in the black color. Here you can see the text, but the first text we are going to show in the black color. So we'll write colors.black. We'll increase the font size up to 30, something like this. And if you want, you can give a space. So we'll use a size box, height 10.0, something like this. And now we need to copy this text widget again. We'll paste it over here, and now we are going to pass the color again. So I'm thinking to use this color now, which is a purple color, and we are going to paste this color over here. And here the text I'm going to write, which will be event booking app. We'll write event booking app, something like this. And here you can see the two text, unlock the future of event booking app. So this is how we can make a onboarding page of our app. If you have any other text to write in the onboarding page to attract more viewers to your apps or user to your apps, you can simply change a text accordingly. So now I'm going to show some text before a button to sign up, so that like I can attract more viewers. So here I'm going to copy this text widget from here and we'll paste it over here. Over here is this phrase. Yeah. So we'll write colors dot black, and we'll change the black to a different shade, which will be 45, and we'll decrease up to 20, and let's keep it up to like a normal thing. And we'll use a text align dot center. So we'll use a text align dot center, something like this. Now we can pass a size box, so that I can pass a space. So we'll pass a size box, height 20.0, and here it is. Or let's keep it up to 30. It's up to your choice. Yeah. Now once we have shown the headline, and you can say a simple phrase for this app, now let's move and we'll show, I think so 20 it is okay. Yeah. So we'll show a sign up button. Now to show the sign up button, first I need to use a row widget. Now I need a Google image. So here you can see that I have added one Google image over here, so to indicate that it is a signing with Google. Now here in the sign up page, as I've told you, I'm going to use a row widget. Now a children and image dot asset, and we'll simply get the image from the images folder, and we'll write google dot png, and we'll use the height up to 30. Our width will be simply 30. Our feed box fit dot cover. Yeah, feed box fit dot cover, something like this. So here you can see the image of an Google. Now after this, I need to use a text widget here again. So we'll copy this text widget, we'll paste it over here, something like this. Now after this, we need to simply paste a text. So the text will be simply sign in with Google. I think so it is okay. So here you can see the text. We need to change a color to black, and let's keep it up to font weight dot bold. So we'll write font weight dot bold, something like this. So here you can see the text. Now let's increase up to 23, or I think so we can do one thing. Let's pass the color over here. So we can wrap up with a container, and we'll use a decoration, a box decoration. Now we need to pass a color. So we'll copy this color code and we'll paste it over here, something like this, and we'll change the color to white. I didn't plan anything about this page, so don't think that I planned how to design this page. I am coding with you all, like I've just started a recording of this video. I didn't plan anything. This is like what I'm thinking now. I'm trying to code and make this app like more attractive for the viewers to use. Now here it is done. After this, now we'll use a row and we'll write main axis alignment dot center, something like this. Now we'll write a size box width, so that I can pass a space, which will be width 20.0, something like this. Now we can do one thing, we can pass a margin. So we'll use a margin as in set dot only from the left, which will be 20.0, from the right, which will be 20.0. So here it is. Now we can pass a space. So we'll copy this size box again and we'll paste it over here, something like this. Now here we can pass a height. Let's keep the height up to 50. Yeah, so here it is. And if you want, you can increase up to 70. I think so it's okay. Now we can pass a border radius, and we'll pass a border radius dot circular, and let's keep the width up to 10, or I think so 30 will looks good. Yeah, or let's keep it up to 40. Yeah, 40, I think so it's okay. Yeah, so here it is done, and here you can see a sign up button. If you want to decrease the size, let's keep the more margin. Yeah, now here it is done. After this, we can sign up with Google and can move in the app. Now let's keep it up to 50. Yeah, so here it is done, and this is a basic onboarding page, or you can say this is attractive onboarding page because we have added an image, headline, phrase, and a button. So this is an attractive sign up page. Now after this, let's move with a Firebase, and let's connect a Firebase with your Flutter app. Yeah, so let's move to the Firebase, and here you can see the Firebase, and we need to add a project name. So I will simply upload the name or write the name event app. I accept the Google Firebase terms, and now we'll click on continue again, accept the Google Analytic terms, and click on create project button. So as you can see that Firebase is preparing a project, so wait for a few seconds. So our project is ready. Now click on continue button and we'll directly move to the Firebase. Now first I'm going to add a Android app and the iOS app with a Firebase. So here you can see the Apple, and you can connect Android and web app with a Firebase. So first I'm going to connect the Apple app. So here you see a Apple bundle ID. Now to get this Apple bundle ID, we need to move to the Xcode. So simply open the Xcode from here. So move to the runner and signing and capabilities. Now we need to copy this bundle ID and we need to simply paste it over here. Click on register app. Now we need to download this Google service-info.plist file from here, and we need to simply paste it in the Xcode. So if you have any older version of Google service-info.plist file, why I've compressed, yeah, sorry, simply delete that file, move to and rename that file. So we'll rename it up from like this, and we'll simply paste it in the Xcode, not over here. So yeah, just paste it below the info. Now click on finish button. So here it is done. We have connected a Firebase with the iOS app. Now click on next, continue to the console. Yeah, so we have added the iOS app. Now let's move with an Android app. So we need an Android package name. So let's close this Xcode first. Now we'll move to the Android and app as build.gdl. Now copy this application ID from here. We'll paste it something over here. Click on register app. Now download the google-services.json file, and we need to simply remove the older file if we have, and we'll rename this. So we'll rename to something like this, and we'll simply paste it in app build.gdl as app src folder, Android app folder, not src folder, Android app folder, something like this. Now click on next. Now we need to copy this like plugin ID from here, and once we have copied, we'll move to the Android build.gradle and we'll simply paste it over here. So we'll simply paste it over here. Now we need to simply make some changes on this line, something like this. Remove this version like this, yeah, something like this, and copy the class path. And we need to add a colon over here too. So we'll add a colon. something like this. So this is how we can write a class path over here. And now we need to add this plugin ID from here. So copy this plugin ID and move to the Android app build.gradle file, and we'll simply paste the file over here. Where, let me tell you. So here we need to simply copy this statement over here, and we'll simply paste it something over here, something like this. Yeah, so here it is done. Now copy these two dependencies and simply paste it over here, and same for this one, and simply paste it over here. So this is how we can add a Firebase with a Flutter. Now if you are facing any error to add a Firebase with your Flutter app, then simply follow my Barber booking app series, because there I have told you how to simply fix an error if you are facing any error regarding a connection with an Firebase. And I have also showed the thing like how to run the app on the real Android device by using a real Android device, and how to set a complete settings and can simply run your first app in the real Android device. Now here let's move to the Firebase first. So before connecting to the Firebase, I am going to tell you one thing, that do not forget to add these two lines over in the void main, in the main.dart file, because these two lines are the most important two lines to simply connect your app with a Firebase. Now if you are adding these two lines over here, but before that let's add some packages from the perf because we need to simply add some of the packages to simply use the Firebase in our app. So to add those packages, you already know that we need to simply move to the perf, and here we'll move to the perf and we'll search our first package name, which will be simply Firebase core. Now here we'll move to the Firebase core, click on installing. Now copy this package and simply move to the perspec YAML and simply paste it over here. Now you can remove the version from each packages, because I will recommend you that, because if you remove the version, then the Flutter version you are using, the packages will take a version automatically. You don't need to simply face any errors. Yeah. Now our second package will be Firebase auth. So here you can simply copy this Firebase auth from Firebase, from the installing, and you need to simply paste it over here and again remove this version. Now the third package will be simply Google sign in, because we are going to add a Google authentication in this project. So we'll copy this package and we'll simply paste it over here, something like this. Now our fourth package will be I think so we need Firebase Cloud Firestore. Cloud Firestore will help us to upload the data to the Firestore database. Firebase auth, you already know that it simply says you can use a authentication in your Flutter app by using Firebase auth. Now move to the installing again, and we need to simply copy this package again and we'll simply paste it something over here. Yeah, so here you can see Firebase core, auth, Google signing, Cloud Firestore. So these are the four main packages. Now we need to also upload the data to the Firebase storage. So you can copy the Firebase storage for now, or I think so when we'll upload the data to the Firebase storage, I will copy that package that time. So let's move with these four packages now, and we need to simply rerun all these packages that we are adding over here. Now let's move with a sign in with Google authentication. So here we'll move to the service folder and we'll simply create a new file which will be auth.dart. Now in the auth.dart package, sorry, not a package, a file, we'll simply write the class name which will be auth methods, and here we'll write final and we'll write Firebase auth, and here we are going to get a Firebase auth package that we have just added in the perspec.yaml file, and we'll write Firebase auth equals to Firebase auth dot instance. something like this. Now we'll simply get the current user by using the get current user function. So I will write get current user. Now you will think that why I'm writing this get current user function. Now the use of get current user function is that, for an example, if the user have already authenticated in the app, now for a future purpose, if we need to track like if the user have authenticate in the app or not, so get current user will simply give me the result that the user have now authenticate in the app, and now I can simply push the user to the home page. So this is going to be one of the most important function. I will show you how we are going to use and how this is one of the most important function in this app. So here we'll simply get the current user and we'll check that if the user have authenticate in the app or not. So once I have wrote all this thing, now here comes our main function for sign in with Google. But before that, let's move to the Firebase, because we'll move to the authentication section and we need to simply enable Google from here. So move to the authentication and we need to add this provider, which is Google Authentication. Now simply click on enable button, use any default email ID according to your wish. Now click on save button. It will take some time over here, and here it is done. Now here you can see that it simply says that you need to simply copy the SHA1 fingerprint from here, not from here. I will tell you how to get a SHA1 fingerprint, and you need to simply add for the Android device. So this is SHA1 fingerprint is for Android device. Now for the iOS one, I want to simply tell you that once you simply enable a Google authentication, then do one thing. You move to the project overview and here you'll move to the iOS device. Now simply download this Google service-info.plist file from here. Again, I know you have already pasted it in the Xcode, but you need to do it again because you have just enabled a Google authentication. So there will be a lots of changes on this .plist file. So you need to do it again. So once you have done, you have downloaded this file, we'll move to the Xcode. So here I'm going to simply open an Xcode. Now here it is. Now we need to simply remove this old one that we have. So we'll simply delete this and we'll simply move to trash. So once we have done this thing, now we need to simply open this file here again and we need to remove the old one, as you know that, and we need to rename it again. So I will rename it to Google service-info.plist and will simply paste it below the info. Now click on finish and here it is. Now here when you will move to this file, you will find a reverse client ID. So this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, now you need to copy this link. You can say a link or a code, and you need to simply move to the runner. Yeah. Now go to the info and in the URL types, you need to simply paste it in the URL scheme. Now you need to do this step to simply enable a Google authentication in your iOS device. So this was for the iOS device. Now I'm going to tell you how to simply create a SHA1 key for your Android device. Now SHA1 key, you will think that what is this key? I didn't hear anything about it before. So SHA1 key is a unique key that have been provided by your system. So I will recommend you to please do not share with anyone. This is the unique key and each device has their own SHA1 key. So this is the unique key provided by the Android users to simply connect it with your Android device. Yeah, so here we'll move to the Stack Overflow website, and here you can see that for the Mac you need to simply write this command in the terminal to get the SHA1 key, and for the Windows you need to simply write this command to simply get your SHA1 key. So this is the two command for the two different operating systems. So you can simply get the SHA1 key by simply running this command in the terminal. So once you get that key, you need to simply move to the Firebase here again, and here you can see the Android here, and you need to simply move down, and here you can see that add fingerprint button. Now click to this button and you need to simply paste that key over here, and it will simply show that this is SHA1 key and add that. So this is how it going to work for an Android device. So I have shown you how to simply use a Google authentication for both Android and iOS, and still you have any doubt, you can simply ping me in the comment box, or you can directly DM me on my Instagram ID. I will try to give you a quick reply and a quick solution. Now let's move with a project. So once you have enabled a authentication from here, from the signing method, you can see that Google authentication has been enabled. Now here move to the dot, and here I need to simply write a function sign in with Google. So this is also an important function. So don't think that get current user is not an important function. Signing with Google is also important function, because this function will simply help that the user to simply authenticate with the help of Google. So if you have followed my old series, like I have used Google authentication many times in my old series, and as you know that we have already made 10 to 12 as before on this channel, you can simply follow the complete playlist and can add some more apps to your resume. Or if you want to get a source code, I will simply provide the link in the description box. So now here we need to write that function that I've told you now. So rather than writing a complete code for sign in with Google, I will try to simply copy the code that I have used in my old series and will simply paste it over here, because it will remain as it is what we have used before. Yeah, so this is the code that I'm going to use for sign in with Google. I have tried to copy and paste this because, as I've told you, it remains as it is in all the apps where you are going to use sign in with Google. The main changes you are going to do here while uploading the data to the files to database. Now we'll simply move here in the services folder, and we'll simply create one more file, which is database.dart. Now in this database.dart, we need to simply write a class database methods, and here I'm going to simply use a function name which is add user detail. Now here I'm going to create a map. Now you will think that what is a map? So map is a combination of key and value pair. So our key is string and a value is dynamic. So the key we are going to show is in the form of the string, and the dynamic will be the, like you can, in the dynamic you can pass anything like an string, integer, or a number, or anything. So I will suggest you that if you want to know more about a string, a dynamic character, a map, or list, I will simply tell you to follow a Python series. Now you will tell that I am trying to learn a Flutter, but why I'm going to learn a Python series? Now the Python series will simply make a clear concept about different data types like a string, integer, because in the coding world almost all these data types remain same, the usage is almost same. You just need to simply learn like what is string, what is int, and how to use them, because our knowledge will not go at a waste. It will simply help you to make it better. Yeah, so once you have done all this thing, now once you have wrote add user detail function, you need to also pass a string id, which will be the unique id that we are going to upload. Like here you can see that we need to create a collection name users, and in the doc id I'm going to tell you that in the doc id we are going to upload a unique id to the each documents that we are going to upload in the users collection. Don't get confused if you didn't understand this code. I will show you how to simply show that in the files to database. So but before that, let's move and we'll create a map here so that I can upload a data. And again I'm going to create a map with a string and dynamic, which is a key value pair, and here I'm going to write a map name which is user info map. Yeah, something like this. Now Here in the user info map, first I'm going to show the username. So we'll write a name. So this name in the double inverted comma will act as a string, and user details dot display name will be what act as a dynamic character. So this is what I'm talking about. Now once we have shown name, we need to show the image. So we'll write user details dot photo URL, and I think so we also need name image. I think so, yeah, email. We need an email. So we'll write user details dot email, something like this, and third one will be the ID. So the ID will be the unique ID that we are providing to the each users. So we'll write user details dot UID. So once we have wrote all this thing, this is how you can create a map. Now to upload the data, we need to simply call the function that we have wrote in the. So for that we need to simply write async await. So I have wrote async, yeah. Now we need to write await database methods, which is our class name dot add user details, and we are going to pass this exact map name over here and the unique ID. So our unique ID is user details dot UID. So this is a unique ID, yeah. So here it is done. Now to show that toast message, we need to simply write a scaffold messenger, and we'll simply write dot of context dot, and we'll write show snack bar, and here I'm going to show the snack bar. So I will simply write a snack bar, and in the content I'm going to show the text widget that I simply want to use as an toast message. So I will simply write like registered successfully. So here I am going to write registered. I hope that spelling will be wrong. Yeah, it's correct. Yeah, it's correct. REGISTER, registered successfully. So registered successful, FULLY, fully. Yeah. So here it is done, and here you can see the toast message. And if you want, you can simply provide a background color to this toast message. So for an example, it is a successful message, so we can simply use a like a green color. So we'll write background color, and we'll simply write colors dot green over here, something like this. So once it is done, we can simply upload the data to the Firestore database. Now to upload the data to the Firestore database, let's move to the Firebase first, and here you need to simply move to the Firestore database, and here we need to simply enable a Firestore database by simply changing some rules from the rules section. So wait for a few seconds. So here you can see Cloud Firestore. Now click on create database button, click on next. Now click on create. So the Cloud Firestore will take some time to set up the security rules. So wait for a few seconds until it is done. So yeah, it is done. Now simply let's move to the rules section, and we need to simply change our rules from false to true. So here I will simply change the rules from false to true. Now click on publish button and wait for a few seconds. So here you can see that publish can take up to a minute. So wait until a minute, or let's move to the our code, and here we need to simply, like when the user will click to this sign in with Google button, we need to simply call this function. So to handle this case, I need to simply move to the signup.dart page, and here I need to simply wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the onTap method I will simply use like navigator, sorry, not navigator, we need to write auth methods, which is our class name dot, we'll write sign in with Google, something like this. Now let's hot restart the app again, and if you are adding a Firestore and a complete Firebase setup, then make sure that you simply rerun the app again by simply closing all the things like a complete VS Code and this emulator, then simply run the app in your emulator, because the hot restart won't work over here and it will simply throw the error. Now once it is done, I will simply tap to this sign in with Google button, and here you can see that now I can simply sign in with my Google account. So here I need to enter my Google account, so let me enter that. So here it is done, and I have simply signed in with Google, and here you can see a registered successfully message, but we didn't navigate to a home page because we didn't add any navigation. But before that, the text you can see in the snack bar, we can increase a font size so that we can see it clearly. So let's move to the auth methods, and here you can simply increase a font size, so you can use a style and a text style. Now the font size you can keep it up to 20.0, and we'll simply pass font weight dot bold, something like this. Now once we have done these things, we need to simply push the user to the home page. So to push the user, we need to simply use a navigator dot push, and we need to use push replacement because we need to replace the sign up screen with an home page. So now we need to simply push the user to a material page root, and here we need to pass a context, and we need to push the user to the bottom name so that we can also show the navigation bar to move to the various pages that we have added in the app. So here it is done. Now let's move to the Firestore database, because here are the details that we have uploaded to the Firestore database. Now let's refresh this page, and here you will see the collection name, which will be the users that we have already added. So here you will see a users collection. This is a doc ID, and here you can see that I have used this email to just now to authenticate with the help of Google, and this is my unique ID, and this is the image that I have uploaded in the Google, and here it simply shows my name. So this is how we can simply upload the data to the Firestore database, and now I can use this information to simply track the users, like how and which event they have booked. Yeah. Now let's move to the home page, but before that, as I've told you, on this app we are going to also add an admin panel so that the admin can simply add a different events on the app. So here let's move to the leaf folder, and we'll simply create a new folder name which will be simply admin. Now inside the admin folder there will be a first page where you can say a first page, because the first page will be simply a login page, or you can say home admin page. But before creating this two page, let's create a page so that they simply upload event for that. So here I will write upload event dot. Now we'll simply use our import, and we'll simply write material dot, and we'll write a stateful widget which will be simply our page name, which will be upload event, something like this. Now once it is done, we need to simply write a scaffold. Now in the scaffold we'll write a body, a container, a child, and a column, and a children, something like this. Now here on this page I can do one thing. We need to simply use a row widget, and here I need to use a text widget. Now in this text widget I will write a main headline of this page, which is upload event. We can pass a style by using a text style. So we'll write text style. Now the color will be simply colors dot black, and a font size we can keep up to 30.0, and font width will be simply bold, something like this. Now once we have wrote this our main headline, so let me show you what all text, or you can say a code, we write on this upload event page. So we'll simply call it from here, and here you can see upload event text. You can't see because it simply hide behind this mobile screen. So we need to simply pass a margin. So we'll pass a margin as in set dot only from the top. Let's keep it up to 40, and here we need to also use show a back arrow icon, so that when the user will tap to that icon, they can simply move back to the our where a home admin page. So we need to simply use a icon, and we'll write icons dot arrow, and here I need to simply use arrow back iOS new outline, something like this, and here you can see a back arrow icon. Now I can simply pass a margin from the left, which will be 20.0. Now simply wrap up with a gesture detector, and we can directly move back to the home page. So for that I need to simply pop out from this page. So we'll write navigator dot pop context, something like this. Now once it is done, we can simply pass a space between this arrow and the text. So we'll use a size box with which will be media query dot of context dot size dot width, and we'll simply use divide by, like let's keep it up to 2.0, something like this. No, 2.0 is too much. Let's keep it up to 4, or let's keep it up to 5. Yeah, 5 is okay I guess, or 5.5. Yeah, so I'm using a media query. As you know that if you have followed my old series, then a media query is something that make your apps highly responsive. Rather than passing a fixed bit to the size box, I will suggest you to use a media query so that you can test a app on the multiple devices and can make your app highly responsive. So here it is done, and here you can see upload event text. Now in the event, or you can say in the home page of our event type, you can see that for the event we need a pic, or you can see picture of an event. So we can simply allow the user to upload the picture of an event. So we need a container, and here in the container we can simply use a child. Now in the child I will use, not sorry, image, I need to use an icon. So we'll write icon, and we'll write icons dot camera, and we'll write or alt outline. So this is the camera icon. Now we can pass a height and width to this container. Let's keep it up to 90, and we'll pass a width up to 90, something like this. You can't see a container because we need to pass a border to this container. So we'll use a decoration, box decoration border, and we'll simply pass border dot all. Now you can see the container, but let's increase the size of a container up to 150. Yeah, so we can simply use a size box like up to height. Let's keep it up to 20.0, and now we can pass a color. So color will be simply colors dot black 45. Now we can pass a width, and we'll write a width with 2.0, and here we need to pass a border radius. So here to pass a border radius, I will simply write a border radius, and here I need to write the border radius circular, and we'll pass a circular up to 20. And here you can see the container, where when I'll tap to this camera icon, I can simply navigate to our gallery of our phone device, and we can simply upload the image. So this is where we can upload the image, but we need to also show our event name. So to show that event name, we need like a text field, so that the user can simply enter a text on the text field. So for that, first I need to create a headline for our this page. So here I will simply copy the text and will paste it here. Now I am thinking that let's change the color for this text. Also the font size is too much for this page accordingly. So yeah, we'll move to the home page, and we need to copy the purple color that I have passed. So this is the color that I'm going to use, and we'll simply paste it something over here. Where? Over here, something like this, and we'll simply paste it over here. Now you can see upload event text. Now we need to show our you can say like enter event name, something like this. Now once we have wrote this, let's decrease our font size first, and we can use a cross to bring the text something over here. So we'll write a cross, and we'll write a cross axis alignment dot start, something like this. And here we need to center this first, where the user can upload the image. So where it is, yeah, here it is. We need to simply wrap up with a center widget. Now we need to use a size box. So we'll use the size box height, and we'll pass up to 20.0. So here you can see enter event name. Now we need to simply show the text field. Now to show the text field, or let's do one thing, rather than bold, we can pass W500, and we can use a different like shade of an black color. I think so it's too low. Let's keep it black only. Yeah, it's okay I guess, and you can increase up to 22. if it's okay for you, and let's keep it up to 30. Enter event name, or just write an event name. I think so it's okay. Yeah. Now once it is done, we need to use a text field. Now to create a text field, I will simply write a container, will pass a padding, edge inset dot, will use dot symmetric, will use a horizontal 20.0, will pass a width media query dot of context dot size dot width to use a width of an screen. Now in the decoration, I will use a box decoration. Now in the color, I'm going to use a customized color code. Customize color code. So we'll write color 0xff, and it will be ECF8. So this is the customized color code, and we need to simply pass a border radius. So we'll write border radius dot circular, and let pass it up to 10. Now here it is done. We need to simply pass a text field. So we'll write child. We need to use a text field. So we'll write text field, and in the text field, I need to simply pass a decoration. So we'll write a decoration, decoration, which will be a box decoration, and not a box decoration, sorry, it is not a container. So we need to use our input decoration, and here when you see this is a text field. Now we need to also pass a space from the right position. So we'll pass a right 20.0, and let's pass a size box. So we'll copy this and we'll simply paste it over here, pass 10. Now here you can see this line, but if you have followed my old series, I'm telling this again and again because I have already made 12 to 13 apps before on this channel, and I think so this is a 14th series on this channel. So there are lots of apps that we have already made on this channel. You can simply follow the link in from the description box or in the comment box, and you can find all the apps playlist and can simply add all the apps in your resume that you are looking for. Now to remove this line, we can simply write border input border dot none, and we'll simply remove this line from here, something like this. Now once it is done, we need to use a hint text so that I can show the text to be entered on this text field. So we'll simply write enter event name, something like this. So here you can see the text and a text field. Now I can simply enter an event name like Honey Sing show, Honey Sing concert, like this. So you can simply write a event name over here. So if you don't know Honey Sing, then you can simply search it. He's one of the best singer from India. So you can search it if you don't know who is Honey Sing. Now let's move, and here I need to simply do one thing. Once the event name is done, I want to simply add a event price, like a per ticket price. So to handle that, I need to simply copy this text and the container or text field again, and will simply paste it over here. Now also copy the size box so that I can provide a space, something like this. Yeah, let's keep it up to 30.0, and we'll simply write ticket price over here, something like this, ticket price. Yeah. Now we'll write enter price over here, where the user can, not user, an admin can enter a price. Now once it is done, you know that in the home page we have added a, let's move to the home page, what I'm talking about. Like once we move to the home page, you can see that we have added a different categories, which is a music, clothing, festival, food. So this is a category of an events that we want to show in this app. Now to handle this, we need to simply add a category in the upload event page, because like for an example, if the, let's move to the upload event page first. So we'll navigate to upload event page, something like this. Yeah, now here, as I've told you, that we need to show the category over here, because once the admin upload event, they can simply select a category. Like if this is a fashion show event or a music event or anything, then we can simply show that event in our user side of the app. Now to show that event, we need to use like a drop down button. So the drop down button will simply help like to select multiple categories from one by using a list. Yeah. So here I need to simply write a string, and we need to write a event category, and we'll create a list. Now here, once it is done, I will simply add all the event not in a string, sorry. Here I need to use a list. We'll write final and we'll write a list, and as on the list we are going to upload a string, so we'll create a list of string. And here the first one was like and music, so we'll write music. I think so there was an event for food and a clothing. Just separate the string, otherwise it will show a simple one string there, and a clothing. And what was a last one? I don't remind, let me check. Clothing, festival, last one was festival, so we'll simply write a festival over here, festival. So these are the 4 categories that I want to show in the admin panel. But if you want to add some more categories, you can simply add some more categories, strings, in this list name event category. Now we need to store a value of this selected string from this list, so I will create a string name value, where we are going to simply store a list of, not a list of, a string from the list event category. Now let's create a drop down button. So now we are going to create a container, exact container with the same color, and here I need to simply write a drop down button that I want to show. So here I will remove the text field and will write drop down button, and in the drop down we need to simply pass an items. Now in the items I need to simply do one thing. What I'm going to do? First I'm going to write a list, so write event dot category dot map, and here I'm going to show the item, so we'll write item, and in the item I want to use a drop down menu item, something like this. Now in the child I'm going to use a text widget, and here I'm going to show the item, something like this. So I'm going to show the item, so I'll write item, and we need to keep an update of an value, so we'll write a value item. Now I'm trying to do in the fast process for this drop down button, because I have used many times before. But if you have any questions regarding this, you can simply DM me on my Instagram ID, or you can simply write a questions in your comment box. It is simply open for you, and you can simply ask a questions if you have. Now we'll pass a font size 80.0, and the color will be simply colors.black, something like this. So once we have wrote all this, now here in the drop down button there is a string, so I'm going to show the string over here, and the items we have already shown, and it will be in the form of list. So we'll do one thing, we'll write dot to list, something like this, and in the on change I'm going to write a value, so which will be a value, I think so it is correct, a value, and in the value we'll use a set state, so that we can update a value once the user select from a drop down button, and we'll write this dot value is equals to value, something like this. By this we can simply update the case. Once it is done, we can pass a drop down color. Sorry, I think so there is something missing here. Drop down color, and the color will be simply colors dot white, a hint text where we are going to tell select category. You can't write like this, we need to use a text widget like select category category, select category. Yeah, now the icon size, we can also pass icon size up to 36, and the icon which will be simply a drop down icon. So we'll write icon, and we'll write icons dot drop down, something like this, and we need to simply pass a color which will be colors dot black. I think so we have wrote a complete code for our drop down thing, but the main command, that if you miss, the value of this drop down button will be completely zero, because if you don't update a value you can't get a result. So this is one of the most important line for this complete code that we have wrote over here, because if you miss this line you can't see an update of an selected category on the screen. So here it is done. Now let's move to the main.dart and let me show what all thing we have executed. So here it is. Now let's do one thing, what that will be. Let me show you. So here you can see that there is a line. Now to remove this line, you need to simply wrap up a drop down button with a widget name drop down button hide underline, and it will simply remove that underline from there. Now here I can also pass a text, and so text widget. So we'll copy this text widget, we'll simply paste it over here, and we'll write a select category, and we can use a size box, sorry, not size of, we'll use a size box of height 30.0, something like this, and 20.0, it's okay. We'll copy this, we'll paste it over here, something like this. Let's keep it up to 10. Now here when I tap to this drop down icon, you can see that it simply shows me a list of all the what a category, a event category, and now I can simply select one event category like music, and it will simply show over here. It will act same for other strings too. So this is a music event, so I'm selecting a music. So here it is done. Now we need to add some detail about an event, like if user are booking a ticket, then what they will see, because that's an important thing. Without that you can't get customers in your event. So we'll simply paste it over here, and we'll write event detail. Yeah, now the event detail will not in one line, because the customer wants to know a really good things about the event they're going to participate. So for that I need to increase a max line, and will pass a max line up to 6, something like this. Enter what will be on that event, something like this. Yeah, so once the user fill all this thing, I'm telling user and again, then keep on mind I'm talking about admin. So once the admin fill all this thing, we need to simply upload the data to the Firestore database. Now to handle that we need a button. Yeah, without a button we can't do that. So here I will simply create a container, will pass a width up to 200. Now we need to use a text widget. Now a child, and will simply paste, sorry I'm writing like this. Yeah, remove this text from the text widget, and will simply write upload, or yeah, you can write upload. And here we need to write a decoration and a box decoration. Now I'm going to pass the color to this container, so which will be this color for the text that we have passed. We'll paste it something over here, something like this. Now let's change the color to white, and let's do bold. I want bold. Yeah, now we need to simply center it by using a center widget. We can use the height up to like 30. 30 will be less, 50. Now we can use a border radius. So we'll write a border radius dot circular, and let's keep up to 10. Now we can center this by using a center widget, and we'll pass a size box height 20.0. Yeah, so here it is done, and we have created a upload event page from where the admin can simply add an event, and that event will be directly shown in the user side of the app. Yeah, now let's move to the upload event page for now. So here let's move, and we'll simply write upload event, and we'll directly move to this page. Now here, as you can see that when the user will tap to this camera icon, they can simply pick the image. Now to pick the image and to upload the image to the Firebase storage, we need a Firebase storage package and an image picker package. So let's move to the perf dev first. So in the perf dev, the first package in this part I'm going to add is a image picker. So we'll simply write image picker, and we'll move to the installing, and we'll copy this package, and we'll simply paste something over here in the perspec.ml file. Now let's remove this version, and the second package will be a Firebase storage. Firebase storage, and this package here again. Move to the installing, copy this again, and we'll simply paste it something over here. Yeah, now we need also one more package, a random string, so that we can give a unique string to the each image that we are going to upload in the Firebase storage. So we'll need to also copy this package, and we need to simply paste it something over here, something like this. And let's run all these packages in our perspec.yaml file. Now here, once it is done, let's move to the upload event page, and here I will write final, and we'll write image picker. Now we need to write a picker equals to image picker, something like this, and we need to write this function so that I can simply pick the image. Now we need to write a future get image, and here we need to simply write a get image function. So this get image function will be called when the user will going to tap on this camera icon, and they can simply pick the image. Now here I need to pass a sync, and we need to write var, and we need to write a variable name which is image is equals to await, and we'll write picker dot pick image, and the source will be image source dot gallery. You can also use a camera if you want that the user can simply click a picture, but this is an event app, so the image will be directly uploaded from a gallery. Now once it is done, we need to create one file which will be a selected image, because the image that we are getting from an gallery will be in the form of the file. So here I'm going to create one file name which is selected image, and like this, yeah. Now we need to assign that picked image, or you can see store that picked image file in our selected image. So we'll use a selected image is equals to file, and we'll write image dot path, and we'll get a path of an image, something like this. Once it is done, we'll use a set state so that we can simply update that image that we have stored here. Yeah, so once we have picked the image, we can show that picked image over here. So to handle that case, I will do one thing. We will move something over here. We need to wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the onTap method I will simply write a function name which will be get image. So once we have picked the image, and if the selected image is not equals to null, then I'm going to show that image. So our image is in the form of the file, so I will use image.file, not network, not asset, because asset is something when we store the image in our asset folder, and network when it is in the form of the HTTP link, but it is in the form of the file. That's why I'm using image.file, and now I'm going to use selected image. Yeah, and here I need to simply pass the height. We'll pass the same height that we have passed for the container, something like this. So here it is done. Now once we have picked an image, we'll simply show it over here. So let me show that. So when I'll tap to this camera icon, it will simply tell that missing plugin exception, because we have just added one, like a new package in the perspecaml file. And as I've told you before, if you want to run the app while adding a new package, simply do not use a hot restart, because it will simply show that this same error. Simply close your VS Code and the emulator you are using and rerun this project again. So there is some more thing for the image picker. Let's move to the pub dev first, so that I can show you what all cases comes when you are adding this image picker package. So for an Android, you don't need to do anything extra, but for the iOS, you need to simply add this three, you can say, command in the info.plist file, so that you can give an access to an Apple device to simply handle the gallery for this app. Like, this app also needs some permissions to simply open your phone gallery and pick the image from there. But for the Android, you don't need to add this all these things. It's simply you can run image picker there. Yeah, so this is a three commands that we need to simply add in our iOS runner info.plist file to simply access a gallery to upload the image to the Apple app. So once it is done, we need to simply rerun the app again. But as I am just writing a code for now, and I will show you later like how to simply use image picker. So let me write all the code, then I'm going to rerun the app again from the starting. So once it is done, we need to simply handle a text like the user enter on this text field. Now to handle the text, you already know that we need to use a text editing controller, and we'll write name controller is equals to new text editing controller. To handle the text, now we need to simply use two more for the price and the detail. So I will write price controller, and a third one will be simply a detail controller. So these are the three things that we need to add. So once it is done, I need to simply move to the event name, and here in the controller I need to simply write name controller to handle event name. We need to do also for the price, which will be controller price controller, and the last one will be a detail. So we'll write controller a detail controller, something like this. So these are the three things that we need to add over here. So let's move to the upload thing, and here we need to simply wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the onTap method, here first we need to do one thing, like once we have selected the image over here, we need to upload that image to the Firebase storage, where we can store that image and we can use it. But if you know that the Firebase storage is not free, because according to the new rules of Firebase, you need to simply add a like Blaze plan to add a Firebase storage in your Firebase app. So this is a new thing, or you can say like it was free from last 4 to 5 years, but Google is also looking to earn lots of money from the Firebase. So they think that why we give them in free, let's add some packages or subscriptions for the Firebase storage. Don't worry, only my courses are free in this world. So you can see that my courses are free. You don't need to pay anything extra to watch my courses. Now here it is done, and let's move to the Firebase storage and let me show you. So here you can see when we move to the storage, you need to simply upgrade the project to the Blaze plan as I've told you. But like for an example, if you are making a app just for a resume or anything, you can simply add some link to show the image, or you can use like one image for all the, or two three image for all the events. Like if you don't want this app to be professionally used by someone or anyone, but if you are looking to add a storage by using a Blaze plan, then I will show you how to upload the image to the Firebase storage. Now here on the on tap function, I mean for the upload button, when the user will press this, we need to upload all this detail to the Firestore database. Now for that, first I need to use a string add id, where I can keep a random like alphanumeric character, where we can simply pass like each unique ID for the image as well as the data we upload to the Firestore database. Now to upload the data to the Firebase storage, the image to the Firebase storage, here I am writing a code. So I'll write reference, and here we'll write Firebase storage ref is equals to Firebase storage dot instance, and here we'll write dot ref dot child and blog images. Now the reason for writing a blog images is because the blog images will be a folder that will be created in the Firebase storage, and where you can simply upload one image after the another in the blog images folder. I will show you how it can simply create a folder. Now here I'm going to simply write a child and the add id, which will be a unique id for the each image. Now we'll write a final and we'll write upload task. Yeah, now we are going to write a task is equals to Firebase storage ref dot put file, and put file will simply upload the, because as you know that our image is in the form of the file, so that's why I'm using a put file and selected image where we are stored the file path. Now var download URL. Now one more thing I want to tell you that, so if you want to know more about a Dart coding, you can simply follow the Python series. Now you will say that what's a relation between a Dart programming and a Python language, but in most of the coding language, the list, the arrays, the strings, you can say integers, are almost same. So you will get to know a lots of things regarding the data types, variables, and if condition, because you will think that why I have wrote this var over here. So var is like act as a dynamic character where you can simply store anything like an integer string or like anything. It's act as a dynamic string, a dynamic character. Now if you want to know more about different data types, you can simply follow the Python series. Yeah, now once we have done all this, so now let's move with a code and we'll write await. So for that we need to write an async await, and here I will write await task and we'll write dot ref dot get download URL, and here I'm going to get the URL for the image that we have uploaded in the Firebase storage. So once we have get this download URL, I will create a map and will write a string and a dynamic, and we'll write like upload event, which will be the map name. And here first I'm going to show the image, and this image will be a event image that we have uploaded over here. So to handle that, I will write download URL. But if you don't want to use a Firebase storage, you can simply leave it blank and you can use the image from the asset file. So in both the case you can use, but if you want to use it professionally, then you can use a download URL, and make it sure that you can simply comment all this thing so that you can run this code and can upload the data to the Firestore database without any Blaze plan or anything. Yeah, so here it is done. Now we need to write a name and name controller.text to handle all the text that the user enter on this name text field. And for the price, we need to write price controller.text. Like after the price, we need to simply show the category, like the user going to select a category of the event they are going to upload. So here I'm going to write a category. Now the category value have been stored in the values string that we have wrote, sorry, not values, a value string. And now once a category is done, there will be event detail. So here I will simply write detail string, and here I'm going to write detail controller.text. Yeah, so this is the some data that we are simply going to upload in the Firestore database. Now there is one more thing. To upload the data to the Firestore database, we need to simply move to the database.dart file, and here I need to simply create a function so that I can upload a data. So here I will write a function name which will be add event. Just write add event, and here the collection name will be simply event, and here the doc id and the user info map where we are going to show the map. So once it is done, here let's move to the our where upload event.dart page, and here I need to simply write await database methods dot add event, and here we need to write a map name which is simply upload event, and in the id we need to simply pass a unique id. So the unique id we are going to provide to each events that we are simply going to upload. So here I will use a random alphanumeric 10. Yeah, and here we need to pass an id, and once the data has been uploaded to the Firestore database, we need to simply show the toast message that the data has been uploaded successfully, so that the user can simply know that, sorry, I'm telling user, then keep in mind that it is admin. So the admin can simply know that the data that they are trying to upload through this upload event page has been uploaded to the Firestore database. So to get a scaffold messenger, we'll simply move to the auth.dart, and here we have wrote a scaffold messenger. So I'll simply copy and will paste it over here. So once the data has been uploaded successfully, we'll simply show the toast message like event has been uploaded successfully. So we'll write event uploaded successfully, something like this. Yeah, so the event has been uploaded successfully. Now once the data has been uploaded to the Firestore database, we need to simply clear all this text that the enter on this text field. I'm saying this because, for an example, if the admin wants to upload the event like one after the another, so once we upload first event, we can simply clear this out so that the admin can like easily can upload a second event. They don't need to simply like rub all the data that he have entered on this text field. I'm doing this because it will simply make the app more like user friendly, and the user can simply enjoy while using this upload event booking app. Now here, once the data has been uploaded successfully, we'll simply, as I've told you, we'll use a set state, and we'll tell that our event name. So we'll write name controller.text to space, and we'll make it blank. We'll also make a price to blank. So we'll write price controller.text to space, and I think so we need also a event detail. So we'll write a detail controller.text should also be space, something like this. So here it is done. Now after this, let's test the case, but for now I have didn't upgraded my Firebase to a Blaze plan, as you already know that, because I'm just testing the app for the users, for the viewers or users who didn't want to simply upgrade a Firebase plan. So you can do one thing, you can simply use a command tag over here and can simply use this and just make the image to space. So once you buy the plan, you can use this command, because this command is simply upload the data to the Firebase storage. But if you haven't upgraded the plan, then it will simply throw the error and simply make it space while showing the image. So once it is done, we'll simply do one thing here. First, I'm going to write an event name. So let me first show you how the pick image will work. So when I'll tap to this camera icon, it will simply pick the image from a phone gallery, something like this. But as you can see that the dimension of the image has been changed because we need to add some of the commands over here. So what will be the command? Let me show you. It will be a fit box fit.cover or one thing, something like this. And we need to also provide a clip react because we need a border radius. So we'll wrap up with a widget and we'll simply pass a clip react and we'll write border, and the border radius will be something like 10. We can pass up to 10 and we can center this by using a center widget. So we simply wrap up with a center widget. So here it is. Now I will write a event name. So let's write an event link like Honey Sing Concert. Honey Sing Concert. Yeah. And the ticket price, let's keep like 50. And the category will be music. And the event detail, you can write a random thing. I am writing just like Honey Sing show. Honey Sing. Why it's coming on Hindi? Honey Sing show. Yeah. So Honey Sing show. Yeah. Just a 3 words. But if you want, as I've told you, you can add lots of data on this text field. Now I'll tap to this upload button and you will see that the data, but there is some error. Let me see what the error is. I think so. We need to rerun the app again because as I've told you that when you are adding any of the packages in the prospect.ml file, then you need to simply rerun the app again because that package usually don't get enough data to the Flutter app. So rerun the app again. So don't use hot restart or hot reload over here. You need to simply like shut down all the not shut down your computer system. You need to simply like close a VS Code and emulator everything and rerun the complete app again. So let me do that and let me show you how we'll simply upload the data to the cloud Firestore. Yeah, so I have added all the data and rerun our VS Code and the emulator app again. And here I have filled all the data in the upload event page. Now I'll tap to this upload button and here you can see that our event has been uploaded successfully. So let's check that and we'll move to the cloud Firestore and we'll simply reload this page. And once I reload this page, you will see the collection name events and this is a unique ID. The category that I've set is music. Detail, you can see Honey Sing show. Name is Honey Sing concert and the price you can see 50. And the image is space because we have passed a space over there. Yeah. And as you can see that once the data has been uploaded successfully, the details over here is simply space or you can say blank so that the admin can now upload a second event over here. So we can do one thing to show the image also like a space or you can say blank, not a space, a blank. You can use a selected image is equals to null and the image will also remove it from here like an old image and the admin can upload a new data. So here the upload event thing is done. Now the data we have uploaded to the Firestore database like an events, we can simply show them in the home page. So let's move and let me call the bottom name here so that I can show you how to handle that case. Now we'll simply hot restart the app. So here in the upcoming events, I'm going to show all the events that we have stored over here. But you can see that it has wrote upcoming events. But in the event, there will be a case like when the admin has uploaded the event like for tomorrow, but the user are checking the app like for day after tomorrow, then we don't need to show the past event over here in the home page. Now to not show the past events over here, we need to simply manage the data while keep on checking the date like at which date this event is going to held. Now the main thing I think so I have missed over here, which is showing a date and the time. So we need to also show the date and the time, at which day and the time the event going to held. So to do that, I need to simply move to the upload event page again. Now to show the date and time over here, I need to do one thing, like let's move to the upload event.dart page and let me add some of the data to simply set a date and time over here. So here you can see that I have added a date and the time. Now here I have added a date and time. Now the admin can simply select a date while tapping to this calendar icon and the alarm icon. But before that, let me show you what all code I have added here in the upload event page. So here you can see that I have wrote this code, basically a pick date function, and this pick date function will simply open the calendar and you can simply pick the date and can set a date at which date that event going to head. Now we have done same for the pick time, and here to change a peak time on this format like 6-8 p.m. we have passed a function name which is format time of day. So these are the code that we have wrote just for the pick date and time, and here when we'll go down and just below the select category I have added this row, and in this row you can see that I have added a calendar month, a date format where we are going to show the date and here the time. Now when I tap to this calendar icon, you can see that there no execution is happening because here we need to simply wrap up the icon with a gesture detector, and in the gesture detector in the on tap method I will simply do one thing. I will write a function name which will be simply pick date, and we'll do same for the time, and here we'll wrap up with a widget gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will simply write which will be pick time. Yeah, so we have passed these two function in these two icons. Now when I'll tap to this calendar icon, it will simply open the calendar that I've told you. Now when I'll select a date, like for an example 13th, and will click on OK, it will simply show the 13th date over here. Now we'll do same for the time, and here you can see that we can simply select first an hour, then a minute, and a AM and the PM. So this is a choice you can simply get to select a date and the time. Now once the admin has been selected this date and time, we need to upload the data to the Firestore database. So here I will do one thing. Here for the date I will write date, and to get a date I need to simply copy this format and will simply paste it something over here. And for the time we'll do for the time, yeah, for the time. Now the time will be on this format, so we'll copy this and we'll simply paste it something over here. So this is how we can upload a date and the time. Now let's remove this collection from here so that I can upload a updated event collection, or you can say a documents over here. So let's add the event name and the price and the category. So date and time I have already been selected. Now I have wrote random event detail. Now I'll click to this upload button and you can see that event has been uploaded successfully. Now we'll simply refresh this page, which is of Firebase, and here you can now see a event collection with a date and the time. So here now the document, and here you can see the date and the time. Now we can simply track like if this is the upcoming event or the past event. So date and time is a most important thing for that. Now let's move with a bottom name, and here let's show all the events that we have uploaded in the Firebase. So let's move to the home.dart page, and here I will simply create one function which will be like all events, and will write widget first over here, and as I've told you the function name which will be all events, and here we need to simply get a return which will be a stream builder. So basically a stream builder is something that help us to get all the documents from the respective collection. If you have followed my old series, then you already know that we have used a stream builder, I think so, lots and lots of time before. So here we need to simply create a stream which will be our event stream. Yeah, now here we have created the event stream, and here we need to simply return a stream builder, and in the stream builder we'll pass a context and the async snapshot. Now you will think that what is snapshot? So snapshot is something that will simply help us to read the each document that will be present in the collection name event. Yeah, so here I will simply write snapshot, something like this. Now we'll simply return a snapshot.data. So we'll write snapshot.data, sorry, not data. We need to simply first check that if the respective collection, like we are calling an event stream, sorry, not a stream, event collection over here. So snapshot.data will check that if the event collection has any documents in this or not. So if their document will be present, then we are going to show the data by using a list view dot builder. And if there will be not any data present, then we'll simply do one thing. We'll simply show the container suggesting that no data available to show in the any collection we have passed. So here you need to also pass a stream that we have just wrote above, which will be simply a event stream. Yeah. Now after this, in the item builder, I need to simply pass a context. So we'll pass a context and an index. Now the index will read each field that will be in the respective document. So this is a collection, this is a document ID, and this is a first document, like a complete document, and here the category, date, detail, these are the fields. So I think so you get to know the difference between the collection, document and the field. Now here we need to write a document snapshot. So we'll write document snapshot ds is equals to snapshot dot data dot docs, and here we'll write index, and this ds will help us to read each field details, and we can get the data from the each field. Now after this, we need to also pass an item count so that we can keep a count, like how much documents present in the event collection. Like if there will be a 10 documents or 5 or 3, it's up to like how much documents you upload in the event collection. Now we'll write a snapshot dot data dot docs dot length. Yeah, something like this. So once we have done all this thing, we need to simply pass a padding. It's not necessary to pass a padding, but I choose to pass a padding because I don't need any unknowing space from the padding like a list view builder. So that's why I keep the padding up to 0. Yeah, and we need to also pass a sync and wrap, which will be true. Yeah, so here it is done, I guess. Yeah, now we need to simply return it. So we'll pass return, and here we need to show this details that we have make just for the UI, but now we are going to connect a backend. So I think so this was the container. So we'll copy this complete container from here. Yeah, I think so I'm making a mistake. We need to copy this complete container and the row together. I'm thinking that why the container is not showing over here. Yeah, now we'll simply paste it over here, something like this. But the error we are getting because we need to simply wrap up with a column widget, and here just put this all the things inside a column widget to get a correct result. Yeah, it's done. Yeah, now to get our data here, the will leave this image as it is, because as I've told you that our image is null, because if you are using this app just for your resume, then you don't need to upgrade a plan. It's up to you. I'm not forcing you, but it's up to you if you want to upgrade the Firebase to a Blaze plan, and if you want to show the image over here. But if not, you can simply leave this part as it is, and it will simply get the image from the asset folder. There will be no problem to show that like this. And here we need to show the like and time. To show the time, here we need to write ds, and we'll simply write a time, sorry, a date, not a time. Yeah, so here we can show the date. Now our event name, which will be ds, and here we have stored the event name. So where is name? Yeah, here is name. So we'll write ds and name. So when you are writing the field name, make sure that you write exact field name. Don't like give extra space, or like if you can see the name, the first letter is capital, then show exact capital letter over here. If you think that I will write small over here and I get the result, so no, it will simply throw the error. Now we'll need to show the price, so we'll write plus ds and we'll show the price and a location. So I think so we have missed one more thing, which is a location over here. So the location is also a main part. So let's move to the upload event or dart page. So this is an app that I'm coding with you all. So that's why we are keep on adding the data to the upload event page, because these are the data that we need to show over here in the upload event in our event booking app. So we need to also show the location. So what I'm going to do over here, so let's move and we'll copy this text field and we'll paste it over here. Sorry for that if you are thinking that you are going to change a lots of thing in the upload event page, but here how the app works, you don't know how the data and which data we are going to use in the future. So here we need to also show the location. So we'll simply write event location, and to track a location we'll also allow the admin to enter a location. And let's do one thing, price controller, we need one more text editing controller for the location. So we'll write location controller. Oh, we have already added a location controller, but we haven't added a text field. Wow, that's my mistake. And here we need to simply write a location controller. And when we have done all this thing, we need to simply move down, and here we need to add one more field, which will be a location, and we'll write location controller dot text, something like this. So we have added one more field which is a location. Yeah, so you can upload some more data from the upload event page to add some more events, and the location field will be simply shown over here. Now to handle this, I will simply add the location manually from here. So we'll write location and let's keep it Mumbai. So this is the way you can simply add the field manually also. Now once you have done all this thing, simply click on save all, and let's move to the home.dart again, and here we need to show the location, which will be ds location, something like this. Now here it is done, it is okay, I guess. Now to show the data, we need to simply get a data first, because we haven't passed any functions to get a data from the Firebase. So let's move to the database.dart file, and here I need to simply write a future, and in the future I will write a stream. As you know that I have explained why we are using a stream, and we'll write query snapshot, and we'll write get all events, something like this. And here we need to simply write return is equals to await, and we'll write Firebase firestore dot instance dot collection, and we'll pass the collection name, which will be simply events dot snapshot, and it will now give me all the documents that present on the events collection. Now let's pass this function over here in the home page. So here I need to simply write one function name on the load. So this on the load function will be called, so like for an example, if the user open the app, they directly move to the home page. Yeah, so for an example, if there is not their first time, because first they need to sign up, then they will move to the home page, but for the second time we'll directly move the user to the home page, because we can't tell the user to sign up again and again, right? Now once we move to the home page, this on the load function will be called, and it will simply get all the data from the event collection. So we'll write event stream equals to await. So for that we need to pass a sync, and we'll write await database methods. So we'll write database methods dot get all events, and we'll use a set state, and in the init state I will simply call on the load. Yeah, something like this. Now once we have called this function, let's pass all the events in our upcoming event part. So to do this, let's do one thing. Let's close this list view first, and we'll remove this. We have just made this for the UI. I think the purpose is over. So we'll write all events, something like this, and we'll simply hot restart the app again. And here there is an error, I guess, or it's okay. Yeah, so the mistake that I've made. So here you can see that the mistake I was talking about. Here you can see the events collection name. It doesn't match with event data. So that's why I'm not getting any data where I'm thinking that why I'm not getting any data, because I have passed everything correct. But here just because of S we can't get a data. So this is a small thing, but we need to look how to handle this. Yeah. So here you can see the date, but the date is showing on this format. But if you want to show the date on that format, you can also show that. So to do that, I need to simply parse the data first, like our data. So our date is in the form of the string. So we need to simply first change to the like a time format, then we are going to like can simply use that data. Now one more thing I want to tell you, that like if you are adding a date and time, like we have already added in the upload event page, do not forget to pass this package over here like intl. So this is an important package. If you are using a date and the time like we have already used, then do not forget to use this package, otherwise you will get an error. So this is the main thing. Yeah, now let's do one thing. Let's parse out the data first. So I will simply paste this code over here, and we'll call this format, and here I will simply first get this date on here. So we'll write ds, and we'll get the date, and we'll simply store in this input date string. Then we'll simply change the string to time, and now we can use this date. So to use this date, now I'll simply pass this over here, which will be a formatted date. So yeah, so here you can see that now we can simply use this, and here how it's look. And you can see our first document, which is Honey Sing concert price. The location is set to Mumbai, so it is Mumbai, and the date and the image that we have saved already in the asset folder. So you can see I have done some smart work, like without the using a storage, we can use the image from the asset folder, and we can also connect a Firebase. So let's Firebase add some more plans in their system, but we are going to do some smart work to do it in a free. Yeah, so after this you can add some more events over here, and the events will be directly shown like this. Now when I'll tap to this event, we'll directly move to the detail page. So yeah, so to execute that, I need to simply wrap up the column widget with a gesture detector, and in the onTap method I need to simply push the user. So we'll write navigator dot push, and we'll push the user to a material page route, not a material page route. We'll push the user to a detail page. So for that, we'll use a material page route, and we'll write detail page, something like this. Now when I'll tap to this, we directly move over here. So we need to simply pass some details over here. So first we need to pass an string image. Now I'm writing image is because if you want to get the data from the Firebase storage, you can simply pass the link of an image, and you need to simply change from asset to network, because the link, so image will be in the form of the link. So that's why you need to simply use image.network rather than an asset. So now once we have wrote an image, we also need to get a concert name. So we'll simply write a name over here, and after a name I need a location where this event going to held, and then the date, I think so, then a detail and a price. Yeah, so these are some details that we will simply need on this detail page. So let's call all this detail first over here. So we'll write detail page, and we'll write this dot date, this dot detail, this dot image, this dot location, this dot name, and this dot price. Now let's pass a required function in each case. So we'll pass a required function in each case, something like this and this. Yeah, so once we have done all this thing, now let's move to the home.dart page, because we need to also need to pass a detail to this detail page. So let's move to the main.dart file, and here we'll simply move to the bottom name, and we'll move to the home.dart page, and where we have wrote a column widget, we'll simply wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the gesture detector we'll simply pass onTap, and we'll use a navigator function so that we can simply push the user to the detail page. So we'll write navigator.push, we'll use material page route again. So we'll write material page route context, and here we need to simply write our detail page name. So we'll write detail page, we'll write ds, and here we need to write a field name. The field name should be exact that you have wrote in the Firebase. So make sure you didn't make any mistake that I have just done while writing a function. So here we'll write ds date. Yeah, now the ds detail. Yeah, so let me check the field name. So here it is a detail. Yeah, it is correct. Now we'll write ds image. So we are not passing any image for now, but if you want to connect a backend, like sorry, not a backend, a storage, you can pass an image. So we'll write ds image, which is this image, a location L is in capital, so we'll use that same name, which is an location, and the ds name. So we'll write ds name, sorry, not like this, like this, ds name, and we'll do same for the price. So here I will write price. So these are the details that we are simply passing to the detail page. Now I'll tap to this, and here you can't see the detail now because we haven't passed these details in our different widgets. So here I will simply pass widget dot, and we'll write name, which is our concert name, a date. So we'll write widget dot date, widget dot location. So we'll write widget dot location, and in the event we'll write widget dot event, detail, my bad, detail. Yeah. So here you can see that we have simply passed the concert name, the date, the location where the event going to held, and here you can see the event detail. I've just used like few words, a few letters on these words. It is not a complete sentence, but as you know, the event detail will be in like 4 to 5 lines, so it will cover all of these things. So let pass a price also. So here we'll move and we'll simply write widget dot price, something like this. So here it is, and we can simply show the price page. So as you can see that we have already moved to the detail page, and here you can see the number of tickets. So we'll first add a execution for this number of tickets. For an example, the user can simply keep on adding a tickets, like for how many people they want to book the ticket, so that they can simply increase and decrease the number of ticket from here. And we have also going to we are also going to add a Stripe payment gateway. Stripe payment gateway is because through the Stripe payment gateway we can simply add the Stripe in our book now button, and when the user will tap to this book now button, they will simply pay through the Stripe and can simply book this event. So these are the things. Now let's move to the detail page, and here let's add a execution as I've told you for this plus and minus button. Like they can simply choose a number of tickets. So for that, here I will simply use a int and will keep a default value which will be 1, because the minimum ticket they need to book is 1. So that's why I'm using int over here, and will write ticket is equals to 1, something like this. And here we'll show the value of an ticket. So we'll write ticket dot to string, because ticket is in the form of the integer, so that's why I'm changing to string. Now when will the user will tap to this plus button, then the execution for this number of ticket will going to head. So that's why I'm going to add a gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will simply write ticket is equals to ticket plus 1. Yeah. Now we'll use a set state, something like this. And for the minus, we'll write wrap with gesture detector. In on tap method, we'll write ticket is equals to ticket minus 1. So we'll decrease the value of a ticket by 1, something like this, and we'll use a set state. So this is a to execution that we need to do. So I think so hot reload is all automatically done. Now when I'll tap to this plus button, you will see that number changes from 1 to 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Now when I'll tap to this 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now if you think that when I'll tap to this minus button, then the value should be doesn't decrease from 1, because as I've told you that the minimum number of ticket that the user need to buy should be 1. So when I'll tap to this minus button, it will take to 0, minus 1, minus 2. So this is not a correct execution that we want to show over here. So to handle this case, I will do one thing. We'll simply pass the if case, and in the if case I will tell that the ticket value a ticket value should not be like less than 1. Yeah. And we'll simply use a bracket over here. Now let's test this case. So now I'll tap to this plus button. Now when I'll tap to this remove button, it's not working because the ticket value is 4. So 4 is not less than 1. So I think so not less than, it will be a greater than, my bad. So here now when I'll tap to this, will simply decrease the value up to 1. Now I'm tapping to this minus button. The execution will not go over 1, because it simply says that when the ticket value will be 1, then 1 is not greater than 1, then the execution will simply stop. So I can increase from 1, but I can't decrease the value from 1. So this is how we can simply show the number of tickets that the user need to buy. Let's move and we'll add a Stripe to this event booking app. So here we'll move to the perf dev and we'll simply search Flutter Stripe over here and we'll search Flutter Stripe. We'll simply tap to this Flutter Stripe and we'll move to the installing, and we need to copy this package and we need to simply paste it in the perspec.ml file. So here we need to simply paste this file and simply remove this version so that it will take the version automatically, and here it is done. Now after this, let's move to the detail page. Why I'm opening this page? Let's move to the detail page. So we'll simply write detail page over here, not write like this, we'll write bottom name, and now we'll redirect to this page. So once it is done, we'll move to the detail page. Where it is detail? Yeah, here is detail page. Now here I need to simply add a Flutter Stripe, but before adding a Flutter Stripe, we need to do some of the settings for the Android and iOS. So we'll move to the Flutter Stripe, like our package where we have picked this package from the perf dev, and we'll move to the readme section, and when you will go down, you will see that for the Android you need to add this much requirements, and for the iOS you don't need to do anything extra. You just need to add like a platform iOS 13. So you can simply do that from the pod file. So you can simply change it to 13. It is already 13, and if not, you can simply change it to 13. Now for the Android, there are lots of settings that we need to do to simply connect a Stripe in our app. So if you have followed my old series, like I have made 10 to 12 apps before on this channel, like an e-commerce app, or a barber booking app, or quiz app, news app, wallpaper app. So there are lots of apps that I've already built on this channel. So many times I've used this Flutter Stripe and in the Flutter app. So you know that how to do the settings if you have followed my old series, but if not, I will show you how to do that. So here you can see that it needs a API level 21. So don't need to do anything on this. Now the Kotlin version should also be 1.8.0. So don't need to do anything on this too. Same for the 3, don't do anything. Now let's move to the fourth point, and here we need to change our theme to a night theme. So to do that, we need to simply move to the Android folder. We'll move to the app, src, main, and Android manifest.xml file. And here we need to simply change the Android theme as it has told over here, because we need to change the theme. So let me change the theme and I will show you what you can simply write over here. Yeah, so this is the theme you can use over here. You can simply write as it is. I have wrote over here. So it is a light theme that we need to add to enable a Stripe, because a Stripe uses a light theme in their interface when they simply show their to add a card number and all. So you add this. Now let's move with a fifth point, and it simply says that we need to change to the Gradle version, like update to the Android Gradle build tool version. So don't need to do anything on this. Let's move to the sixth point, and here it's tell that we need to add a Flutter fragment activity instead of Flutter activity in main activity.kt. So let's move to the main activity.kt. So we'll move to the Kotlin, and here you see main activity.kt, and it simply says that instead of Flutter activity, just add this. So let's change this, and we need to simply change the thing over here, as you can see. Yeah, so this is how your code will look alike when you will do the changes. You can simply pause a video and can simply write a code, yeah, for this main activity.kt. Now let's move with a pro guard rules.pro. So this is also you don't need, so don't add this. We can simply skip this. Now rebuild the app as above. Change don't update with hot reload. So it simply says that don't use hot restart or hot reload over here. You need to simply close the app completely and then rerun the app to simply enable all the things that we have added for the Stripe. But before that, let's move to detailed page.dart here again, and here we need to add all the details for the Stripe execution. But As I've told you, I have added a Flutter stripe many times in my old series. So I won't write a complete code for the Flutter stripe because it will take lots of time and you don't need to remind that Flutter stripe code. You can simply copy and paste it, or if you are new to this channel, I will simply paste a link of the source code in the description box. You can simply copy it from there, or if you want to simply pause a video and write a code, you can also do that. So which best way you like to prefer, you can do that. Yeah, so here I've added some of the functions to simply execute a payment through the Stripe. So let me explain you what all things I've added. So here you can see that this is a make payment function that I've added. So this is a code for the make payment function. You can simply pause a video, or you can, as I've told you, can get it from the source code. Now once you have wrote this function, now let me explain what I'm going to do. So in the string amount, we are going to pass this amount, not exactly this amount, because we need to also show the amount according to the ticket number that the user increased from here. So that's why we need to simply show the total amount over here. So I haven't shown a total amount over here. I will show that, do not need to worry. So we'll simply pass the amount over here, and once we have shown the amount, we'll show the payment in the USD. But if you want to show in the different currency, for an example INR, you can also do that. You just need to add a different currency over here. So I'm just keeping it USD. Now once you have done all this thing, we have added one more package, which is a HTTP. So this HTTP package will simply help you to get a HTTP link, execute a HTTP link, because here we have added one HTTP link, as you can see here. So that's why we have added this as HTTP package over here, and this is also a payment intent. We have also written this over here. So this is how we can simply add a stripe. And one main thing I want to tell you, that in the services folder, you will see that we have added one more file, which is data.dart. In this data.dart, there will be a two key, which is a secret key and publish key. Now you will think that what is this two keys all about? So these are the two keys that we need to simply connect a stripe with our Flutter app. So this is a special key that you need to simply get it from the Stripe website. So let's move to the Stripe website first. So this is an interface of an Stripe, and you can see that Stripe has been used mainly by big tech giants like Amazon, OpenAI, Google, Shopify, etc. So you can use this Stripe, and you can simply create your account first. And once you create an account, you can simply move to the API part and can simply get a secret key and a publish key. I won't show the key over here, and I will recommend you to that if you are adding this key, do not share with anyone, because word itself says the secret key. So keep it secret, don't share with anyone. Now once you have done all this thing, now we can simply use a stripe. So let's move to the detail page, and here first I'm going to show the total amount. So for an example, if I'm increasing the ticket price, the amount is as it is. So we need to simply change the amount. So for that, I will do one thing, let's keep one integer, and here we'll keep a total is equals to 0, not 0. Yeah, keep it 0, and in the init state, we'll simply assign the value to total, which will be widget dot price, something like this. So it is in the form of int and it is in the form of string, so that's why it's showing the error. We need to simply change it to int. So we'll write int dot, and we'll simply parse it with a widget dot, and we'll write price, something like this. Now once you have done this thing, we can move to the code, and here where we are executing to simply increase a ticket price, we'll do one thing, we'll write total, and we'll keep on adding. For an example, if it is 2, then we'll write 34 plus 34, which will be the price of 2 ticket. I think so you are getting what I'm trying to explain. So here I will write total is equals to, and here we'll write total plus int dot parse, and we'll parse widget dot, and we'll write a price of a ticket. So this will simply increase my ticket price, and once I want to decrease a ticket price, we'll simply write a minus over here. So let's check this case. Now when I'll tap to this, so let's pass first the total over here. So we'll write total dot to string because it is in the form of integer. Now when I'll tap to this, you can see that it simply increases a ticket price up to how much the number of ticket had been shown over here. And now if I'll decrease, it will also decrease it. But as you can see that the one ticket price is not shown over here. This is because we need to simply hot restart the app here, and now it shows a first ticket price. Now when I'll increase, it keep on increasing. Now when I'll go to 1, so it also shows a one ticket price and it won't go down from 1. So this is how the execution will work. And let's move to the book now button, and here we'll simply wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will simply use a make payment function, and here I'm going to pass the amount that have been shown over here, so which will be a total, and here we'll write to string because the amount have been shown over here is in the form of string. So once you have done all this thing, and don't keep this thing empty, I have just keep it empty because I don't want to share the secret key and publish key. So you can fill this all this detail before executing the stripe. So here it is done. Now let's check a stripe how it is going to work. Yeah, but before that, once a payment is done, I want to show the booking details in the user side of the app and the ticket details in the admin panel. So to execute this, I need to do one thing. We need to write a map, and here we'll create a map string dynamic, and we'll write a map name which is like booking detail. Yeah. Now first I want to show the number of tickets that the user have purchased. So we'll write number of, let's keep it only number. I don't want to like write lots of string over here. So let's make it simple when you are writing a field name so that there will be a less error. So here I will simply write what I'm going to write. We're going to write a ticket. So here we'll write ticket dot, let's keep it to string. Yeah. Now we'll show the total here, and we'll write total dot to string. Now here comes a main thing which is showing a details of like a username who has booked this ticket, his image, the concert name. So here we can also pass a name of an concert. So we'll write concert, and we'll write, or you can simply write event also if you want. If you don't want to write a concert, you can write event, and here you need to pass event name which is widget dot name, and the location. So let's keep the location. So we'll write widget dot location, and then we need to show the date. So we'll write widget dot date, something like this. Let's keep it time also if you want. Widget, I think so we are not getting a time. Let's leave a time. Let's keep it only date, location, event name, total, and the number of tickets that user have purchased. So these are all the things that we need to do. Here comes one more main thing, which is getting the user details. But we haven't used a shared preference till now over here. So you will think that what is shared preference? So shared preference is something that will simply store your data locally in your Flutter app. So each time you don't need to get a data from the server. You can also save some of the data like username, his picture details, like his email ID, or anything like his unique ID. You can keep them locally so that you can simply use them by using a shared preference. You don't need to get each detail from the server. So these are the things that make your app really simple. So here we'll move to the service folder and we'll simply create a new file which is shared pref dot. Yeah, so on this file I'm going to paste the code. Now you will think that why I'm doing a copy paste thing, because if I will write all this thing manually over here, then it will take a lots of time to develop this app. And I think so this is a sixth part and it will go to like 12 to 13 parts, and I think so that will be a boring for the viewers to simply write this much code. So that's why I'm telling you that if you have followed my old series, then you can simply copy and paste the code. The code is almost same for the shared preference like a stripe and all. So you can simply paste the code for the shared preference. So this is the code I have pasted for the shared preference. Now to use the shared preference, we need to also add a package. So let's move to the perf dev, and here we'll simply search a shared preference. Yeah, and here we'll move to the installing. Now we'll copy this package and we'll move to the perspec YAML and we'll simply paste the file over here. It's not a file, a package, and we'll simply run this. Now we can use a shared preference. Yeah, so here it is done and all the errors are gone, and now we can use a shared preference. As I've told you, the shared preference will simply help us to like save a username, a email, a image, a id. So that's why these are the four strings have been created, and there have been created different functions for the to save username, email, and you can simply get that. So this is the simple code. You can simply know that why I have wrote all these things. Now let's move to the like signup.dart page, and not like or dart page, and here I'm going to save the data that we are getting. So we'll write await shared preference helper dot save user email, and here we'll simply write user details dot email, something like this. Yeah, now we need to do same for the name. So we'll write shared preference helper dot save user name, and we'll write user details dot display name, something like this. We'll do same for the image. So we'll write await shared preference helper dot save user image. We'll write user details dot image, so which is a photo URL, something like this. We don't need this over here. This, yeah. And the last one is a unique ID. I will show you how to simply use this, all the details, like once we have stored this locally. So we'll write user details dot UID, and if you are facing any problem related to the app or any questions, you can directly write in a comment box. I will try to give a quick reply. And if you want like to simply follow me on my Instagram ID and write a questions you are facing, like an errors you are facing, you can simply write DM me on my Instagram ID too. Yeah, now once you have done all this thing, you need to like sign up it again. I'm telling this because so that we can simply save the data once. So let's do one thing. Let's move to the sign up page and hot restart the app and file save all. Yeah, it's already saved. Now I will click to this sign in with Google button again and will sign it again with a same ID. Click on continue, and here I have signed up with Google. Yeah, that's the same error, which is unhandled exception platform. This is because, as I've told you, when you are adding the new package in the perspec.yaml file, simply don't use a hot restart. You need to simply close all the VS code and the emulator and just rerun the app again, because we have just now added a Flutter stripe. So that's why I'm facing this problem. So this is not a big problem. You need to simply code and rerun the app again. So let me do all this thing, and then I will sign up in the app and will simply store the data in the shared preference. I have successfully run the app, and now I will simply sign in with Google. So here I will simply tap to this button and will again sign in with this same account, and will click on continue button and will directly move to the app. So now you will see a register successfully text, and now I'll show you how I can simply get the data from the shared preference. So let's move to the detail page .dart, and here I will do one thing. First I will create a string, and here we'll create a string, and we need to get a username. So we'll get a username and his image. Yeah, so these are the two things, and we need a unique ID, because as I've told you that the unique ID we are providing to the each users, so that we can successfully track the users while uploading the data to their collection. So for an example, this is an one user and users collection, and this is a specific doc ID that have been given to my account. So this is how I can simply track a ID like which user have booked which event, and we can simply show that event on his account. So this is how the specific ID going to work. Yeah, so now let's move, and here I'm going to call all that thing. So we write on the load function, and here we'll simply get a data from the shared preference. So we'll write name await shared preference helper dot get username, and now we'll simply get the user image. So we'll write image await shared preference helper dot get user image, and we'll do same for the ID. So we'll write ID equals to await shared preference helper dot get user ID. Yeah, so these are the three things that we need, and we'll use a set state. Now as soon as the user come on this screen, I want this detail to simply pick from the shared preference. So you already know that we need to pass them on the init state. So I will simply write on the load. Now let's pass the detail over here. Where? Here. So here I will simply write a name, and let's keep it capital, and here we'll simply write a name, and now we need an image of an user. So we'll write image, and we'll get the image. So these are the some details that we need to simply upload for both user and the admin, because admin also need to check in their admin panel like which all users have booked their tickets, right? Because the admin should also know that like which user have booked for tickets for which event, otherwise there will be a scam. So yeah, so we need that the admin to also see that whose ticket they have in their admin panel. I hope so you are understanding what I'm trying to explain. I know that you are smart, you can understand what I'm trying to explain. Now let's move and let's upload the data. So here we'll move to the database.dart file, and here I will simply copy one function and will simply paste it over here, and we'll rename this function like add user booking. So this is for the user booking that we are going to show in the booking page, and we'll move to the users collection. So this is the user collection. We already get his ID, so we'll pass the ID. Now here I will pass one more collection, and we are going to show all the booking. So here I'm writing the collection name, which will be booking dot add. Yeah, something like this. Now let's pass this, but before that, as I've told you, admin will also check the tickets. So we need to also need one more functions. So we'll write add admin bookings, not like add admin tickets. Yeah, so here in the admin panel we are going to show the tickets. So I will simply just write a tickets collection over here, and we'll use dot set method, and I don't think so we need doc ID, so we'll remove this, and from here to, so when you're not providing any ID, then we need to use add rather than set. Yeah, so let's pass these two functions over where in the Stripe. So once the Stripe user pay through the Stripe, we can simply write like await database methods dot add user booking, and in the booking we'll simply pass the map name, which is booking detail, and his unique ID. Yeah, now once it is done, we need to also Yeah, something like this. I think so it's correct. That's correct. We'll write again await database. For that I need to write a sync over here. So we'll write await database methods dot, and we'll write add admin tickets, and we'll simply pass a booking detail, something like this dot. I think so rather than passing, then we'll simply show the toast message over here that the booking has been successful. I think so we don't need that, because once the payment is done, that have been automatically been successful. So I don't think we need to show a toast message. But if you want, you can add a scaffold messenger over here. No worries about that. Now let's move and test the code what all we have written over here. One more thing I want to tell you, that if you added a stripe, I think so you have added a stripe, then there will be one more function that we need to add over here, which will be like stripe dot publishable key is equals to published key. Yeah, it is right. So this, you can say a line we need to pass in the void main, so that we can simply give a publishable key or published key in the system that we have added in data.dart file. Yeah, so once we have done all this thing, now let's test the case. I think so I have passed make payment function over here. Yeah, we have passed. Now I'll simply tap to this, and we are getting an error as expected. Without an error we can't build any apps. Yeah, so it simply says that rerun the app again. So let's rerun the app again. I think so 90% of time you are keep on running the app again. This is a side effects of an app development. It's not very easy, but it's also very interesting. So yeah, so let's close all the thing and let's rerun the app again. I think so I'm doing this fourth or fifth time in this part. Yeah, so I have rerun the app again, I think so fifth or sixth time. Now let's test this, and we'll simply tap to this book now button, and here you can see that it simply shows the interface of an stripe. Now if you can see that it is on the test mode, because we are simply testing the app while do real payments over here. So I'm simply testing the app. That's why I provided the test keys. So here you can see the test mode, but if you want to simply switch to the live mode, you can simply do that from the Stripe website. So here to test the card, I will simply pass the test card number, which is 4242. You need to tap it 12 times, and we'll write this, and we'll simply click on pay button, and here it is done, and we have simply, our payment is successful, and it had simply shows that statement, and my data must be uploaded to the Firestore database. So let's check that. So now I'll simply refresh this Firebase page, and here in the users collection you will see the bookings. Yeah, now you're seeing the booking, and now you are seeing this ID, and this is the event detail, and this also show the how much payment I have done. Yeah, and I think so there will be one more collection. Yeah, so here you can see the tickets, and these tickets we are going to show in the admin panel. Now let's move to the our booking.dart, and here first I will write a scaffold body container child column and children, something like this. Now here in the booking page, first I'm going to show the headline of this page, which will be bookings. So here first I'm going to provide the background color to this screen, not to this screen. We'll copy this background color of home screen to the same in the booking page. So here we'll move to the scaffold, and we need to copy this color. So for that I need to simply copy this, and we'll simply paste it something over here. Where? Over here. Yeah, So this is the color that I want to provide. Now here as I've told you, we need to simply add a heading for this page which will be booking. So I will use a text widget and will simply write bookings, and here we'll use a style, a text style, a color which will be simply colors.black, font size, let's keep the font size up to 25.0, and font weight will be simply bold. So we'll write font weight dot bold. So here you can see the bookings text. Now if you want, you can simply do up to 20, and if you want to increase a size, you can do up to 30. So here it is. Now here I am going to show the curved container. I think so I have done same for the upload event page, so I will use the same thing over here. So for that, in the column widget, I need to do one thing, like first let's move to the upload event page, and here I think so we didn't provide anything over here, so I will provide it in the booking.dart page. Now here I will use a container, will pass the width which will be media query dot of context dot size dot width. So the media query is something that makes your app highly responsive. Yeah. Now here we'll pass a decoration, a box decoration, a border radius. As I've told you, we just need to provide a border radius from top left and top right. So that's why I'll use a border radius dot only, and we'll simply write top left, we'll write radius dot circular, let's keep it 30, and we'll do font same for the top right, which will be radius dot circular 30. Now let's pass the color to this. I've already written the decoration, sorry for that. Now here I need to simply pass the color, which will be what the color, and we'll simply pass colors dot white, something like this. Now let's pass a child, and here I will write a column again and a children. Now as I've told you, first I'm going to create a UI for this booking page, then through the stream builder I will simply get all the details from the Firebase. So here first I'm going to create a container here again, and here we'll use a decoration, a box decoration. Now here what I'm thinking, that first I will show the location at the top with the event image, event name, and the number of tickets they have booked. I think so I've shown the number of tickets in booking collection, if I am right. Yeah, I've shown the number of tickets and the price that the user have paid. Yeah, so we'll simply pass the color, we'll pass the colors dot white, something like this. Now once we have done this thing, let's pass the child, and we'll write a column widget, and we'll write children. Now as I've told you, I will show the location. So for that I need to simply use a row, write a children. Now the icon, which will be simply icons dot location on outlined, and we'll simply pass the color, which will be colors dot blue. Yeah. So this is, you can see the container that we have used, but we can't see the border radius. Before that, like, we need to pass a margin before that. So we'll write edge insert dot only. From the left, let's keep it 20.0. From the right, let's keep it 20.0, something like this. Now you can see the circular radius, and let's pass the margin, or let's pass the size box. Let's keep the height up to 20.0. So here it is. Now here you can see the icon, but we'll do one thing. Let me show what I will do. I will simply pass material widget later on. I will not use now. So we need to copy the text widget here again, and we'll simply paste it something the row widget. And here for an example, I am just writing Mumbai, India. So this is the location where the event going to held. Whilst let's decrease the font size up to 20, and let's keep it 500. I think so it's okay, I guess. Now we can simply pass the size box width, which will be 20.0. Now we can simply center this by using main, and we'll use main axis alignment dot center, main axis alignment dot center, something like this. Now once we have done all this thing, here in the column widget, I will simply write why I'm writing children again. As I've told you, first I'm thinking that let's provide the border radius. So not a border radius, sorry, divider. So we'll use a divider over here, something like this. And it's okay, I guess. Let's do one more thing. We can do one thing, like we can provide a border, and the border will be simply border dot all. Now the color, which will be colors dot black 54, or let's keep it up to 38, something like this, and we'll keep the width up to 2.0. Yeah, so here it is. Now I think so it is good, I guess. You can't see anything, so I know you don't like the design now, but let me add, there will be some more thing over here. So let's provide the size box, and we'll give the height 20.0. Now I want this like container, I mean this container where you can see a circular radius, to use a complete height of the screen. So I will simply wrap up with expanded widget, and will tell them to use a complete height of the screen. Yeah, now let's do one more thing. Here in the column widget, we'll again use a row children, will use image dot asset, and will first pass the image from the images folder. So let's see the images folder, which is event.jpg. So we'll write event.jpg, will pass the height, let's keep the height 50, let's pass the width 50, fit box fit.curve. Yeah, so this is the image. I know it's very small, so we'll increase the height and width up to 120. And here we have done, I guess. Now we can pass a size box. We'll pass a size box height up to 10.0, or rather than we can I don't want to use padding because there will be problem with a divider then. And here we can provide one more thing. Let's provide a border radius, which will be border radius dot circular, and let's keep it 20, something like this. It's okay, I guess. Yeah, now we can use a clip react border radius, and let's pass the border radius up to circular, and let's keep it 20. Yeah, so this is a event. Now we'll simply wrap up with a padding for this, just a row widget, and we'll write dot only from the left. Let's keep it 20. 20 will be too much, I guess. Let's keep it 10, sorry. Bottom, which will be 20, and I don't think so we need to give from the top. It's okay, I guess. Let's keep it up to 10. 10, it's okay. Yeah, so here you can see the border radius and the event. Now we need to simply write the event name that the user have booked. So here in the row widget, I need to simply write a column widget. So we'll simply write a column, a children, the event name as I have told you. So we'll look for text widget again. So we'll simply paste, and we'll write event name, which will be honey sing concert. Yeah, now so this is here. We need to move over here something, the starting position. So again a cross axis alignment dot start, and we can provide width. So we'll write size box width 10.0, and if you want you can decrease a font size up to 18. It's up to your choice, like how you want to simply design and make your app really attractive. Yeah, so once you have wrote this concert name 19, I think so it's okay. Yeah, it's okay, I guess. Yeah, now as I've told you, we're going to show the number of tickets, and I've already shown the location. I need to also show the date, like when, at which date this event going to held, so that the user can simply know that at this date they have booked the ticket, and they can simply check in the booking page, right? So here I need to do one thing. We need to use an icon. So we'll write icons dot calendar month, and here we'll use a color which will be colors dot blue. Yeah. Now we need to use a cross axis alignment dot start, something like this. Now we'll pass a size box. Let's pass the size box 5.0, and we need to pass a date. So copy the text widget here again. We need to use a row, otherwise it won't work with an icon. And let's keep a random date. Yeah, so here it is. Now we can use a size box up to width, which will be a 5.0, something like this. Here now we need to copy the size box and the row again. We need to simply paste it over here, and here we need to show the number of tickets. So persons or yeah, so the icons I'm going to use, which will be a group. So this will simply show the number of tickets they have booked. So we'll simply show 3 over here, and just let's keep it 10. Yeah, I think so, it's okay. And just beside this, I want to simply show the amount that they have paid. Yeah, so to show the amount, I will simply copy the icon and thing again. We'll simply paste it over here. Now we need to show the dollar sign so that it will simply indicate the price. But before that, let's copy the size box with again. We'll paste over here, and let's keep the dollar sign, and let's $30 for an example for now. And if you want, you can see the show the amount in 20 and dot bold, so that it will simply highlight all this case, like how much amount they have paid, etc. Yeah, so this was that we have done for the booking page. Now if you want to simply center this, you can do one thing. You can simply remove this cross axis alignment that we have added. Where here. Yeah, so we'll remove this, and it will simply center this case. So here we have made just the UI for a booking page. Now let's get all the data from a Firebase. So again we need to use a stream builder. If you haven't followed the last part, or I think so we have done in 4th part, this is 6th part of this series. As I've told you, I will simply paste a complete playlist link in the comment box, so you can be a part of this complete event booking app series, as I think so there will be more 1 or 2 part, and we'll simply make this app from the scratch. Yeah, now here I will simply write a stream. Now in the stream I will write a stream name, which will be simply a booking stream. Yeah, now you can keep a first letter small, and let's get a data. But before that, let's write a function, and I will copy this function here again. We'll simply paste it over here, and we'll simply rename this function name, which will be get bookings. And here I'm going to get a booking from the user ID, so that's why I need to pass a unique user ID of the user. So we'll write users dot doc ID dot collection, and we'll write the collection name, which is this collection, which is a booking. Yeah, so I will write booking. Yeah, so here it is done. Now let's move to the home.dart page, because I need to copy this function just up to here. Yeah, so I'll copy this, and we'll simply paste it over in the booking.dart page here, and let's give all the brackets so that, okay, let's do one thing, otherwise you can't get like what to add and what to not to add. It will simply make you more confusion. So we'll simply paste all the thing over here, and we'll simply rewrite the code. Yeah, so let's first get all the thing that we need, and we'll simply change the function name to all bookings, and we'll simply write a booking stream, something like this, booking stream. Now once we have done all this thing, let's copy the UI that we have wrote just for the data. So I think so it is correct. Yeah. So we'll copy this container from here. Let's cut this and let's paste something over here. Let's go down here, we'll paste it over here. Yeah, let's remove this date format, we don't need this, something like this. Here it is done. Now we need to show the location, so we'll write ds location. As I've told you, the field name should be exact. Let me check, it is correct, which is ds location. Let's keep the image.asset as it is, because our image, you can see, is the this is the user image. I didn't show the event image over here, so don't copy this image. This is the user image, not an event image. So if you want to get an event image, you need to simply pass a event image over where, let me show you. So move to the detail page, and if you want to pass the event image, you need to do one thing. You need to simply write event image like this, and you need to simply pass widget dot image. So this is how you can simply pass the event image. as I'm trying to make this app just for the viewers who don't want to upgrade a Firebase to a Blaze plan, so that's why I'm trying to make it free for them. Now after this, let's move to the booking.dart page, and here we need to pass a concert name, or you can say event name. So our event name is, yeah, is just root event, so we'll write event, and date, so we'll write ds date. Yeah, now the number of tickets, so I think so it is in the number field. And now let's pass for the price, so we'll write ds, and let's pass, I think so it is total, not price, I guess. Let me check again. Yeah, total, it is total. Yeah, fine. Now let's pass a function so that I can get all these details. So we'll simply write on the load async booking stream equals to await. We'll write database methods dot get bookings, and here I need to pass an ID which will be the unique ID, and you already know that we have used a shared preference in last part, so that's why I am adding the shared preference now. So here I'm going to pass a string ID, and we'll get through the shared preference. So we'll write get the shared pref. Yeah, so this is our function name. We'll write id is equals to await shared preference helper dot get user id. We'll use a set state. Before on the load, I will simply call the get shared pref, so that I can simply get id first, then we can move to the further execution. Yeah, and we'll pass a set state. So here it is. Now we need to simply pass in the init state here again on the load, on the load. So here it is, and we have wrote some functions. Now let's pass all booking over here. We'll write all bookings. Now let's hot restart the app. We'll move over here, and here you can see that we got the detail from the booking page. Here you can see Mumbai, Honey Singh concert. This is Honey Singh concert. The date have been shown over here, the number of tickets, and the total price. So this is how our booking page is done. Now let's move to the home page back again, because the main thing that we have left till now, which is an upcoming events. But as you know that here it's show the date for the event, like it shows all the events we didn't add any filter over here to simply like remove a past events from here. So we'll move to the home dot back here again. Yeah, so here you can see that I have used two line over here. So let me explain you. So in the current date, we'll get a current date like when we are using this app. So the app will simply check that if that date, like for an example, it is December 13, then it will simply check that if the current date is after the date that have been shown in this event. So for an example, if the date have been passed, then the has passed will be false. Yeah, because it is, sorry, has passed will be true, sorry, because it is passed. And if it is false, then it will simply show this container. So we'll simply write that if it is has passed, then we'll simply show the container, and if not, then we'll simply show the gesture detector. Yeah, so as you can see, after running this event has been gone because it has been set to up to 13, and today's date is 13 when I'm recording this video. So that's why the video, sorry, not video, the event has been gone from here because it is not after. But for an example, if I will change to 14, then it will simply show the event over here. So this is how it's going to work because the event is going to be held tomorrow. Now if the event is going to held today and user want to simply book the tickets for today, then that will create a problem for the advanced bookings. So that's why this case is best to simply check that the event is going to held like tomorrow, and it will simply show the upcoming events over here. So here it is done. Now here you can see the different categories. Now let's add the execution for these categories. So here let's move to the pages folder and we'll simply create a new file which will be categories event dot. Yeah. Now we'll simply import that by using a material dot, and we'll write a stateful widget name which will be like categories event. Now here let's pass first the color to this screen. So we'll write a scaffold, now a body, a container. Now here I'm going to pass the exact color that we have passed in booking page as well as in the home page. So let's move and first close this function, and we'll copy this color and everything, and we'll simply paste it over here like this. Now we can simply pass a child, a column, and a children. Now here I need to simply pass the text which will be like a music event, a clothing event, a festival event. So here I will add one execution. I will show you how we'll do that. So for that we need to copy this text widget. I think so. Yeah, we need to copy this text widget. I'm right. And here we need to paste this. We need to wrap up with a row widget because as I want to simply show the back arrow over here so that I can simply move back to the home page when I'm selecting any of the categories from here. So for that I need to simply pass an icon which will be icons dot arrow back new iOS new rounded. Yeah, and let's, I think so default color is only black, so I need to pass a black. We'll use a size box with, let's pass a media query dot of context dot size dot width divide by, let's keep it 3. Now let me show the execution of categories event. So we'll write categories event. Yeah, so there are lots of space, I think so not look good, so we'll move over here. Now we can give some padding, so we'll wrap up with a padding edge inset dot only from the left 10.0, or let's keep it 20, and let's decrease up to 4. Yeah, it's okay, I guess. Now here, as it won't be booking, I know that, so for that first let me create all the thing, then I will show you how the execution for work for different categories that the user choose. Yeah, so Let's move to the booking page, and we need to copy this, and we need to simply paste it over here like this. You can remove this one. Yeah, so here you can see, now we can pass a size box height 10.0, or let's pass up to 20. It's up to your wish what you want to show. Now here one comes a main thing, which is a string, and we'll write event category, and we'll simply get a event category from here. So to handle this, I will simply write categories event like this. We'll write this dot event category, and we'll pass a required function, something like this. Now let's move to the bottom name first. Bottom name, yeah, and we'll move to the home dot back here again. Let's close this. Now where we have shown the different categories in this list view. So what I'm going to do is that now I will wrap up with a gesture detector. Yeah, now in the onTap method, I will simply use a navigator function to simply push the user to the which page? Categories event page. So we'll write navigator.push material page root. We'll write a context. We'll push the user to the categories event. So write categories event, and now here I'm going to pass our category name, which is a music. So I'm simply writing music. Now let's do this case to all the other categories that we have added over here. Festival, and the last one will be food. So again we'll wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the on tab, yeah, so we have added all the things that we need to do for the category. Now when I'll tap to this category, you will see that now you can't see that the headline of this category event, because we haven't passed that. So we'll simply write widget dot, and we'll pass event category. Now you can see that it simply select show the music, not select, it simply show the music. And let's do up to 3, I guess, or 3.5 will be okay. Yeah, so here you can see the it shows a event name. Now when let's pass pop thing, so we'll write on tab gesture detector, we'll write navigator dot pop. So we'll write navigator dot pop context. Now I'll directly move back to the home page. Now when I'll select to clothing, it simply shows a clothing. Same it will do for the festival. So this is how we can simply show the headline for this page of the categories that the user select from the home page. So once it is done, let's move to the database.dart file, and here we need to show the events according to the categories. Like here when you will move to the event, you can see the category. So in this category there will be a category that the admin has been selected for the events. So we need to simply show only that events that have been selected by the user, right? So for an example, music, then we need to show all the events related to the music. We can't show the festival or clothing over here, right? So to handle this case, I will do one thing. Let's move to the home.dart file, and we need this widget like stream builder, all same thing. We'll copy and we'll simply paste in event categories. The main thing we need to do a change is in the function. So again I will write a stream, which will be a event stream, something like this. We'll call this, here we'll call this, and a same for the detail page. So here it is done. Now once we have wrote all this, we'll do one thing. We'll move to the database.dart file, and here I will simply get a data. So we'll copy this and we'll paste it over here. We'll write get event categories. Now here I will simply pass a category. We need to pass a category because it will going to match, as I've told you, the category that we pass. And we'll write events or event. Let me check. It is event. Yeah, so event dot, I need to get where. So this is dot where we'll simply check that if the category match with the category field that we have provided over here. So we'll simply write a category is equal to, and we'll simply match the category. So we'll write a category. We don't need ID over here, so we'll simply remove this. Yeah, so here it is done. Now let's pass the function same over in categories event page. So we'll write get on the load, and here we need to write async all events. Sorry, why I'm writing all events? Sorry, event stream is equals to await database methods dot. Now there is one case I want to tell you, that the event category name that you are passing over here should be the exact category name that you have shown in the admin panel also here, because it should be match exactly. Now if you think that if M will be small like music and you want to simply pass a capital M over here, then it won't match and you won't get a result, and you will simply think that everything is correct and why I'm not getting the result. So a simple a capital and small M will also create a lots of problem to get a result. Yeah, so keep on mind that you need to simply match each field and cat field detail while getting the data from the Firebase. So this is a few things that you need to keep on mind. So now we'll need to write event category. We'll write widget dot event category, something like this, and we'll pass a set state. Now in the init state I need to simply call this function, so which will be get on the load. So here it is done. Now all event will be as it is. We don't need to do a changes over here. We need to simply call this. So here I will simply write all events, and let's refresh this page and let's tap to event, and here you can see the event which is a music event, right? It is a music event. Now when you will move to the clothing event, you can't see because there is no event related to the clothing I have added. So let's pass a padding and all so that it will look good. Yeah, so we can pass from here, I think so we can pass here. We'll pass a padding edge insert dot only from the left, which will be 20.0. why it's gone? I think so we can't use a padding. Yeah, sorry, because all event is a widget. I'm wrapping up widget, which create a problem. Yeah, I'm getting why it's the error. Yeah, so let's pass the margin from the left 20.0. so here it is, and we do need to do same for here, which is our event name. So we need to wrap up with a padding edge insert dot only from the left 20.0. It worked on. Okay, we need to do same for the location dot only from the left 20.0. Yeah, so this is how we can simply add a different category, and our category part is also done. So now let's move to the admin panel, because the bookings that the user have done, we have already shown them in the booking page. But as I've told you that I have also added a tickets collection over here to show the tickets for the admin panel to verify that if the user have booked that ticket or not. Yeah, So let's move to the admin here, and we'll simply create a new folder name which will be ticket event dot. And here first I'm going to import the package by why it's become a folder. So let's delete this and create it again. Ticket event dot. Yeah. So here we'll simply import by using material dot something like this. We'll write a stateful widget which will be like what, a ticket event. Yeah. Now we'll write a scaffold, a body, a container, a child, a column, and a children. Yeah. So here we'll try to create a same interface that we have done for the upload event thing. So I think so. Here we need to copy this row widget and we'll simply paste it over here, and we'll simply rename the text widget to which is a ticket event. So let's write tickets, event tickets. What is tickets event? Let's write event tickets. Yeah, event tickets. Yeah. So here it is done, and here you can see this. Now you can't see this. I have just wrote a text. Now let's do one thing. What we will do, let's call this page first. So I will simply call the ticket events from here, something like this, and let's pass the space so that I can see the text widget. Text or text widget, both are the same thing. Now here we'll pass a margin as insert dot only, from the left 20.0, from the top which will be 40.0. So here you can see the event tickets. Now here I'm going to show all the tickets. So again we need to call our data from the tickets collection. So you already know that we need to use a stream builder. So we'll copy this widget thing here again. Yeah, and we'll simply paste it over here. We need to write a stream again, which will be stream event stream. Let's keep it ticket stream. Let's call this, we'll write ticket stream, and first we call our data. We'll remove all this unnecessary thing because we don't need this. Remove this. Yeah. Now here first I'm going to show the ticket. So I'm thinking to use the same style that we have done for the widget thing. So we'll copy the container here again. Let me copy the container and we'll simply paste it over here. Where? Over here. Let me show here. Yeah, it's correct, I guess. Why we are facing an error? Yeah, so here it is done, and we have passed a data. I need to pass document snapshot. It has been removed from here, so we need to copy this thing. We'll simply paste it over here. Yeah, so here it is. Now let's pass all tickets. So we'll write all tickets, and here we need to pass a data that we get from the tickets collection. So here we need to copy this snapshot from here and we'll paste it over here, and we'll write a function name which will be get tickets. So write get tickets, and the collection name will be simply a ticket. Yeah, tickets. Yeah, so here it is. Now we'll write dot snapshot to get all the documents that present in tickets collection. event tickets. We'll write what? We'll write on the load function so that I can call a function. We'll write async ticket stream equals to await database methods. So the database methods dot get all tickets. Sorry, why I've passed a category. Remove this category, don't need this. And the collection name is exact, right? Here we'll write get tickets. We'll pass a set state. In the init state, I will simply pass on the load. Yeah, I think so. All the data are same. We don't need to change anything. We need to only show the user image rather than the event image, because we have already passed the event name. So we'll write ds image and let's pass the name of an not a name. We'll write all tickets. Let's hot restart the here again app, and here you can see this is the user image. Yeah, so we can pass a size box. You pass the size box I 20.0. Yeah, so here it is, and through this, let's keep it 0. Yeah, no, we need 10. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. So here you can see the ticket that the user have booked. So here you can see the location, the user image. So this is a normal image, but once the user will change the image, that image will be directly shown over here. The username, not a username, this is a concert name. We need to also show the username over here. So this is the name that we need to simply show over here. So for that, I need to copy and paste the thing, and we'll simply change the icon to icons dot person, and we need to show the username. So we'll keep the name over here, and this is the username that they have booked the ticket, the amount of ticket, the total amount, and the date, and etc. So this is the event ticket page. Like the admin can simply know that which user have booked how many tickets and for which date and for how many users, or you can say how many persons, and the amount that they have paid and the location and all. So this is how the admin can manage all the tickets, and it will simply show in the admin panel. So first I'm going to create a profile page UI, then we are going to create a add a complete backend to the profile page. So let's move to the profile.dart, and you can see that we need to add all the things that make the complete profile page. So first I need to simply write a scaffold. So I will write a scaffold, now a body, a container, a child, and a column. Now here in the profile page, I will use the same color that we have passed for our booking page. So let's move to the bookings.dart, and here I'm going to pass the same color. So I will use this color and will simply paste it in the profile page, something like this. Yeah, now in the column widget, I will do one thing, what it will be. Yeah, so here we'll copy the text widget and this widget also, from where we can show the details, or you can say a profile of that user. Yeah, so here it is. Now here it's booking, so I will simply change it to profile. So I will simply write profile over here, and here you can see now in the profile page, first I'm going to show the image of an user at the top. So I will use image.asset, or no, I not use image.asset, because as you know that we already saved the data locally by using a shared preference. So I'll use a string and we'll write an image. We need to get a username, his email, and his specific ID. Yeah, so get So we need to get all these details from the shared preference. So we'll again write get the shared pref function. Here we'll write async, and rather than writing all this thing, I will simply save the time by copying this code, and will simply paste it over here, which will be for id. And now we need to do same for the image. So we'll write image equals to await shared preference helper dot get user image. We'll do same for the name, await shared preference helper dot get user name, and we'll do same for the email. So we'll write email equals to await shared preference helper dot get user email, something like this. So these are the four things that we need to simply show over here. So let's call this get the shared pref in the init state. So I will simply call the get the shared pref over here. Now here first I want to show the user image. Now you know that the image that we are getting here is in the form of the link. So I will use image.network. So we'll write image.network and we'll use just image here. So it simply says a null check thing. So let's refresh this page, or you can say hot restart, and let's move to the profile page first. And here it simply says a thing. This is because we need to use on the load. Rather than calling all this thing again, we'll use async await get the shared pref again a set state. I think so this way we can get a data. Still a same error, because what's the problem is null check. It simply says that the image is null. Why the image is coming null? So here you will see that how the profile page is completely done. But sorry for that, I was simply recording a video, but how the recording stops I didn't know about that. So this is some problem that I'm facing in my system, but do not need to worry, I will simply fix that. So I will tell you what all code I have written in the profile page. So as you seen that I was facing a problem in the profile page, so that was not a like a serious problem. We need to simply rerun the app again, and after rerunning the app I simply got my profile image, as you can see here. So here you can see that I've simply get my image by using a clip react, and I provide the border radius and image.network. So through the image.network I simply get my image. Yeah, now here you can see that I have created one, you can say a container, where I have shown the name, which is my name, and I'm getting the name through the shared preference, as you can see here. So I have shown you all how to simply write a shared preference and how to get a data from the shared preference, right? Now here let's move to the email section, and I have simply create one email through the container widget. So this is all the simple code that I have written. You can simply see that, or you can simply pause a video and can code for this thing. Or if you want a source code, I will simply provide a source code link in the description box. You can simply get it from there. Yeah, now here I have also added one more section, which is contact us. Now I have added this section just for the profile page, but if you want to add some more thing like terms and condition, or maybe share app or something like option over here, you can simply show that. Now here I have added two more button, which is a logout and delete account button. So the logout button will simply, as you know, that simply log out the user and it will redirect the user to the onboarding page. And the delete account button, so while tapping to this delete account button, the user can simply delete the account, right? So these are the two buttons that I have added. So this is just a simple code that I have written in the profile page. You won't face any difficulty to write this code. Yeah, now you can see that in the log out, I have wrap up with a gesture detector as you can see here, and in the on tap method I have used this function. Now let me explain where this function is. So as it has simply written auth methods, so it has used a class name auth methods that we have written in the auth.dart file. So here you can see a class name auth methods, and here I wrote a function name which is sign out, and it is simply firebase auth.instance.signout. So this is just a single line of the code to simply sign out through the app and directly move to the onboarding page. Like sign out through the profile page and move to the onboarding page. Yeah, not through the app. Yeah, so here we need to simply call this sign out function that we have wrote in the class methods, and just below this you will see one more function which is delete user. So this delete user function, as the word says delete user, so you will think that we need to execute in delete account button. So you are right, because I have simply called a delete user, and we just need to write these two lines to simply delete the user details from the Firebase, and once the user have simply delete their account, they can simply move to the Firebase. Now when we'll move to the profile page here back again, you will see that I have written auth methods dot sign out as the function that I have shown you. Dot then, now once the user have signed out, what we need to do next? We need to simply push the user to the sign up page. So that's why I've used a navigator dot push replacement. Now the reason for writing a push replacement rather than push is because, like for an example, if the user have logged out from the app and they have moved to the sign up page. Now I don't want that the user can simply tap to the back button and they simply went back inside the app. So this is not make the app like user friendly. That's why I've used a push replacement. So it will simply provide a new route to the user, like once they have signed out and they move to the sign up page, and when they tap to the back button, the app will simply shut down. Yeah, so it will simply say that there is no position to move back from there. They need to simply again sign up in the app. So this is the how we need to use a push and push replacement. Yeah, now once we have done all this thing, now let's move to the delete account button, and I've wrote same function for the delete account, like not a same function, a same way how I have written a logout button for the logout button. Yeah, so here I have written auth methods dot delete user. So here it is done, and this is how the profile page is made. Now here I have done one more thing in the app, is like here I have shown the, like in the home page all the things are done, but there is one more thing left, which is like this search bar, because I have already written a code for the search bar too. Now let me explain you what all thing I have written. So in the search bar, when you will write HON, so you can see that by just writing HO, it will show me all the events that starts from HO. So this is how the search bar works in many of the tech giants, like on Amazon, and you have seen on like YouTube and etc. So this is how the advanced search feature that I've tried to integrate in the app. So let me show you what all code we have written for the search bar. So let's move to the home page, and here you will see that I have written a query result set and a temp search store. So this is a to list where I'm going to store all the, like for an example, if I will write HO, then it will show me all the events that starts from HO, right? Now if I write N, then it will keep on like as a filter, like which all events starts from HON. Yeah, so this is like advanced search. You know that how it works. If you have definitely used somewhere in the Amazon, I know that. So it will simply store all the events in this list, and through the initiate search function, I will simply search up events that the user right here. So yeah, so here you will see that I have added one more thing, which is an updated name. Now you will think that what I have written in the updated name. So here you will move to the upload event.dart page, and here you can see the updated name. So I have tried to simply make the updated name to uppercase so that the user can simply search for the specific event. Like there will be, for an example, if the user is entering the H in the capital letters, yeah, for an example, if they will try to enter a letter in the capital letters like HON over here, then the app will won't face any problem to simply get a result. They can simply get the result while they will write in a capital or small letter. So that's why I have simply made the updated name to uppercase, and here I have used the search key. Now in the search key I need to simply get a, so here you can see the search key. Now in the search key I need to simply keep a first letter of the event name. So through this I am getting just a first letter of an event name. Let's move to the Firebase and let me show what all things I've written. So here you can see that in the updated name I've simply changed this name to an uppercase, as you can see, and as I've told you, the search key will simply store a first letter of any event. So here you can see H. Yeah, so this thing are done. Now let's move to the home.dart back again, and here I have just passed one thing like where over here. Now in the text field, as you can see that I have simply passed on change method. So for an example, if the user starts typing on this text field, then the initiate search function will automatically get called and will simply show the details over here. So these things are totally easy. If you think that these are complex, so do not need to worry, because I have used a search bar, as I've told you that many times before in my series, like in the e-commerce app, a food delivery app. I have also tried to use in the recipe app. So there you can see that this is the search feature that I've integrated. So this is how the search feature work, and here you will see that I have used a search boolean character, and if the search will be true, then it's going to show all the search related to the thing that have stored in the temp search store list. So these are all the things that we have written for our search bar. Now let's move to the main thing, which is like showing a current location. Now here the current location, I want to simply show the all the events in my locality, or you can say in the city. Like if the events going to hell like 100 and 200 kilometers away, then how can I simply book that event to go that much far, right? So that doesn't make any sense to simply show that events in the home page. So that's why I have shown this like a search feature, not a search feature, a current feature, like a current location feature, so that the user can simply know that in their location how much events that going to help. So this is the new thing that I have tried to simply integrate in this app, and I didn't like add any time before in my any of the series. So this is the new thing that I want to simply teach you all, right? So for that we need to add some of the packages, because we need to simply get a geolocation of an user, right? So to get a geolocation of an user, we need to use some packages like geolocator and geocoding, I guess. Yeah. So here I will simply write, move to the pub dev, and will simply search geolocator over here. And in the geolocator we'll move to the installing, and we need to just copy this package and we need to simply paste in the perspec.ml file. Though I've already pasted them in the perspec.ml file, as I have told you that there was a problem. So a geolocator package I have already pasted them, and you will see that we need also one more package, which is geocoding. So this is the thing that we need to simply add on. So sorry, geocoding, you can simply search that in the pub dev and you will simply get a geocoding package. So this is the package. Now let's move to the geolocator, because if you are using the geolocation, then you need to also add some of the things to get a, like for an example, if you have added a geolocation in the Android app or an iOS app, then they need to also ask a necessary permission from the users who are using the app, right? They can't simply like get a geolocation without asking any location permission. So these are the important things that we need to add on. So here you can see that in the usage part, you will see that there is an Android thing, and here for the Android, you need to simply add these two lines in the Android manifest file, right? And you can also add this one. So these are the three main commands or permissions that you can simply add on Android app src main android manifest.xml. So as you can see here, I have added these three commands, or you can say permissions, in the Android manifest file. Now when you'll move to the iOS, and let's move to the iOS, and here you can see that we need to this command to be added in the info.plist file to simply ask a user for the usage of their location. Yeah, permission, it simply says that this app needs access to location when open. Yeah, so this is the thing that we need to simply add in the info.plist file to access a geolocation in our device. So I have run the app successfully. Now I will show you what all details like a location I get over here. Now I'll simply hot restart the app, and here you can see that I have added some of the code for the get current city. Like here I wrote a string current city, and this is the function that we have added to get a current city. And here you can see that I have added unnecessary permissions to simply get a device location, and you need to simply write this code over here and make sure that you will pass that in the on the load function over here. So once you have done all this thing, now I can show you what current city I am getting over here. So I will simply write a string detail over here, which will be a current city, something like this, and will simply hot restart the app. Now here you can see a null check error because we have passed a thing. So we need to do one thing. We can simply pass like a current city is equals to null is true, then we'll simply show the circular progress indicator. Yeah, something like this, and we'll simply just center it with a center widget. Yeah, so this is the thing we need to pass, and here you can see the my current city is showing San Francisco. Now don't think that I am sitting on US or something. So this is the emulator that I have used to get a current location. So if you are running the app on the real device, then it will show you the current location. If you try an emulator, that won't work because emulator is just attached to your system you are using. So that's why it's showing a San Francisco. I'm from India, so don't think that I'm sitting at US and San Francisco. So that's why it's showing a location something like this. Now let's pass the name over here. So to pass the name, I need to simply pass like this a name, and through the shared preference I will simply get the name, which is get the shared pref, and here now I'm going to pass the name, which will be name equals to await, yeah, shared preference helper dot get user name, something like this, and we'll simply pass a set state. Now we can simply pass get the shared pref in our on the load get the shared pref, and now I can simply pass the name like hello Shivam. It is a fixed name, but now I can simply pass the name through which I have simply log in the app. Now here I will simply use plus and will simply pass the name something like this. Yeah, so now we need to simply hot restart the app again, and here you will see the complete name that I have used to simply log in the app. Now if you don't want to show the complete name, you can also show the first name. Like you just need to remove some word from the space, and it will simply show the first word of the name. Yeah, it won't show the surname. Now here I want to show the total number of events that present around my location. So to handle this case, I need to simply write an integer and will write a location. Let's keep like event number is equals to 0, something like this. Now you can simply pass the event number something like this. Like here, just below the document ds, you can simply check that if the current city, like the current city that has been shown over here, so we'll write current city is matches is equals to the ds location, then we'll simply add the event, like the event we are getting, so we'll simply add the event number 2 plus 1. So we'll write event number plus 1, something like this, and we'll set like this. So once we find a city that matches the location of an event, then we'll simply show the event number something like this, and we can simply show the event number over here. Yeah, I think so. We have added all the things that we need to require for the event booking app, and here it is. But before we close to this last part, let me show you one more thing. So here I will simply log out, and here you can see we directly move to the sign up page, and here you can see the admin panel. Now I'll tap to this admin panel text, and this is the admin login page. Now I need to simply add a unique username and the password that I have provided to this admin panel, and this is the home admin page from where I can simply manage all the admin panel. Like I can simply navigate to the upload event, event ticket page and everything. So this is how the home admin going to work. So congratulations, you have developed a fully event booking app from the scratch. I know that you definitely love this series because we have learned lots of things in this event booking app series, and here we come to the end of event booking app series. But if you haven't hit that like button till now, then show your support by hitting that like button, and let's be a part of this channel by hitting that subscribe button. So hit that subscribe button because there are some more awesome series that I'm planning to bring in this channel really soon. And if you need a source code of this app, then I will simply provide the link in the description box. You can simply get the source code from there. So here you can see a main.dart file, and at the top right position you can see the debug banner. So now let's move and we'll remove the debug banner from here. You already know that, but let's write debug show check banner and we'll assign it to false, and by assigning it to false it will remove the checked banner from here. Now in this Barber app, we are going to first make the onboarding page, and then we'll make the home page UI and the login page, sign up page and many other page, and then we'll connect the Firebase with this Barber app, and the user can book the service of that specific barber shop, and through the admin panel the barber can get to know which the user have booked their services. So here I have created the images folder, and here I have added one image. So to get this image, now we need to go to the perspec.ml file, and let's move down, and here in the assets folder we need to assign the images where we have saved the image. So here it is done. Now let's run this perspec.ml file. So in the leaf folder we'll create a new folder name pages here, and inside the pages folder I will create a new file name onboarding.dart. Now we'll write import material stateful widget. So here I have wrote a stateful widget name onboarding. Now in the container we'll remove the container and we'll write scaffold, and here I will write body container. And now alignment, child column children. Now First, we are going to make the onboarding page. So I will first get the image that we have saved in the images folder, though it is wrote in a screenshot name. So we'll rename the name to Barber. Okay, so here it is done. Now we'll write image dot asset and we'll get the image that we'll save in the images folder, and we'll write barber.png, which is our image file name. Now let's call this page in the main.dart file so that I can show you what all things I'm writing here. So I will write onboarding. So here you can see the screen. Now we need to also assign the background color. So we'll write color and 0xff. Now you already know that to provide a customized color code, always start with 0xff. Now I'll write 2b1615. So here is the customized color code that I will be using. Now let's provide the space from the top. So I will write margin edge insert dot only and will provide the margin from the top. So we'll write something 90.0, maybe 120.0. Okay, so here it is done. Now just below this image I am going to create a button name get a stylish haircut. So we'll write container, and through the container we'll create a customized button. So in the text widget I will write get a stylish haircut. Now we'll write style text style. Now we'll assign the color to our text widget. So we'll write colors dot white and the font size 20.0 and font weight dot bold. So here it is done. Now we'll write decoration and we'll give the color to our container. So we'll write box decoration color and we'll write 0xff, and I will write the customized color code here. So we'll write DF711A. So this is the customized color code that we'll be using. Now we'll write border radius. So we'll write border radius dot circular. Now we'll write 10. So let's provide the padding. So I will write padding edge inset dot symmetric and will provide the padding from the horizontal direction. So we'll write 20.0 and from the vertical direction. So we'll write 10.0. So you can see a blue lines under the code which doesn't look good. So if you want to remove this blue lines, then you already know that we need to add the two lines in our rules section in the analysis options.yml file, and it will almost remove this blue lines from here. Now it's look good and it's more clear to code on VS Code. So here it is done. So we have created a button name get a stylish haircut. Now let's provide the space from the top, I mean between the image and the container. So I'll write size box height 80.0. So let's change to 50. Okay, maybe let's give some more spacing 20 and we'll change the border 30. Okay, let's increase the font size too. So here it is done. Now it's look good. Now when we tap to this button, we'll directly move to the home page.
So in the pages folder, we'll create a new file name home.dart. Now we'll write import, and we'll again first import the package material.dart, and we'll create a stateful widget name home. So these are the small things that we usually do in all the dart file. Now we'll write scaffold, body, container, child, column, and children. We'll write background color, and in the home scaffold we'll paste this color. Here we are going to code the UI for our home page. Now in the column widget, we'll first write row children, because we'll write a text widget here named hello, and we'll again use a style text style. Now colors dot white, font size 20.0, and font weight dot w500. So let me show what all things I'm writing here. So we'll go to the main.dart file, and here I will call a home page. So here you can see the text hello. Now let's increase the font size first. So we'll write 24, and we'll give a margin from the top. So we'll write edge insert dot only top, and we'll write 40.0, and from the left 20.0. So here you can see the text name hello. Now if you want, you can give a more customized color according to your wish. So let me make it more lighter. So here it is done. Now just below this text, I will show the username. So I will copy this same text widget here and will paste it here. Now I will write my name. So I will write Shivam Gupta. Wait a second, we need to wrap up with a column widget, and we'll remove the text widget from here and we'll paste it here. Okay, now we need to move this text to the left side, so we'll write cross axis alignment dot start. Now I want this text to be perfect in the white color, so we'll write colors dot white and we'll make it bold. Okay, so here it is done. Now it's telling hello and the username. Now just here I want to show the user image, but I will use a random image here, and after connecting it with a Firebase, we'll get the user image. So I've saved a new image file in the images folder, image.asset images, and here I will write boy.jpg, and let's give the height 50 and the width 50, and fit boxfit.cover, so that it can use a complete height and width of the screen. I mean the height and width we have provided in the image widget. Now here you can see the image. Now I want this image to be moved to the right side of the screen, so I will write main axis alignment dot space between. Now let's provide the margin from the right position, so we'll write right 20.0. So here you can see the image. Now you already know that whenever you want to provide the border radius to the image, always wrap up with a clip react widget. Now let's provide the border radius to our image. So here it is done. You can also increase the height and width of the image according to your choice. So I think so it's look good. Otherwise we can also provide something like this. Okay, I think so this also look good. Maybe we need to provide some more space from the top, so I will write 50. Okay, now what I'm going to do that, first I will show the divider here. So I will write divider. So here you can see the divider. So here it is the divider. Now let's provide the height. So we'll write size box height 20.0. Now let's provide the color. So we'll write colors dot white, and there are the different shades of the white color. So let me see which fit best here. Okay, so it's look good. Maybe this. Okay, now it is done. Now I'll copy this same text widget from here and will paste it below the divider, and here I will write the text name services, and here we going to show all the services. So let's move to the left side of the screen. So you already know that cross axis alignment dot start. You can also provide the space here. So we'll again write size box height 30.0, maybe 20. Let me save some more images here where I will show the services, all the images that I will need in the services. So here you can see in the images folder. Now let's call the image one by one through image.asset widget and will show the image. So here I will write container. Now I will write child image.asset. So first one we are going to use the image is saving. So we'll write sha saving.png. So here you can see the image. Now let's pass the color to our container. So we'll use box decoration color and we'll write color, and through the 0xff will get the customized color code. So here I will write E2 9452. Okay, so here it is done. So here you can see the image and the color. Now let's provide the space from the top. So we'll write size box height 20.0. Now I want to show the text below this image indicating that what service it is. So I will copy the text widget again from here and will paste it in the container. So we'll wrap up the image widget with our column widget and we'll paste it in the column widget. So here you can see the text. Now we'll change it to classic saving. So let's decrease the font size to 20.0. Let's provide the height to the container. So we'll give the height 200, maybe 150. So just beside this container there will be one more container where we will show our second service. So we'll wrap up the container with a row widget and we'll copy this container again and we'll paste it here. Now we are going to show the hair washing. So it shows a very big image here. Now we need to pass the height, passing the height 80 and the width 80 and the fit box fit dot cover. So here you can see the image. Now we'll pass this same height to this saving part, and we'll change the text to here washing. Okay, it is done. Now I want to provide the space between these two container, so I will write size box with, wait a second, size box with 20.0. So here you can see the two separate container, but as you can see this container is using a maximum space rather than this container. I want both the container to use a fixed width of our phone device. So here I am going to use a flexible widget and will wrap up the container with a flexible widget which will make the app highly responsive, and will write fit flex fit dot tight. So here it use a maximum width of the screen and will pass same to the other container. So we'll write flexible now fit flex fit dot tight. So here you can see the two container now use a equal space and it's look really good now. Let's provide the border radius to this container. So I will write border radius dot circular, and will provide the circular radius 20, and will copy this same border radius from here and will paste it in the other container in the box decoration. So here it is done. Now let's also provide the padding, because this text is almost touching the container from the left and right position. So I will write padding edge inset dot symmetric from the horizontal direction, and will write 10.0. So here it changes the line. Maybe we can decrease the font size here. Let's be 18 and remove the padding from here. Okay, and we can center this right here, main axis alignment dot center. So here it is in the center of the container, and we'll pass this same to the other column widget. So here it is done, and we'll also decrease the font size for here washing. So here it is done. Now if you want to provide some more size box, I mean the height between the image and the text, then you can write it here. So I will write size box height maybe 20.0. 20 will be too much, so I will write 10, and will pass the same height in the classic saving. So here it is done. Now let's provide some more services here. So writing the code again and again, I will copy the row from here and will paste in the column widget. So let me add all the services. So here you can see that I have added all the services here. So classic saving, hair washing, hair cutting, beard trimming, facials, and kids hair cutting. So these are all the services that we are going to provide in this app, and the user can book the specific service by using this app. So let's move to the pages folder, and we'll write booking.dart here, and we'll create a dart file, and we'll first import the package by using material.dart, and we'll create a stateful widget name booking. So here I will write scaffold body container child column children. So here I have wrote the complete thing, that we need for our booking page. Now we need to write the code in our column widget. So first I am thinking to show the icon, basically a back arrow by which we can directly move to the home page back again. So I will write icons dot arrow back iOS new rounded and will pass the colors dot white. So here you can see the button get a stylish haircut in our onboarding page. So when I'll tap to this button, we'll directly move to the home page. Now let's move to the main.dart file and we'll call the on booking page so that I can show what all things I am writing in booking.dart file. Now let's hot restart the app. So here you can see the screen. So first we'll pass the background color to our booking page. So we'll copy the same color and we'll paste it here. So here you can see the arrow at the top. Now let's give the padding to the arrow. So I will wrap up with a padding and here I will write edge inset dot only from the left 20.0 and from the top 40.0. So here you can see the arrow. Maybe we can give some more height from the top. So I will write 50.0. Now let's increase the size of this icon. So maybe I can write 50.0 here again. Oh, it's too big. Now maybe 30. Now I want to move to the back to the home page when I'll tap to this icon. So I will wrap up with a gesture detector and in the on tap method I will write navigator dot pop context so that we can directly pop out this page and can move back to the home page again. So here it is done. Now just below this icon I am going to show the text. So I will write text widget here again and I will write let's the journey begin. Now I want that to change the line, so I will use a slash n here and I will write style and will give the style to our text widget by using the text style and I will write colors.white and the font size 20.0 and font weight dot w 500. So here it is done and here you can see the image. So I want the text or this icon to move to the left side of the screen. So you already know that we need to write cross axis alignment dot start here. Now one thing we can do that while giving the padding from the left position here, I will provide the margin here directly so that I can give the margin to my all the widgets that I will write in the column widget. So I will write from the left position, so I'll write 20.0. Now let's give the spacing from the top, I mean between the icon and the text. So I will write height 30.0. So here you can see the text. Maybe I want to show the white color in the different shade. So I will use 38. No, it's too lighter. Maybe 60 or maybe 70. Okay, it's look good. Now we can increase the font size too. So I will write 25, maybe 28. Okay, here it is done. Now just below this text, I'm going to show this image that I have saved in my images folder. So here is the discount page that I'm going to show. So let's move and we'll write image dot asset images and I will write discount dot png, which is our file name, and I want this image to use a complete width of the screen. So I will wrap up with a container and will write with media query dot of context dot size dot width and the fit box fit dot cover so that it can use a complete height and width of the screen. So here you can see the image. Now here it's look good, but if we can decrease the margin from the left position to 10. Okay, so here it is done. Now we can give the space between the text and the image. So I will write 30.0. It's too much, so we'll change it to 20. So here it's look good. Just below this image, I will show the service that the user will choose. But before that, what I'm going to do that, like here I will write string and I will write service, and now I will write booking dot service and will get their service by using required function. So I have wrote this string here because I want that when the user will be at the home page. So let's move to the home page first so that I can show you what I am basically talking about. So when the user will select a classic saving, then we'll move to the booking page and there will show the service name classic saving that the user have selected from the home page. So to know that what service that the user have selected from here, I have wrote a string in the booking page. So in the home page, what I am going to do that, here I will first move to the container and will wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will push the user to the booking page. So I will write navigator dot navigator dot push. Now I will write material page root context and will push the user to the booking page. So I will write booking, and here I will pass the service that the user have selected by typing to this respective service. So here I will do one thing. I will copy this service name and will paste it here. So here it is done. Now you can do this process in all the services that you have shown in the home page. So in the on tap method, you can again copy this function and can paste it here and can rename the service name. So I will copy this from here and will paste it here. So here it is, hair washing. Now when I'll tap to this image or the service, will move to the booking page, and here I'm going to show the service name. So let me show how I'll do that. So I will copy this text widget again so that I didn't need to write it again and again, and will paste it here. And I need to just write a string name, so I'll write widget dot, and here you can see the string name is service, so I will write widget dot service, and here you can see the service that we are going to provide, basically not me, the barber. So why does the Siri gets on? Okay, it is done. Now I will write colors dot white and font weight dot bold. So I will write 25. Now we can provide some more space from the top, not from here, sorry, maybe from here. It's look good, not at all, maybe 20. Okay, it's done. So here you can see the service that we are going to provide. Now here, if I will choose the hair washing, then it will show the hair washing here. So you can see that by choosing the respective service, we can show the service in our booking page very clearly. Now, I am going to show the two container here. Basically, this two container will help the user to choose the time and the date, and by that time and date, the user will book the service by this booking page. So here I will write container and will write with media query dot of context dot size dot width. Now I will write decoration box decoration. Now color, I will write color. Now 0xFF. Now before passing the color code, I have seen that many of the viewers or the subscriber keep on asking me that what state management I am using on this project or the past project that I have created. So the state management that we are going to use on this project is inherited widgets and inherited model method here. Now many of the viewers might be thinking that why I have didn't used a different state management like river pod, flutter block, or maybe provider. Basically these are the state management that requires a lots of code, and it is very difficult to understand for the beginners, and the apps that I make in my channel is complete beginner friendly. So I want to keep all the things simple and shorted in my videos so that each and everyone can understand what state management I am using in the Flutter app. But if you want, I am planning to make a weather app by using a Flutter block state management. So let me know if you need that video. You can tell me in the comment box. I will definitely make one project on this channel, a weather app by using a Flutter block state management. Now let's move to the code, and here let's pass the customized color code. So I will write B4817E. So this is the color. Now I will write child, and here I will write column. Now children, and here I will write text widget, and I will write set a date. Now style text style color colors dot black, and the font size maybe 18.0, and font weight equals to font weight dot w500. So here you can see the container. Now let's provide the space from the top. So I will again use a size box and the height 10.0, maybe 20.0. Now let's provide the height. So we can provide the height like 300. No, it's too much. Maybe 200 or 150. So here you can see the container. Now let's increase the font size to 20, and we can pass the border radius to our container. So I will write border radius dot circular and 20. Okay, now let's also provide the padding. So I will add padding head insert dot only from the top, maybe 20.0. Now it's too much, so I will add 10. Okay, now here I will show the date, basically a current date. So I will copy this text widget again from here, and here I will paste it. But before that, I need to create a function named date time. So I will write date time and I will pass the selected date, and through date time dot now I will get the current date in the selected date, and here in the text widget I will write I will just write a date here. So I will write through the dollar sign. First we'll get the date, basically a day. So I will write selected dot day. Now again a dollar sign. Now selected, basically first will be the day, then the month. So I will write selected date dot month, th month, and again dollar sign, then selected date dot year. So here I have wrote, so here you can see that current date, it's 12 March when I am making this video. So I let size box height maybe 10 point. We can pass the date in the color white and also increase the date to 30. Okay, so here you can see the date and dot bold. Okay, so here you can see the date. Now rather than passing the specific height, one thing we can do that we can provide the space from the bottom too, so that it will be more responsive. Now just beside this date I want to show the calendar icon. So here I will write a row widget and I will write icons dot basically calendar month. Okay, so colors dot white. So here you can see the, and we can increase the size of the icon by 30.0. Now we need to center this, so I will write main axis alignment dot center, and we can provide the width between the icon and the date. So I will write width 10.0. So let's provide some more width, maybe 20. Okay, so here it is done. Now I want that the user can select a specific date and can book the service. So we need to create a function here so that the user can select a date. So I will write future, now void, and will pass the function name select date and build context now async. So I will write final date time picked equals to await. Now if you don't know the reason of async and await, basically async and await help us to, now again this Siri gets on. Basically async await is something that help us to call the first function first and then move to the further function that have been wrote in the select date function. So async and await is one of the most important thing in the Flutter, because this may help you to call the specific function first, then move to the next function. Basically wait for that function until then it is completely called, then move to the further function or the next function. So I will write show date picker and I will write context. Now did I making any mistakes? I don't think so. And we need to pass a selected date, and first date basically by how much time you want to start the calendar or the year. So it is 2024, so I'm passing 2024, and the last date keep like maybe 2025 because it is a booking app, so we can't book the service for like after 1 or 2 year. So that's why, though it is 2025, so here we are facing some error. Let me see. Acha. So basically a null pass error. These are the minor errors, so don't think much about it. Now, sorry. If picked, basically, if the date has been picked by the user, so I'm writing that the picked should not be equals to null and pick should not be equals to the selected date. Basically, the user didn't have selected the same date from the calendar. Now in the set state, I will write selected date equals to picked. So it will assign the picked date to our selected date, and that selected date will be passed to the text widget here. So here it is done. We have wrote a complete function to change the date from here, and in the icon we'll wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the onTap method I will just call the selected, basically a select date and the context. Now when I'll tap to this icon, you will see that there is a complete calendar, and here I can change the month also. And let's, for an example, I want to book the service for the 28th March, so I will write 28th. So I will select 28th and will press OK, and it will frequently change the date and assign the new date here. So it is working brilliantly. Now after selecting the date, I want to choose the time. So I will copy this same container from here and will paste it here, and will just change set a date to time. Now we need to also pass the function for the time. So I will write here, let's move to the top, and we'll write time of day, select the time equals to time of day dot now, and again it will pass the selected time. Basically it will pass the today's time to the selected time.
Okay, I found this on the web for basically it will pass.
Today's Siri is very disturbing us. One thing I want to say, it is very difficult to record on the Mac because the Siri keeps on disturbing you. Again, when I will take his name, it just take a few seconds to disturb me.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
So I forgot what I was doing. So let me recall. Now I want to show the selected time here. So you know that we'll again use a dollar sign and the curly braces and selected time dot format context. I think so it will work. So we don't need a dollar sign. Okay, without a dollar sign we get a time here, and I will write icons dot time, maybe a clock. No, it's time to leave, not. Let me see, just wait a second, let me see. So let's do one thing, let's call Siri and let's check what reply he gives. Hey Siri, can you please suggest me a clock icon that I can use in Flutter?
Okay, I found this on the web for can you please suggest me a clock icon that I can use in Flutter? Check it out.
How to make a learning clock for kids. How to show a weekday in Windows 10 clock in text bar. Okay, I got it. So we'll need to write icons dot alarm. So here you can see the clock icon. Now let's write the code to select the time. Now we'll write future void void select time. Now build context. Now again context and async await. So I will write final time of day picked, not in capital letters, picked equals to await show time picker. Now again that error, wait a second, context initial time, and we need to pass the initial time which would be the selected time, and the same case that we have wrote above. So if now writing it again it doesn't give a perfect idea to the developer, so we need to copy and paste it, and we'll change selected date to time and the picked wait, so okay, selected time. Okay, so here it is done. Now we'll pass the selected time, basically a select time function in our alarm icon. So I will write select time. Now when I'll press to this alarm icon, so here you can see the basic clock from where I can select the hours and the minute and AM and PM too. So if I'll select AM and will press on the OK, so it will exactly show that time that I have selected through the clock. So now I can select the respective date and the time and can book the service according to my choice. So it is done. Now we need to create a customized button just below this container that we have created. So here I will write a container and the width media query dot of context dot size dot width and the decoration box. So we'll write decoration box decoration, and we'll again write color. So we'll get the exactly color code that we have used in the onboarding page. Let's do one thing. Let's copy this complete customize button and we'll paste it here. So we are getting some error. Okay, so let's remove this function for some time. Basically this color doesn't match with the UI that we have just created, so I am going to change the color. So I will write FE8F33. so this color we are going to use. Now we'll change to 20 and we'll pass the width media query dot of context dot size dot width, and we'll center the text widget here. So we'll write center and we'll provide the height from the top. So we'll write size box height 20.0. So here you can see the button So here in the pages folder, I will create a new file name, our login dot dart, and first we'll write import material, now stateful widget, and we'll name the widget name login, maybe small n. Okay, so here I will write again scaffold body container child column children. So in the column widget, I will first write the container and I will write the decoration. And in this container, I am going to create a mixture of two or more colors by using a gradient, linear gradient. And in the colors, first we'll pass the our first color code, basically 0xFF, now the color code. So let me see what the really color code will be using. Will And the color code is B91635. So this is the first color and the second color. So again color 0xFF and maybe 621 D3C. So this is our second color and the third color. So by using a linear gradient, you can mix two or more colors in the container and can create a shade of the colors according to your choice. 311937. So these are the three colors that I am going to use in the container. Now here I need to provide the height, so I will write media query dot of context dot size dot height divided by 2, and the width will be the media query dot of context dot size dot width. So basically the width will be using the complete width of the screen, and the height, as you can see, divide by 2, so it will use a half height of my phone device. So here in the container I will write child. Now I will write text, and in the text I will write hello and /n so that I can change the line and the sign in text. So let me show how our app really looks while calling this login page. So let's call the login page here. Maybe we need to hot restart. So here you can see the mixture of three color on this container. Now you can see the text hello sign in the top left position, but we'll increase the font size and we'll give the styling to this text widget by using the text style. So again I will write style text style colors dot white, and the font size maybe we can write 30.0 and font weight dot bold. So this is the text we'll be using. Now let's provide the padding from the top. Edge inset dot only top 40.0 and from the left position maybe 20.0. So let's give some more height more padding from the top. So we'll write 50, and you can see the hello signing text, and you can also give the more padding from the left position. So if you want to increase the font size, you can increase the font size too, but if you feel it's okay, then it's your choice. Now I will write container here. Basically this is one container and I want to overlap one container above this container, and where will show the email and the password, and the user can enter the email and password and can directly sign in the app. So you already know that whenever you want to overlap the two widgets, you can't do that in your column widget. You need to use a stack widget here. So one thing we're going to do that, we'll remove the column widget from here and we'll write stack, and in the stack widget I will write container, and we'll pass the height media query dot of context dot size dot height so that it can use a remaining height of the screen. Now we'll also write the width media query dot of context dot size dot width, and the decoration box decoration, and we'll pass the color colors dot white. So here you can see the container which uses the complete height and width of the screen, but I want to show the container that I have just overlapped now. So I will use a margin and will give the margin from the top. So I will write media query. I am using media query again and again because I want that the app you are developing will be highly responsive. Now if I will use a fixed height and the width and the margin from the top position, then the app will not responsive, and if you check the app on the multiple device, then you will surely face a problem. So to face the overflow problem, I am using the media query again and again. So here you can see the container. Now maybe we can try divide by 2. No, it's too much. 4. Yeah. Now I want to basically give the circular radius to my container from the top left position and for the top right position. So in the box decoration I will write border radius dot only, not border, it will be border radius dot only, maybe from the top left radius dot circular 20. So here you can see the radius, I mean the circular radius, and we need to also provide from the top right position. So I will write radius dot circular 20. Now we can increase the circular radius according to the choice. Now we can use 30, or if you want to increase more, you can also increase by 40. So I think so it's look good now, and you can see that one container overlap by the other container by using the stack widget. I think so it is looking really good. So if you have any better idea or better design, you can go in your way. Now on this container I will write child and will write column children, and here I will use a text widget again. So I will copy this text widget from here and will paste it here, and here I will write Gmail. Now here we are going to use this color, basically the first color that we have passed in the decoration box decoration of our container. So here you can see the text Gmail. Let's decrease the font size, maybe 25, and the font width W500. So let's do one thing. Let's move this text to the left side of the screen. So cross axis alignment dot start. Now from the top position I want to give some more spacing. So I will write padding edge inset dot only top 40.0. Now don't get confused between the padding and the margin. Basically the margin is something that give you the spacing from the outside the container. Basically I have wrote the margin from the top position, so it will give me the spacing outside the container. And if you are writing the padding and passing the space from the top position like 40.0, then it will work from inside the container. So these are the two things that you can use and can give the height and the width of the container according to your choice. Now I want to also give the spacing from the left position. basically the padding maybe 30.0. Okay, so here I will write text field will decrease the font size to 23. Now let's provide the space from the right position to be 30.0. Yes. So we'll write decoration, input decoration, and in the hint text, I will pass the Gmail. Gmail. So here I have passed the Gmail hint. Now, if you want to show the icon here, basically a Gmail icon, you can also do by using the suffix icon. I think so, suffix, because I really got confused by using the suffix and the prefix icon. So, as I have said, I got confused. So, here it is. So, it must be a prefix. So, prefix icon. So, here you can see the mail, and I will write outline. So, here you can see the icon that indicates the user have to enter the email here. Now, just below this text field, I will again copy this text and the text field and will paste it here for the password. Maybe we can give from the space 50. And we'll pass the text password, and here we'll pass the hint text password and password dot outlined. So here you can see that the user can enter the mail anything like this, and they can enter the password, but you can see that password is in the form of the text. Now, if you have already seen my other apps videos where we have used user authentication, then you already know that to use a opt secure text to true, and by using this you can change the text form into the dotted form. So if you haven't watched my other series like chat app, food delivery app, to do app, or many other apps that we have developed like quiz app, news app, you can find the link in the description box. So you can also follow that series where we have developed the complete app from the scratch, and you can add them in your app bucket list. Now, as I was talking about opt secure text, so I will write here opt secure text to true, and it frequently change my password into the dotted form. Now I will write any text in this text field. It will show me the text in the dotted form. Now, after this, we are going to show the forgot password. Basically, the user can tap to this forgot password text and they will move to the forgot password screen. Sorry, not on the text field. Forgot password here. Forgot password. We'll also change the color to, wait, let's give this color. Yeah, decrease the font size 18. Okay, let's give the space. Now I want to move the text to the right side of the screen, so I will use a row here and main axis alignment dot end, and here it frequently moves to the left side, I mean the right side of the screen. Now, what I was talking about, that when the user will tap to the forgot password text, they will move to the forgot password screen that will create in this series. Now, by moving to that screen, they can enter the email and the new password they can enter by using the email that they have wrote on that page. I will tell you this method in more detail while creating the forgot password screen. Now let's move forward with the UI, and here I'm going to create the button name sign in, basically the main button of this screen. Now I will write container child text and I will write sign in. Now style text style colors dot white. Now decoration, I think so we will use this same decoration here that I have wrote, I mean the colors, and we'll paste it here. Now we'll write with media query dot of context dot size dot width, and the border radius, wait a second, not here, border radius dot circular 30. Okay, now let's center this text, so I will use center. Now we can do one thing, let's provide the padding, insert dot symmetric, but before we provide the padding, let's provide the font size, maybe 30.0. No, it's too big, 26, and font weight dot bold, so here you can see the signing button. Now let's provide the padding, maybe the horizontal 20.0. Sorry, I can make a mistake. Size box height 50.0. I think so this much space is okay, or we can increase the space. Let's decrease the font size 24. Yeah, it's look good. Now we also want to show the text, like if the user already have the account, if the user doesn't have the account, they can move to the sign up page to sign up and they can directly move to the app. Now here I'm going to show that text. So again in the column widget I will write text. Why to write the text again and again? So I will copy from here and will paste it here. Now I will write don't have account. Okay, so copy this color and we'll paste it here. The blue 500 and the font size maybe 50. Maybe we can increase to 17. Yeah. Now here I will show one more text. So I'll copy this text widget again and will paste it here, and I will write on this color SIN sign up. You can increase to 20 and font weight dot. So here you can see the text sign up. Okay, it's look good. Now I want to move this to text to the right side of the screen. So I will wrap up with a row widget and I will write main axis element dot end, and we'll do same for this. Though there are many other way to move this text to the right side of the screen, but I am making it easy because I don't want to complicate the things here by using the tough widgets or the widgets that will really difficult for the beginner to understand. That's why I'm using the row and making it simple for everyone to understand. But if you have any better idea to move the text to the right side of the screen, you can do that too. Now I want that this text to move to the bottom of the screen. So what I going to do is that here is one widget named spacer. Basically spacer is something that gives a maximum space between the two widgets and it push my widgets to the bottom of the screen. Now we can provide the padding from bottom position too. So I will write bottom and 20.0. No, sorry, not from here. Here. Okay, maybe 30. Yes, so it's look good and we have created a complete UI for our signing page and I think so it's look really good and there are lots of colors that we have used in this signing page and we can also see the mixture of three color and the different shades of the color. So now let's move and we'll create the UI of our sign up page. So I will write sign up dot dart and again import material and the stateful widget name sign up. Now here scaffold. So I will don't write this complete code because our sign up page will almost look like this page. Just we need to change the text like create your account and we'll also add one option to add the full name here and Gmail and password will be remain same. We'll remove the forgot password from that page and we'll change the text to already have an account sign in. So let's move to the login page again and we'll copy this same UI and we'll paste it here and we'll do some minor changes that I've just told you now. Now I will move and we'll write create your account. It's COUNT, not double A, ACC. Yeah. So let's call the sign up page here so that I can show you what all things I'm doing in the sign up.dart file. So here you can see the text, create your account. Now I'll copy this text field from here and we'll paste it here. So we'll just change the text to name and the icon to I will use the icon person outline and the name. I think so I'm making this video from 20 to 25 minutes and it's really strange that Siri didn't disturb at all this time while making this video because in the last part, as you know, she disturbed us nearly 3 to 4 times and it was really irritating. Now let's don't take his name again and again, otherwise she will take just a few seconds to come back and disturb us. So here we have wrote the name, Gmail and the password. So as I have told, we'll remove the forgot password from here. So I will remove the row and this height and we'll change the text to sign up and this text also. So we'll write already have an account, sign in. Okay, now you can see that in just few seconds we have developed the UI for our sign up page. Now we just want to navigate in the signing page to the I mean sign up page to the signing page and signing to the sign up by using this text. So here I will write gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will write navigator dot push material page route context, and will push the user to the signing page. So I will write login, yes. So when I'll tap to this text, we'll move to the login page. Now we'll move to the login page here again, and we'll do the same process. And we'll move to the sign up page. Sign up page. Now here you can see that we can easily navigate to the two pages easily.
First, we are going to connect the Firebase with our Flutter app for both Android and iOS, and I will recommend you to please do not skip any of the process or part from this video, because each and every process will be necessary so that I can tell you how to successfully connect the Firebase with your Flutter app. So let's move to the Firebase, and first we are going to create the project name Barber app here. So I will write Barber app. Now I'll click on continue button and will click on continue again, and will select the account, default account for Firebase. Now click on create project button. So as you can see, Firebase is preparing our project. So wait for a few seconds until it is done. So here it is done. Now I'll click to the continue button and we directly move to the Firebase account where we have created the project name Barber app. Now here you can see that we can connect the iOS, Android and web app with a Firebase. So first I'm going to connect the the iOS, then we'll move to the Apple. So first I'm going to connect the the Apple device, then I'm going to connect the Android device. So first let's move with the iOS, and we need a Apple bundle ID here. So to get this Apple bundle ID, we'll move to the iOS, and here I will open Xcode. So wait for a few seconds. Now we'll go to the runner and signing and capabilities. Now I'll copy this bundle identifier from here and will paste it here. So here I have copied the Apple bundle ID. Now click on the register app. Now download the Google service-info.plist file. So let's see this file. Now let's move to the file. So here you can see the file. Now if you have any folder named Google service-info.plist file, the old file, then please remove that file, and here I am going to rename this file to Google service-info.plist file. Please make sure that it should be exactly that I am showing you here, because it shouldn't wrote anything rather than Google service-info.plist. Now I'll paste it below the info. Now I'll click on finish. So here it is done. Now I'll close the Xcode from here, and we'll move to the next, again on next, continue to the console. So as you can see that we have successfully added the iOS app here. Now let's move with the Android app. So here we need a Android package name. So we'll move to the Android app build.gradle file, and we'll move to the application ID, and we'll copy the application ID from here and we'll paste it here. One thing I want to tell you that when you are uploading the app to the Play Store or the Apple Store, then make sure that the application ID should not start with com.example. You can edit example with your company name or your app name. So for example, if I will write Shivam here, then it is ready to go to upload this app to the Play Store. But if you write example and try this app to upload to the Play Store, then you will face a problem because it will frequently shows that please edit your application ID. So this was the small tip from my side. Now I'll click to the register app. Now I will download the Google services.json file from here and will move to the file again, and again I will edit this file name and will remove the older file if we have, and will rename it to Google services.json and will paste it in the Android app folder. So here you can see the our Google services.json file. Now I will click on next. Now here comes the plugin. Now we need to copy this ID from here. So I'll copy this ID and we'll move to the Android build.gdl file, and here we need to paste it below the class path. Now I'll paste this text here and we need to edit some of the code. So here you can see the code that I have just edited in the class path. Now one more thing I want to tell you that please do not forget to add the colon here, because the subscriber or the viewers keep on DM me in my Instagram ID that they are facing the error in the class path because they usually forget to add this colon sign here after the GMS. Now let's move back to the Firebase, and here I will copy this ID and will move to the Android app build.gdl file, and we need to paste it in the apply plugin. Sorry. Yeah. We'll paste it here and we'll again edit the code. Now we'll copy the dependency or the implementation and we'll paste it here, and the second one. So we'll click on next, continue to the console. So as you can see that we have successfully added the iOS and Android app here. Now let's move and we'll move to the file and save all the file where we have made the changes. So here it is done, but we need to add some more packages in our perspec.ml file. But before that, let's move to the main.dart file. I think so. Before adding the code to the main.dart file, we need to add the packages in the perspec.ml file. Let's move and we'll add the packages from the perf.dev. So here it is perf.dev website, and I will copy the packages from here and will paste it inside the perspec.ml file. So our first package name is Firebase core. So we need this package to connect the Firebase with our Flutter app. So move to the installing and we'll copy the package from here and we'll move to the perspec.ml file and we'll paste it in the dependencies. So right here. Now our second package name will be Cloud Firestore, so that we can upload the data to the Firestore database. Now we'll move to the installing again and we'll copy the package from here and we'll paste it here. So currently I'm adding these two packages in our perspec.ml file, but if we need more packages, then we'll add one by one in our perspec.ml file. Now let's save all the packages that I have pasted in the perspec.ml file. So we are facing the version error. If you are facing the version error, then always remove the exact version from the packages and it will load the specific version accordingly.
So as you can see, it has worked successfully and it loads the specific version accordingly by providing the Firebase core package empty. So here it is done. Now let's move to the main.dart file and we need to add some of the line of the code in our void main function. So I will write async and will write widgets flutter binding dot ensure initialized. Now I will write await and I will write firebase dot. So let's call this package first. So I will call the Firebase core package that we have just implemented now in our perspecaml file. Now I'll write firebase dot initialize app. Please do not forget to add these two lines in a void main function, because without adding these two lines you can't run the Firebase in your Flutter app. So here we'll move to the build and we go to the authentication, because we will be using the email authentication in our Flutter app. But before that, I have forgot to add one of the main package in the Flutter app, which is Firebase Auth. So without this package, you can't add the authentication in the Flutter app. So we'll move to the installing and we'll copy this package and we'll again paste it inside the perspecaml file. Now let's remove this version and run all the packages, and we'll move to the Firebase here and we'll move to the authentication. Now click on get started button. Now we'll move to the email and password and we'll enable email and password from here. Click on save. So as you can see, email and password has been enabled and we can now successfully authenticate in our Flutter app by using the email authentication. Now let's move to the build and we'll move to the Firestore database, and we need to change some of the security rules from there so that we can upload the data to the Firestore database. Now click on create database. Now click on next, click on create button. So wait for a few seconds as Firestore is setting up some security rules. So here it is done. Now we'll move to the rules and we'll change false to true. Now click on publish button. So as you can see, publish changes can take up to a minute. So after making the changes, it can take a few minutes to upload the data to the cloud Firestore, but do not need to worry, because we need to write the complete function for the email authentication. Then we need to upload the data to the Firestore database. So here we have done the complete setup for the Android and iOS, and we have also connected the Firebase with our Flutter app. But before moving to the code, and we create some function for the authentication in our signup page, first of all, I'm going to run the app in the real Android device. So if you don't know how to connect the real Android device with the Flutter app, then I have already made a video in this channel. I will paste the link in the description box. I'm going to show the complete process to how to run the app in the Android device, because in most of the videos I have found that the user or the viewers are facing the problem to run the app. They are telling that they are finding a Gradle error or the packages error that they have just added from the Firebase. So I'm going to show each and every step to how to run the app in the real Android device, or if you are using the Android emulator, then it will also work in the Android emulator too. If you are facing any error, then one by one I will show you how to solve that error by changing some of the code in the Android build.gradle file or Android app build.gradle file. So as you can see at the bottom, my Android device has been connected with a VS Code. Now I will write flutter run to run the app. So wait for a few seconds, because at the first time, if you are running the app in your real Android device, then it may take some time to load the app.
So here you can see the Flutter Fix option, and it is telling us to change the minimum SDK version to 19. So what I'm going to do that, we'll move to the Android build.gradle file, and here I'm going to change the minimum SDK version to 19. As it shows me that we need to change the minimum SDK version, so I directly go to the specific build.gradle file and change the version. So it is very easy. Now we'll again run the flutter run command. So here it comes the flutter fix, our second error. So if you face anytime a Kotlin Gradle plugin problem, because if you are using the old version or anything, then don't need to worry. I will show you a one-step code we need to change in the build.gradle file. So here you can see the Kotlin version. So it is strictly telling us that we need to add the latest version in the ext Kotlin version. So we need to change that Kotlin version to the latest version. So let me check what really the latest Kotlin version we need to add here. So here I am going to use this Kotlin version. So if you are facing the Kotlin version, then you can use this version in this Kotlin version, and again write flutter run command. So I am doing this because I want to show you all step by step. If you are facing any of this type of errors, then you can solve one by one. Sorry, I didn't save the file. So when you are making the changes, please make sure that you are saving all the file before writing the flutter run command. So now they are telling me to add a multi-deck support for the Android. So I will write yes. So here you can see that our build is successful and we have successfully loaded the app in our real Android device. Now you can use the app accordingly, but here you will face one more error if you are using the old version of the Flutter. Like, it may say you that the host platform return null value, or like Firebase core host API method channel Firebase. So do not need to worry. Again we need to change the Google service version, because each time you are facing the version error, that's why you are getting this error. So we need to change the class path version here. So I'm going to use the different version in the class path and it will run successfully. So I'm going to use this version in the class path. So you can copy this exact version according to your need if you are facing this error. Now let's save all the file and we'll again run the flutter run command. So I will write flutter run. So we have successfully built the app and the app has successfully launched in my Android device, and we didn't face any error and we have fixed all the error before running the app in the Android device. So by this process you can easily run the app in your real Android device, or if you are using the Android emulator. So if you are facing any this type of error, then you can just change the version and can successfully launch the app in the Android device. And we'll add the complete function for our sign up page so that user can enter the name, email, password and can easily sign up in the app. So here, if the user enter the name like Shivam and the password, the email like this Gmail, now the password. So to handle the text that the user enter on this text field, we need a text editing controller so that we can get the text that the user enter on this text field. So here I will write text editing controller. One will create for the name controller. So equals to new text editing controller. Now we need to create
2 more for email, and 1 for the password. So we need to pass each controller in the respective text field. So I will write controller, and here I will write name controller. For the Gmail, I will write email controller, and for the password controller. So this will help me to get the text that the user will enter in the respective text field. Now for an example, if the user have entered the name and they have forgot to enter the email ID and they directly move to the password and click on the sign up button, so that we can frequently throw the error that in this respective text field the user didn't enter the email ID. So to check the respective form state of that respective text field that the user have entered or not, we need a global key here. So I will write final form key equals to global key. So we'll check the form state, like if the user have entered all the text field or not. And if they have entered all the text field, then we'll call the signup function to authenticate the user and directly move inside the app. Now to check the form, we need a text form field here because we can't check the form in the text field. Now I will write validator and we'll check the value. So if the value is null or empty, like if the user have forgot to enter the email or the name, we can show the please enter name. So we can frequently return that please enter the name, and if they have wrote the name in the respective text field, then we'll pass null here because we can suggest that the user have entered the name. Now we need to pass this validator case in each text form field. So I will paste it here. Now if it is, so I will write please enter email, and for the password we'll pass please enter password. Now to access this global key, we need to wrap up the column widget with a form widget, and we need to pass the key form key. So here it is done. Now I will move on and will create a registration function which will be called when the user will click to the sign up button. So if you have followed my other series like chat app, e-commerce app, to-do app, or the news app, then you already know the use of the registration function in the sign up page. So if you haven't followed that series, I will paste the link in the description box, because by following that series you can add some more app to your app bucket list and you can get to know more about the Flutter and Firebase. Basically we need to create a some string here, because in this respective string will pass the name that the user enter on this text field, and through this name string we can authenticate the user by using the user credential. Do not need to worry, I will show you each and every step to authenticate the user. One will for the mail and third for the password. So password should not be equals to null, and name should not be equals to null. name and one for the mail. So if this condition will be true, then we'll move inside and we'll use a try catch. So I will write user credential equals to await Firebase auth dot instance. So as I've told you before, we are going to use the Firebase auth package. So here it is the use of the Firebase auth function, and we'll write create user with email and password, and we'll pass the mail string and same for the password. Now once the user have authenticated, then we need to show the some message like registered successfully right at the bottom, so that user can get the hint that they have successfully signed up in the app. So I will use a snack bar here. Now in the content I will pass the text that I have just told you now, which is registered. So registered spelling is correct, REGISTERD. I think so it is correct. Sorry if there will be any spelling mistake, though I am good at coding, but I can face these spelling errors. Now we'll use text type font size 20.0. Now once the user have authenticated and we pass the message, we can directly push the user to the home page. So we can write navigator dot push material page route context, and we'll push the user to the home page. Yeah, now I'll write on Firebase auth exception. Now we'll use a try catch. So we can catch the error if the user have entered the weak password, or like they have used the email that is already in the use, and through the catch we can catch the respective errors. So that's why I'm using the try catch here. Now e.code, and we'll check that if the user have entered the weak password. So I will write weak password equals to. Now we'll write, we need to show the snack bar again here, so I will copy it from here and we'll paste it here, and we'll show the message that password provided is too weak. So I will write password provided is too weak. So here it is done. Now we need to also create a else if function, so that we can check that if the user have used the email that he has already used before to sign up in the app. So we'll check that if the email is already in use. You can see that it is very easy to authenticate in the app and to write the registration function to register the user, because everything is directly written. You just need to call that function one by one. And we'll again show the snack bar message that account already exists. So here it is done, and we have wrote the complete registration function. I hope that you are finding very easy, because I tried my best to explain you in as easiest way as possible, and it will be also help the beginner to write the code and understand the each line that I have wrote in the registration function. So if you are facing any doubt or error, you can directly ping me in the comment box, or you can directly DM me on my Instagram ID, because I can give a quick reply in my Instagram ID. Now let's move to the sign up button, and here we are directly pushing the user to the home because we have just created the UI. Now we'll authenticate the user, and the Firebase will move the user to the home page. So here comes our validation case. So we'll check that if the user have entered all the text field. So I will write form key dot current state dot validate and we'll use a set state. The reason for using the set state is because I want to store the text that the user enter on this text field to the respective string. That's why I'm using the name controller dot text, and same for the password controller dot text. Now we'll call the registration function here. So we have wrote the complete code for the sign up page. Now let's run the app in the iOS emulator, and let's authenticate in the app by using the sign up method. Run successfully, as you can see in the debug console. So now I'm going to sign up in the app by using my name. So I will write Shivam Gupta in my name, and I will use the random email ID here. So I will write shivam123@gmail.com and the random password again. Now I'll click to the sign up button here. So as you can see that we have registered successfully and directly moved to the home page of the app. So as you can see that our email authentication is working brilliantly, and we can successfully register in the app by using the sign up page. At the backend for the signing page, the process will be completely same that we have added for the sign up page. All things will remain same, just we need to add some of the more function, or you can say we can change some of the function in the login function that will create in the signing page. So we'll move to the login.dart file, and here I am going to copy some of the code from the signup.dart file. As I have told you now, the code will be remain same. We just need to add some function in the user login function. So I'll copy the string from here and will paste it in the login page. So let's move to the login page by clicking to this signing text, and here you can see that we need a Gmail and password. So we don't need a name string here to store the name, and we need a to text editing controller to handle the text that the user will enter on this to text field. So we'll copy this email and the password controller, I mean the text editing controller, and we'll paste it in the login page. So here it is done. Now we'll again use a global key here, because I want to check that if the user have entered all the respective text field or not. So if they have missed any of the text field, then the app can show that the user have miss that field and they need to enter that field to sign in the app. So here I have wrote a global key which is help us to check the validation in each text field. So we'll move to the respective text field and we'll write text form field. Now in the controller I will write the email controller so that the user can so that we can handle the text that the user will enter on this text field, and we'll again write the same text form field and the controller and password controller. So here it is done. Now we need to go to the column and we'll wrap up with a form widget. So I will write form and will pass the key key and the form key which is our global key. Now we need to pass the validation in each text form field that we have just done in the sign up page, I mean in the last video. So if you haven't watched the last video, then I will recommend you to please watch that part because it will help you to know more about the sign up page, and then we can move with a login page. So here I will copy the validator case for the not for the name, for the email, and we'll move to the login page and we'll paste it here, and we'll do same for the password. So we'll copy the validation from here and we'll paste it here. Now let's move and we'll create our main function for the login page, which is user login, and I will write async. So we'll again use our try catch because for an example, if the user have entered the wrong email ID and the user didn't use that email ID to sign up in the app and he trying to use the new email ID to log in, then we can show that the user email has been not found. So by this method we can get the correct authentication. And for an example, if the user have entered the email and they have entered the wrong password, so through the try catch we can check the password and can pass that the text that the password that the user have provided is wrong. So here in the try catch, first I will write await. Now we'll use a Firebase auth package that we have added in the perspecaml file. We'll write dot instance and we'll use a function name sign in with email and password. And here I'm going to use the it is mail, yeah. So I'll check, yeah, it's done. Now once the user have signed in, we can directly push the user to the home page. So we'll use a navigator dot push method and I will write material page root. Now I will write context and will push the user to the home page. So I will call the home page here. Now as I've told you that we'll also check the user have entered the wrong password or the user have entered the email ID which he didn't used before, then we can pass the respective case. So I will write Firebase auth exception and here I will write catch so that we can catch the respective error. So I will write scaffold messenger dot of context dot so snack bar. Basically, as I've explained you, snack bar is something.
I didn't catch that. Could you try again?
No, you don't need to catch it. Please leave. Now let's move ahead
And as I've told you in the last video, there is a snack bar at the bottom of the app which tells the message that the user have entered the wrong email or the password. So through the snack bar we can show the respective toast message. Now in the content I will write text and I will write no user found for that email. For that email. Now we'll also pass the font size with, so we need to use style. We can't pass the font like this. Style font size 18.0, color equals to color star black. Yep, so here it is done. Now we need a semicolon here. So we need to check the respective case. So I have forgot to add the main condition. So if e dot code is equals to, we'll check that user not found. Then we'll pass the message or the toast message. So here it is done. Now we'll pass a else if case and we'll again check that the user have entered the wrong password. So I will write wrong password. Yes. Now we'll copy the scaffold messenger and we'll paste it here and we'll change the text message to wrong password provided by user. So I will write wrong password provided by user. Yeah, so here it is done. We have passed the two case where we can catch the error, and through this function the user can sign in and can directly move to the home page of the app. So here you can see that by adding just 3 lines we have made a complete user login function, and it is very easy to add this function. Now we have forgot to add the semicolon here. Yeah, here it is done. Now let's move to the signing button and we'll call this function. So here we'll move to the signing button and we'll first check the validation. So I will write if form key dot current state dot validate dot set state, and we'll write mail email controller dot text. You already know the use of the set state over here. And if you have watched the last part, then you already know that. Now we'll call the user login function. So in the form key, we'll check the validation and then we'll rename the string. Then we'll call the user login function to log in the app. So here we have wrote the complete backend or the code for the login page. Now let's hot restart the app. Now one thing I am going to do that first I am going to create a account, then we'll use that same account to log in the app, and through this method we can check both sign up and signing page. So first I'm going to write my name, so I will write Shivam Gupta. Now I will use some random email ID. Now I will use the same password. Now I click to the sign up button, and as you can see we can register successfully. So our sign up page is working brilliantly. Now let's hot restart the app again.
and we'll move to the signing page, and I will use the same account shivam342 at the rate gmail.com, the password 342. Yeah, now I'll click to the signing button. Taking so much time to log in the app, so let's do one thing. Let's again use the different account. So I am writing going to write the random name. Yeah, now let's hot restart. Let's move to the signing page. Shivam 456 at the rate gmail.com and the password. Now click to the signing button. I had done a big mistake over here. Basically, we have added the function in the sign up but text over here. Sorry, sometime we also make a big mistake. That's I'm thinking why the signing page is not working, because everything we have added is correct, but sometime it happens. But no worries, let's move on. Now yeah, so if I'll click to the signing button again, so here you can see that we can successfully authenticate in the home page, and our signing page is also working brilliantly, and our email authentication part is done. Now I want that when the user is sign up in the app, or they create a new account to register in the app, the data, I mean the name and the picture of that user, will directly upload to the Firebase Firestore. The reason for uploading the data to the Firestore database is because I can use that data to show that in the admin panel that which user have booked the respective service and at the what time and date, and will also save the data in the shared preference, because by using the shared preference we can frequently call the data in the home page. We don't need to call each time the data from the server, so it is very easy to handle the case by using the shared preference. So first we are going to upload the data to the Firestore database. Now let's move, and we'll move to the leaf folder, and we'll create a new folder named services here, and in this folder we will write all the code related to the backend. So here I will create a new file in the services folder which will be database.dart, and here I will first create the class name database methods. So I will write database methods. Yeah. Now I will write future add user detail. So as I've told you before, we'll call this add user detail function when the user will sign up in the app for the first time, and we can upload that user data to the Firestore database. Now here we are going to use the map string dynamic, because the map string dynamic will help us to first write the string, I mean the name, and through the dynamic method we can upload anything like string, ID, I mean the number, integers, or the link. So it will be the complete dynamic method, and in the string we can pass the user image, name, his respective ID, or any of the information if you develop
the other apps. Now we'll give the map name user info map, not indo, info map. Now we'll pass the string ID. The reason for using ID is because I used to provide the respective ID to the each collection, I mean the document that will upload to the collection. Now don't get confused in the collection and the document, because let me upload the first user detail to the Firestore database, then you will get to know more about the user collection and the document that I am just talking now. So we'll write async and we'll pass the return await. Now I will write Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection, and will give the collection name users, and through the doc id will pass the respective id of that user detail, and through the set method will upload the user detail to that respective collection and will pass the map. So here we have wrote a function name add user detail to upload the details to the Firestore database. Now let's move to the sign up page. Now where we are pushing the user to the home page, just be above this snack bar, we will first create the map. So here I will show you how to create a map, and will name the map user info map. Now here, as I have told you, there will be a string. So as you can see that I have used a double inverted comma, so it indicates a string, and will write the name. And here in the sign up page, as I have told you, so let me show you the sign up page. I think so. Now I can't because we are writing the code. But do not need to worry. As I've told you, the name controller will keep the text that the user will enter in the name text field. So we'll pass a name controller, and to get the text in the text field, we'll write dot text. And here we'll upload the name. And now let's upload the email. So I will write email and will pass email controller dot text. Now for the ID, I need to create a random ID here because I don't want to match one ID with a other user ID. It should be unique when we are uploading the data to the Firestore database. So for that we need to add the package name random string, which will help us to add the random string. Now here I will write a random string package name. Now we'll again copy the package version and we'll paste it here. Yeah, it's done. Now I will write string ID. So I'm creating the random string. The string length will be 10. So here I will write ID and I will write the ID. So here you can see that I have uploaded the name, email, ID. Now one more thing left is the image of the user. So in the image I am going to use the random image for uploading the image of the user, and once the user have created the account, they can change the image from their profile page. So do not need to worry if the user uploading the, I mean the app uploading the random image to the Firestore database, then we can also change the image from the profile page and will give the access to the user to pick the image from the phone gallery. So as you can see that I have added the link of the image. This is a random image. So if you want, you can see this, the random image we are going to upload. Now let's call the database methods where we have wrote the function name, add user detail, and here we'll pass the random id. So I want that this function to be called. First upload the data to the Firestore, then show the snack bar, then push the user to the home page. So for that I will tell the app to wait until this function is called completely by using the await method. So I think so you are finding it very easy because I'm trying to make the complete code beginner friendly. So each and every code I am writing here, I am explaining in best way as possible so that you can get the each function that I am using in the VS Code. Because if you want to make any customized app in your way, then you can also develop the app and can add some more app to your app bucket list. Now we have wrote a function to upload the data to the Firestore database. Now let's check and let's move to the sign up page and we'll create one more account. So let's pass the random name, email ID, and the password. Now I'll click to the sign up button here again. So here you can see that we have registered successfully. So now let's move and we'll check it in the Firebase. So here you can see the users collection that I was talking about, and here you can see the random unique ID, and here I have used this email to just now to sign up in the app, and you can see that, and the ID that we have just used here, you can see the same ID and the image and the name that I have just wrote in the sign up page. So it is working brilliantly and we can successfully upload as much user data to the Firestore database. So today you have learned how to upload the data to the Firestore database. Also you got to know lot more things about email authentication. So till now if you haven't hit that like button, then please, for this video, please do not forget to hit that like button down below, because first of all it is totally free and it will give us some more support to bring more videos on this channel. Also hit that subscribe button too. Now let's move and we'll create a shared preference so that we can save the data locally and we can use that data in the app. So in the services folder, I will create a new file name shared pref dot and will again create a class name shared preference. I am again saying the spelling can be wrong, so please do not mind. Yeah, so static string. Now first we are going to save the user ID, so I will write user ID key equals to, and we'll write user key, then we are going to save the user name, so user name key, and we'll write name
Now email, so I will write email key and email, yeah. Then the id, so static string, not stream, string user, sorry, we have already saved the id, yeah, so I will write image key, yeah, we'll save the image. So user image key, yeah. So we are going to save the id, name, email and the image locally. So to save the image we need to create each function. So future bool save user id, and we'll pass the string get user id so that we can get the user id. Then async, now shared. Oh, we need to also add a package name shared preference. So let's move to the pub dev again, and we'll write a package name shared preferences. Now shared preferences, yes, installing. We'll copy the package and we'll move to the pub.yml file and we'll paste it here. Yes. Now run the package. Now let's move to the shared pref. Shared preferences. Yes, dot, not dot, pref equals to await. We'll await until this function is called dot get instance, and we'll get the string. Then we'll return pref dot set string, and we'll pass the user id key where we have both the string and the value. So here we'll save the user id by calling the save user id function. So let's create some more function for the name, email and the image. Yeah, so we have wrote all the function to save the name, email, image and the id. Now we need to also get the string that we have saved on the respective id. So let's move and we'll create a function to get the string that we have saved in the respective id. So now shared preferences, and we'll copy this function and we'll paste it here, and we'll return pref dot get string. So first, before we have used our set string to set the string or save the string, and now we need to get the string, so we'll use our get string function name and we'll write user id key. So let me create the function for the name, email and the image. Yeah,
So here it is done when, and we have wrote all the function to save and to get the data from the shared preference. Now let's save the data from the signup.dart page, and here I will write await shared preferences helper dot save user name, and will pass a name controller dot text. Same for the email. So you can see that it is very easy to save the data locally. We just need to write a function and call that function. I will show you when I will add the backend for the home page to how to get the data from the shared preferences. Controller dot text and await shared preference helper dot save user image, and in the image we are going to call that http link again. So let's save the id to save user id and we'll pass the id. Yeah, so here it is done. We have saved all the data locally. So we are saving the data locally by using the shared preference. That's why I have wrote the shared preference helper function in the registration function. So like when the user will click to the sign up button, then through the database method, first the data will be uploaded to the server, and we can use the data locally too. So that why I have used the share preference helper here. So let's move and we'll create a new account here by using the sign up button, because we need to also save the data locally, because I am going to use this data in the home page, and I will also show you how to get the data from the shared preference. So here is the method we save the data. So let's move and I will write the random name here, which is now I will write the random email ID. So I will write and the password. Now I'll click to the sign up button and will directly register in the app. So we have registered successfully and the data is also saved locally. Now here you can see the in the home page it is written hello Shivam Gupta, and here we are going to show the user image. So now I'll show you how to get the data from the shared preference. So let's move to the home page, and here I will create a two string, one which will be for the name and second for the image. Now let's provide the null string. Now I will write get the data from shared pref. So it is our function name. Now I will write async and will write name equals to await shared preference helper dot get user name. So by using the dot get username function, we can get the string that we have saved in the username. Now we need to get the image, so we'll write image equals to await shared preference helper dot get user image. So here we'll again use a set state, because as soon as this data, I mean we get the data from the shared preference and we pass it to the name string, we can frequently refresh the string name here and we can show that name
here in the home page. Now I will write get on the load function. So this function will be called in the init state. Now let me explain you the use of the init state here. So basically in the init state function, like when the user will move to the home page, then the init state will be the first function that will be called from the home.dart file, and then the further functions will be loaded one by one. So init state is the first function that usually call in the dart file. So we want that as soon as the home page loads, the name and the image frequently loads, and it shows me here in the top left corner. So here I will write the name, name, null string. Now our image is in the form of the HTTP link, so we'll need to write image.network and we'll call the image string. So you can see the null check error here because we need to hot restart the app. So let's move to the main.dart file and call the home page here so that we don't need to log in again and again. Now let's hot restart this page and you can see the username that I have just used to register in the app, and here you can see the random image that I have shown you in the last video. So our share preference is working brilliantly, and you can see that we can also save the data locally and we can use that data anywhere we want. Now here we have shown the username and the image. Now let's move to the services. So for an example, if the user want to book the hair washing service, he will click to the hair washing service and here he will select the date for the date he want to book the service. So I am selecting 31st March and also the time. So you can select the time like 4:30 p.m. Click on OK button. So here you can see the date and the time has been set according to the user choice. Now I want that when I click to the book now button, then the respective service will be booked successfully, and the service that the user have booked will be shown in the admin panel so that admin can also get to know which user have booked which service. User will click to the book now button, then I am thinking that we'll upload the data to the Firestore database by creating a new collection named booking, and in that booking collection will show all the booking that the user will do one by one. I mean the all the users booking will show in the booking collection. So let's move to the database.dart file and we'll create a new function name add user booking. So I will copy the old function name add user details and we'll change the some code here. So we don't pass a unique ID. So I will remove the ID here and the user info map will remain same, and here will pass the booking to the new collection name booking, and will remove the doc ID from here. So if you are not passing the specific doc ID, then you don't need to use a dot set function here. You need to use a dot add function. So here we have created a function to upload the data to the Firestore database. Now let's move to the our booking.dart page, and here you can see the book now button. So here I will write map string dynamic user booking map. Yes. So here first I'm going to show the service that the user have selected. So I will write service
and through the widget dot service we are getting the respective service. So I will write widget dot service. Now I am going to get the date that the user have selected. So I will write date, and we are saving the date in the selected time. So I will copy this text from here and will paste it here, and will write dot to string here, because it will help us to call the specific field in the admin panel on the easy way. Otherwise it will show the frequent problem if you don't pass dot to string here, because as you can see our date is in the form of the string and we have used a map string dynamic. Now let's pass the time. So I will write time. I think so it was for the time. I make a small mistake. Now I'll paste it here. Now let's move and copy the date and we'll paste it here. Yes. So it is done. So here it is the service, date and time. Now we don't need a double inverted comma. We'll directly write dot to string here. I think so. There is some problem. Yeah, we need a double inverted comma over here because we are getting the day from the selected day by using the dollar sign. So we need a double inverted comma, so it will don't copy this thing exactly, but it will give me the day, month and year. Then it will convert to the to string by using dot to string function. So now we need to also pass the username. So I will write username. Now we need to get the username. So you already know that we have saved the username in the shared preference. So let's call the shared preference again. I always love to copy and paste the code because write the code again and again. So being a developer, I mostly copy the code and paste the code in the different Dart file again and again. But if you are a developer, so copy paste work should be in your blood. So I'm just kidding. Nothing to do with a developer. It's really save your time to write the code again and again. Now let's move forward. We'll call a shared preference dart file here and we'll write name, and for the image we'll write image. Yes. So if you want, you can also pass the email of that user. So I will write email equals to await shared preference helper dot get user email. So we'll pass the email. Yeah, it's done. So we have wrote a complete map string dynamic, I mean the complete map here. So database methods function that we have just wrote in the database.dart file so that we can upload this data to the booking collection. So I will write async await. Now database methods dot what was the function name? Add user booking. Yeah, and we'll pass the our map name, which is user booking map. So once the data has been uploaded, I want to show the user that the booking has been successfully done. I mean the service has been booked successfully. So you know that whenever you want to show the toast message or the snack bar, you can use a scaffold messenger. So we'll move to the login.dart file, and sorry, in the signup.dart file where we have wrote the scaffold messenger. So I will copy the snack bar from here and we'll move to the booking.dart file and we'll paste it here. Now we'll write service has been booked successfully. Yeah, it's done. So service has been booked successfully. Now let's hot restart the app and we'll check the our booking service function. So for an example, if I want to book the service for the hair cutting, so I will select the hair cutting from here. I think so we haven't passed a navigator push function in each of the service here. So let's do one thing. Let's move to the home.dart file and let's pass the navigator function in each of the services here. So need to wrap up in the container. So just set detector in the on tap method will pass this and hair cutting. So I want to book the service for the respective barber. So I will click to the hair cutting service and here you can see the hair cutting. So I will book for the 31st March and will set a time for like 5 p.m. Now click on OK. So I will tap to the book now button and you can see service has been booked successfully, and it clearly passed the hint to the user that the service that the user have selected for the respective date and time has been booked now. Let's move and we'll check it in the Firebase where the booking collection has been created. So we'll move to the Firestore database and here you can see the booking collection with our doc ID and the date that we have selected, the email that we have get from the shared preference, the image of the user, the service that we have selected which is hair cutting, and the time we have selected with a username that we again get from the shared preference. It is working brilliantly and we can see all the bookings in our Cloud Firestore. Now let's move and we'll create the login page for our admin and then we'll show all the bookings in the admin panel and how to manage the bookings from the admin panel. Now we'll move to the leave folder and we'll create a new folder name admin here, and inside the admin folder we'll create a new file name admin login.dart. So I will write import now material stateful widget admin login. Yeah, it's done. Now one thing I'm going to do that basically, let's move to the sign up page first. So I will write sign up page in our main.dart file, and here we'll change the create your account to the admin panel and we'll tell the user to, I mean the admin, to enter the username and the password, and there will be a sign up button. You can say a login button to directly move inside the admin panel. So the design will be completely same for the admin login page we just need to make some of the changes. So let's move to the signup dart page, and I will copy the complete code from here and will do the customization for the need of admin login page. Now I'll copy the code from here and will paste it here. Now we'll change the text to admin panel. So I will use /n panel. We can remove the validation case from here. We need a text editing controller to handle the username and the password that the admin will enter on the to text field. So we'll remove the name from here and we'll just write the user name and we'll write text editing controller user name controller equals to new text editing controller, and we'll do same for the password. So I will write user password, or you can say admin password. Now I will call the user name controller and will change the hint text to user name, and we'll do same for the password. User password. We'll remove the validation case from here and login. Yes. We'll also remove the spacer from here. It's done. Now let's move to the main.dart file and we'll call the admin login page so that I can show you how it really looks. So here is the admin login page. Now in the username there will be the unique username and the password which I will provide to the admin so that they can enter the username and the password and can directly move to the admin panel. So for an example, if the admin entered the wrong username and the password, he can't move to the admin panel. So it will be a much secure form to handle the admin panel like this. Now let's move to the admin login.dart file, and here I will write a login admin function and I will write Firebase firestore dot instance dot collection, and we'll write the collection name admin here. So what we are going to do that here, I'm going to call the collection name admin. So let's move to the Firebase firestore and we'll create a new collection name admin, and inside the admin collection we'll pass the ID. So ID will be the Peter and the password will be 123456. So this will be the unique username, or you can say the ID and the password to register or can log in the admin panel. So without using this ID or password, you can't directly move to the admin panel. So here I will call a collection name admin, and once I call this collection name, I will get the field name, and in the value I will write snapshot. Basically snapshot will help me to get all the respective document that is available on the admin collection. Now we'll write snapshot dot data dot docs, sorry, not data, docs dot for each, and in the element we'll write result. So basically we are going to call the ID and the password. So like once the user enter the username Peter and the password 123456, then we are going to check that if it match with this ID or not, or same for the password. If the username and the password get matched with a field name, then we are directly move the admin to the admin panel. So here we'll write if result dot data and our field name is id, so I will write id should not be equals to user controller dot username controller dot text dot trim. Basically dot trim function will help us to, like for an example, if the admin have wrote the username Peter and they have wrote a space after the name Peter, then the app should trim the space and they need to provide us only the Peter username. If we don't write trim here, then it will write Peter space and it will tell the app that the username that the admin has entered is wrong. So I think so you are getting what I am trying to explain. Though the admin have entered the correct username, but just because of the space, the app will throw the error, which will not give a better experience for the admin when they are using the admin panel. That's why I use a dot trim function here. Now I'm going to show the snack bar here. For an example, if the ID didn't match with a ID that we have just provided in the admin collection, then we are going to show the message that your ID is not correct by using the snack bar. So let's move to the sign up page and we'll copy the scaffold messenger snack bar from here and we'll paste it here and we'll just change the name, I mean the text to your ID is not correct. And we'll pass the second case that if the password is not matched, then we'll show the your password is not correct. So we'll copy this case completely from here and we'll paste it here and we'll just write else if case and we'll change the ID to password and user password controller.text. And if the password didn't match, then we'll write your password is not correct. So we have wrote a complete function for the login admin page. I think so not. We are missing some case. Yeah. Like if both will be correct, then we need to push the user to the admin panel. So here I am going to create a new file name booking admin dot. On this dot file we are going to show all the bookings that the user have booked in the booking collection. So we'll first import the package and we'll pass the stateful widget name booking admin and we'll write navigator dot push material page route So here it is done. Now let's call this login admin function when the user will write the username and the password and will tap to the login button. So let's hot restart the page, and here I will write the username Peter and the password 123456, and will click to the login button. So as you can see, our login function is working brilliantly, and through the unique ID and the password we can successfully log in the admin panel. Now let's hot restart here again, and I will enter the wrong username, and will click to the login button, and you can see that it frequently shows me the message that your ID is not correct. So it is working brilliantly, and as soon as I have wrote the wrong username, it passed the text message that your ID is not correct. Now on this page, first I am going to show the text which will be the headline of our admin panel, which is all bookings. So here we are going to show all the bookings that the user have done from the user app. Now we need a text widget here, so we'll write text, and in the text widget we'll write all bookings. Now we'll pass the style text style colors dot black, font size 20.0, font weight dot bold. Yeah, so here you can see the all booking text, but I need to bring this text over here, so I will wrap up with a center widget, and will provide the space from the top, I mean to the container. So I will write margin edge inset dot only top 40.0, maybe 60.0. Yeah, so we can also increase the text, so I will change it to 24. Now here you can see the all bookings or headline of this page. Now let's move with a column widget, and here we are going to first create a container where I will show the our service name that the user have booked, which user have booked that service, so the user name and the date and the time at which the user have selected. So you already know that there is a booking collection in the Firestore database. So here you can see the date, email, image, service, time, and the username. So we are going to show all these details over here. So first I'm going to create the UI, and through the stream builder we are going to show all the details one by one. So don't need to worry about a stream builder. I will tell you how to use a stream builder in the Flutter app. Now let's move, and we'll create a container over here, and we need to also provide the margin from the left and right position of the container. So I will write left 20.0 and right 20.0. Now in the decoration I will write box decoration. Now we are going to use a same color that we have provided in the sign up page, or you can see the admin login page. So this is a gradient color that I am going to use. So I'll copy this linear gradient color from here and will paste it over here. So here it is done. Now let's provide the width or to the container. So I will write media query dot of context dot size dot width. Basically media query is something that will help us to make the app highly responsive. So by providing the media query dot of context dot size dot width, our container will use a complete width of the screen, which will make the container highly responsive. Now let's write something on the container. So I will write, I think so we need a column widget over here. So I will write text column children. Now I will write text widget again, and first we are going to show the service name. So I will write service, sorry, I service. Now here cutting. So here you can see the container. Now let's provide the space
from the headline and the container. So let's provide the size box height 20 point, you can say 30.0. Yeah. So let's provide the styling to our text widget. So I'll copy the style from here and will paste it here. And we need to change the color to white so that I can see the text on this container. So here you can see the service which is here cutting. Now let's decrease the font size to 20.0. Yeah. Now I am thinking that first at the top left side I will show the user image, then I am going to show the service. So let's do one thing. In the children we'll write image dot asset. So we are So as I have told you, we are just writing the UI. I'm going to connect it with a Firebase after writing the UI of the container. So let's move forward, and in the images folder I am going to get the random boy image which is boy.jpg, and will provide the height maybe 50 and the width 50, and fit boxfit.cover so that it can use a complete height and the width. So here you can see the user image, but I need this image at the left side over here. So one thing I'm going to do, that I will wrap up the image.asset with a row widget, and will write main axis alignment dot start. So here you can see that we have successfully moved the image to the left side of the container. Now we need to also provide the padding over here. So I will write padding edge insert dot all, and we can provide the padding 10. So we can also increase the image over here. So I will write 100 and maybe 100. No, it's too big. Maybe 80. Okay. So if you want to provide the border radius to the image, you know that if you have watched my old app series, then you need to wrap up with a clip react widget. So I will write clip react, react. Now border radius dot circular 30. Maybe we can provide some more border radius. Yeah, 60. So we can also provide the border radius to this container. So I'll copy this from here and will paste it over here, and we'll change to 20. Yeah. So let's provide the size box, I mean the space between the image and the text. Now we have shown the service that the user have selected. Now we are going to show the user name. So here you can see the user name. So first of all I will write like this. Yes. Now let's provide the size box, not too much space, we need just 5. Yeah. So we'll copy the space and the text again and we'll paste it here. Now we need to show the date. If you want, you can also show the email. So I will write date, and I will write the random date over here. Maybe it is on this format. Yeah. So here you can see the date and the time. So we'll again copy that case and we'll paste it here, and we'll just write time and 04 maybe 10 p.m. Yeah. So here you can see the service name, date and time. So if you want, you can also provide the material widget to this, I mean the elevation to this container. So one thing you can do, you can wrap up with a material widget, and the elevation 5.0. Now let's provide the border radius to our material widget. So I'll copy the border radius and we'll paste it over here. So here you can see that we have provided the elevation to this container, so it's look more attractive now. So you can set the elevation according to your choice. So let's keep on 8. Yeah, so we have wrote the UI. Now let's connect it with our Firebase so that it can automatically show all the bookings over here on this page. Now, okay, one thing I just realized that I have forgotten to add the our main button, which is done. Basically, this done button will this Siri, yeah, it's gone. So basically, done button will help us to, like, when we'll tap I not when we will, basically when the admin will tap this done button, then this service will be deleted from the Firestore database, which will mark that this service has been done. So let's create a customized button over here. So we'll write container and child. Now we can provide the button over here, text. I will write done style textile textile color equals to colors dot wait dot put. Yeah, now we need to provide the color to our container. So I'm going to use the color that we have provided before in the sign up page. I think so. No, maybe in the login page. We have used this color only. Yeah, I'm finding this color. We have got this color. Basically that color has a unique code, so I don't know that unique code because there are thousands of color that we use in building the Flutter apps, so I don't know the code. Yeah, so now let's provide the border radius. So I will write border radius dot circular, maybe 10. Yeah, you can see the button done. Let's do edge insert dot oil 10. Yeah, done button. Now let's provide the space from the top 20.0. Yeah, you can also provide the space from the bottom for the more accuracy. Yeah, so here you can see the done button. Now let's move and we'll add the our function name get bookings from the database dart file. So we'll use future. Now as we are going to use a stream, so let me explain you what is the use of stream builder. Basically stream builder is like whenever you want to call a list of documents that present in the respective collection, I mean in the Firestore database, then stream builder is one of the best thing, because if you make any changes, like if you update any document from the respective collection, then it will take just a few seconds to show that update in the Flutter app by using a stream builder. For an example, if I want to change the time over here, I mean the time field, and I want to change from 5:52 to 6 p.m. Then through the Flutter app, I make an update and change to 6 p.m. Now the stream builder will just take a few seconds to show the update over in my Flutter app. So I will recommend you to, whenever you want to show the list of documents from the Firestore database, always use a stream builder over here. Now query snapshot will help us to get all the respective documents, and will name the function name get bookings. And you know already the use of async await over here. Now Firebase firestore dot instance dot collection, and will pass the collection name bookings. So here you can see booking, it's not bookings dot snapshot. So this will be the last part of this Barber booking app series, and then you will have one more app to your app bucket list. Maybe this is our eighth app on this channel. So if you haven't followed the other 7 apps, you can see the link in the description box where we have made all the different apps on this channel. So let me know how you love this series, because on this series I have completely coded with you all. I didn't plan anything like before starting the video. It's like I have some thoughts and started to code and record this video. So if you like this way, because this is the first time I have used this way to record the video on this series. So if you love the way, please let me know on the comment box. And if you want me to record the video in the older style, I mean the through the voice over, then also let me know, because your query is very necessary for me to know that what really you are looking for. Now let's move forward. Now let's move to the booking.dart page. No, booking admin.dart page again. And here I will write stream and will name the stream booking stream, and will pass a null check error. I mean the null check by using a question mark. Now we'll write widget and will name all bookings. Yes. Now let us sync, and will return. Now we'll return a stream builder over here. Stream builder over here. Yes. So sorry, we can't provide the async in a widget. That's why it's showing the error. Now in the stream builder, first I'm going to pass a string which we have wrote booking stream, and in the builder we'll write context async snapshot, which will help us to get all the document, and in that respective document we can get the respective fields. Now here I will write return snapshot dot data, hash data, and we'll check that if the collection we are calling like booking, then we'll check that if this collection has data or not. So if there is not any data, then we'll just show a container, and if there will be a data, then we'll show a list view builder, which will show me all the documents in the form of list view. So I will write list view dot builder. Yeah. So here I will write not over here, we need to pass it over here. Yeah, so as I've told you, list view builder, and did it has data, then list view builder, and if not, show the container. So it is easy. Now let's move, and in the item builder I am going to pass a context and the index, and through the index we'll get the document, like document 1 2 3, like present in the respective collection, and we'll write document snapshot ds equals to snapshot dot data dot docs, and we'll write index. So in the ds we are getting the each field name that present in that respective document. Now we'll also pass the padding, so I will write padding edge insert dot 0. Now scroll direction axis dot vertical, and sync and wrap true. Yeah, it's done, I think so. How item builder is, yeah. Now we'll return what we are going to return, this container that we have just made for the UI. Now we'll copy this complete material widget from here, and we'll cut it from here, and we'll paste it here. That's done. Now so our image is in the form of the link, so we'll write image dot network ds, what is the field name, image, yes. Now our service name, so plus ds service, so I'll write service. Our the user name, so plus ds user name, this name. Now date, so we'll write plus ds date. We just need to copy and paste the field name, and it will frequently take all the fields by using the string builder. Now we need to also call a function that we have wrote in the database.dart file, which is get bookings, to show all the bookings. Now we'll write get on the load function name. Now we'll write async booking stream equals to await database methods dot get bookings, and we'll write set state over here. Now in the init state, you already know the use of init state, I have explained in the last video. Get on the load, we'll call a get on the load function. Now let's call this all booking function in our column widget, so that we can show all the bookings. Now let's hot restart the app, and we'll go to the main.dart file, and we'll call the booking admin page from there, so that I can show you what all things we have called from the Firebase Firestore. So I'll write booking admin, and we'll hot restart here. So we are getting some error. Let me check. It is writing on valid value. Maybe we need to wrap up with expanded widget. So just wait up for a few seconds. I need to restart the app. So I'll close the complete VS Code, and we'll rerun the app again. So as you can see, our app has launched successfully,
and here we are getting the first document. I don't know why this error, like range error valid value. So I think so. Yeah. We forgot to pass a item count here in the list view builder, because we need to pass how much documents are there in the respective booking collection, and that will be passed to a document snapshot. So we'll pass item count and we'll write snapshot dot data dot docs dot length. So we are passing the length of the all the documents, I mean the count of all the document that present in the booking collection. Now let's hot restart the app again, and here you can see that that error is gone and we are successfully able to see our first document, the image, service, time and the date. Now when I'll tap to this done button, I want that this document should be deleted from the booking collection. So let's move to the database.dart file, and here we'll pass a function to delete the bookings. So I will remove the future from here. We'll just pass the string ID. We need to pass a string ID here because we need to get this ID, because this document ID is this ID. So through the booking collection, we'll go to this ID and we'll remove this document from here. So we'll name the function name delete bookings. Now id dot delete. Yeah, so here it is done, and we have wrote a function to delete the document. We need to also pass a future over here. Now let's move to the booking admin page, and here in the container we'll wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the onTap method we'll pass the async await database methods dot delete booking, and in the booking we'll pass a ds dot id and it will give me that id. Now let's hot restart it again, and when I'll tap to this done button, you can see that it takes just a few seconds to remove that document from the app, or you can say the service. Now you can see that it also deleted the document. This document doesn't exist, so this collection has no document. So as you can see, there was only one collection, one document on this booking collection that has been deleted from here. So our app is working brilliantly and our admin panel part is also done. The final segment of our Barber booking app series, which is a forgot password screen. So we are going to first make the UI of the forgot password page, then we are going to add the backend for the reset password. So let's move to the pages folder and we'll create a new file name forgot password dot password dot, and I will write import and will import the packages here, and will write stateful widget and will name the forgot password, and here I will write scaffold body container child column children. Yes. So here first I'm going to pass the background color. So I will pass the background color colors dot black, and I will pass the size box height 70.0 so that I can provide the space from the top, and I will pass the container and will write child
text and we'll name the headline of this page, which will be the password recovery. Now we'll pass the styling to this text widget by using the text style. Now we'll write colors.white and font size 30.0 and font weight dot bold. Yes. So here it is done. Now we can align the text to the center. So I will write alignment dot top center. Now let's pass one more size box over here so that I can pass a text again, which will be indicating the user to enter the email for that email that they have forgot the password and they want to reset the password. So I will pass enter your email over here. Now here I am going to pass a email. So first I will write container over here and will pass the padding edge insert dot only left 10.0 and will provide the padding from the left position. Now we will pass a decoration box decoration, and in the box decoration we'll pass a border and we'll give the border to our container. So we'll write border dot all and we'll give the color to our border. So we'll write colors dot white 70 and we'll pass the width 2.0. Now once we have passed the border, we will provide the border radius to our container. So I will write border radius dot circular 30. So now let's write a child over here and we'll write text form field. Now we'll pass a validator and you already know the use of validator in the text field form field. So if we'll check that if the value is null or empty. So for an instance, if the value is null or empty, we'll return the text to the user to enter their email. So sorry, value dot is empty. Now we'll return please enter your email. Please enter email. Yeah. Now once the user have passed the email, will pass return null because they have filled this form text field, and that's why we don't need to pass anything if there is already an email has been written in the text form field. Now we'll pass a style in the text form field. So I will write style. Now we'll write text style colors dot white and we'll use a decoration input decoration, and in the input decoration first we are going to pass the hint text which will suggest the user to enter the email on this text field, and we are going to pass the hint style and we'll give the text style to our text form field and we'll pass the font size 80.0. Now colors dot white. Now we'll write prefix icons dot, we'll write mail outline and we'll pass a colors dot white 70 60 and the size 30.0. Wait, I am keep on writing the code in the forgot password dart file, but let me show you what all things I've just wrote here. So in the main.dart file I'm going to call the forgot password page. So here you can see our headline of this page, enter your email, and this is a text field that we have just created. Now let's do one more thing. let's provide the space from the top. So I will pass the size box height 30.0 and we'll also give the margin to our text form field. So I'll write margin h inset dot symmetric, I think so, horizontal 20.0. Yeah. So here you can see that there is some line over here. To remove this line, you need to write border input border dot none, and it will frequently remove that line in the text form field. So once the user move to the password recovery page, they read the text like enter your email and they type their email over here on this text field. Then we need a button just below this text field which will be the send email, and that email will be sent on the email that the user have just entered over here, and through that email they will get one link to reset their password. So first I'm going to create a customized button over here. So let's move to the booking admin and we'll copy this done button from here and we'll paste it over here, and we'll change the text to send email. So here it is done. Let's provide the space from the top. So I will write size box height maybe 50.0. Yeah. So this is a simple UI that I have just created for a forgot password screen. If you want to make it more with colors and all, then you can also make the forgot password screen UI according to your choice. Now let's move to the our main function of this forgot password screen, which is reset password. So this function will be called when the user will click to this send email button. So I will write reset password. Now I will write async and I will write try, and again we are going to use our try catch error that we have already used in the login and sign up page before. So I will write await Firebase auth dot instance dot send password reset email, and here we are going to pass the email. So we need to create a string which name will be email. Yeah, so we'll pass a null check error over here. Now we'll write a snack bar again where we'll pass that password reset email has been sent. So once the user have sent their email to this function name send password reset email, we are going to show the snack bar here again. So let's move to the signup.dart page, and here we are going to copy the scaffold, I mean the snack bar from here, and we'll paste it here. So we'll change the text to password reset email, sorry, email has been sent. Yeah. So here it is done. Now once the email has been sent, and for an example, if there will be a error like they have passed that email that they have don't used to register in the app, I mean used to sign up in the app, then we will show the message that no user found for that email. So we'll check that if the user not found by using e.code function that we have already done in the sign up page before. So we'll pass a catch so that we can catch the error, and we'll write if e.code is equals to user not found. So for an example, if the user will not found, then we'll again pass a toast message, or you can say a snack bar just below the screen, and we'll pass the text that no user found for that email. Yeah, so here it is done, and we have wrote a complete function for the reset password. You can see it is very easy to write a function for login page, sign up page, reset password page. It is very easy. You don't need to like remember any of things. All functions are already pre-coded. You just need to bring one function after the another, and it is very easy. And there is just to write a snack bar once, and you can copy that snack bar on each of the functions. So now let's move, and here you already know that we need to create a global key so that we can check the validation. So let me create that global key over here, form state. So here it is done. Now we need to wrap up the container with a form widget so that we can pass a key, not, yeah, key form key. Now in the send email button, we are going to first check the validation. So we'll write the if form key dot current state, yes, state dot validate, and set state. In the set state I'm going to write email, and sorry, I think so we need to also pass a text editing controller so that we can handle the text that the user enter over here. I'm damn sure that by following this Barber booking app series, you get to know lots of things regarding the Flutter and Firebase. Now, there is one more app to your app bucket list, and if you want to follow some more tutorials or the app development series, you can follow our or subscribe our channel, because I'm going to bring some more exciting series on this channel here again. So do not forget to hit that subscribe button down below. Now we have wrote a complete function for our forgot password screen. Now let me show you how the email will be sent on the email that the user type over on this text field, and how I will also show you how to reset the password by using the Firebase. Now let's move, and first we are going to sign up in the app, and we'll use that same email ID in the forgot password screen, and will tell the app that I have forgot the password for this email, and please suggest me to reset this password. So I'm going to call the sign up page over here. Here I will write the random name, and I will write the email ID. Now the random password, and we'll click to the sign up button. So we have registered successfully. Now let's move to the forgot password again, and we'll tell the app that I forgot the password for this email ID. So I will write here my email ID, and we'll click to the send email button. So as you can see, password reset email has been sent. So now let's check the email where I have got the link. So here you can see the email ID where I've got the link, and I'll please press to this link, and it will redirect me to a different page, and here it is suggesting me to reset the password for this email ID that I have just entered in the app. So I will pass a random password over here and click to the save button, and you can see that a password has been changed, and now I can sign in with my new password. So our forgot password screen is also working brilliantly. So we have made a complete Barber booking app from the scratch. Also, you have added 8th app to your app bucket list, because we have already developed 7 apps before on this channel.
You can find the link on the description box. Until then, keep coding, keep having fun. I will see you next time. Thanks for watching.